I know it's coincidental, but I'm getting kinda mental. Cause every time I'm busy, yeah, your mood goes straight south. When I try to reassemble, and you're not feeling level, but I can't be the only one that's helping you out. I didn't apply to sacrifice all of myself to you. And all of my time was wasted trying to be there to get you through. I'm working the night shift, spending all of my time helping your mind shift while I'm losing mine. Working the night shift, think I'm going blind. Cause every time you're crying, I can't see brave. Clocking in till I'm all worked out. I got a psychic now, yeah, with a therapy couch. But you attention like I pay my rent. And when the last one sank, got a brand new tech ride. Try to give you the benefit, give you all of my credit, but I think we come to the end of it. You've been maxing it out. I don't have much to give. I'm working the night shift, spending all of my time helping your mind shift while I'm losing mine. Working the night shift, think I'm going blind. Cause every time you're crying, I can't see brave. You fall asleep too fast. I hope my head don't crash. Don't think that I can last. You're supportive. Sometimes I need the same. Been falling through my brain. I gave myself away. Cause I need you. I thought this was a two-way track. Turned around and now there's no way back. Close my eyes and drift away.
can find me waiting in the dark. Hide away my spark for the world to see. You can find me holding back my heart. You can't hurt me anymore. I'm free. My glow. that's like a tomb. It'll grow, but just not for you. And if those thoughts do enter your head, they'll just come in fragments, never making sense enough to beget any big emotion, any sore regrets. They're just echoes. You'll hear it goes instead. What's the solution? I anticipate that the past is better than the way ahead. As I trudge through my days, I wait for a feeling that never comes. Things are different when you're young. This unique flavor of pain, should I let it grasp me? What if I never feel that way again? All the carefree laughter that I can't attain, it just echoes. I hear echoes in my head. Hey there, space boy, moving through the galaxy. Can you hear me through the dark? I'm calling you. Where do I start? I'm an emotional, taking in your sweet and considerate heart. Come into my world, give me your spark. Down the land and visit the planet. Give me your trust, I wanna make you sure I'm the reason to come back here. Just don't linger too much, 'cause you're a stranger, baby. So come get to know me. Don't be a stranger now.
would you look at me? Yo, I'm a lazy motherfucker, that's what everyone sees. Ain't it funny how you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get dressed? Wasted, face it, you're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. I know you're confused. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. But damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield. 1974. Takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it, you're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far, but at least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lie, they just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. But damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield. 1974. Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy. But I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams. I'm just being honest, I got you here. You just ride the wave till you disappear. Unrequited love, I can't take it. Kill me more than once, leave a trail of tears. you never change. You my little psycho, kiss me in the night glow. Easy to imagine when you always have your eyes closed. We'll be going crazy if you know what I know. Where did all the happy memories go?
Welcome, everybody, to the Boise State Esports Arena. You're watching our coverage of the Esports State Championship presented by Idaho Central. Today we're going to be starting off with Valorant, and I'm excited for this. This is the best time of the year. Look at all the crowd. The energy is high in the studio today. We have so many teams coming around. Yeah, I like to hear it. Over 100 teams from 26 high schools have been boiled down to the best of the best here. We are going to be casting it all. I am your host, Greg Smith, and with me, I've got Hayden Dalton on the desk. Hayden, how you feeling this morning?
Doing good. It's glad to see everyone here, and I'm excited for some good games of Valorant.
I'm excited for some good games of Valorant, too. I want to see something new. I want to see good play. We're excited to jump on into it. When the dust settles, we'll find the state champion for today. So let's look at the events tonight, because I know this is a little bit strange. It could be a little bit different for some people coming into it, but yeah, there's a Boise cheer.
Yeah, getting some hype in here.
Up on the desk, we've got Bishop Kelly already ready to bout against Boise High School. They're just figuring it all out. We're going to hang out for a little bit, but the event tonight is going to be Valorant, the tactical shootout, played on Esports, 5v5. 5 people need to plant the spike, and 5 people need to either prevent that or defuse it. I know we have a lot of parents in the crowds, a lot of significant others, so we'll try to keep the technical things down. But Doc's keys to the game, for those of you who are ready to win in Valorant, is to focus angles and flank, know your win con, count the cards and call abilities, and click those heads. This information has been brought to you by Drop-In Gaming. Drop-In Gaming is a premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming is the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign in at dropingaming.com.
Yeah. Getting on into this, you got any predictions for maps we'll see here?
I would love to see, I don't know, I'm ready for all of it. We've got a long day ahead of us, so I want to see some classic maps and I want to see some new ones. I really am excited to see some new strategies on maps, because the maps always go through a little bit of a change. So I know New Bind is out there, and it's a little bit different, a couple of small changes. So I'd love to see people really exploit that. I just want some game-breaking ideas out here and some solid play from everybody. So Bind, I think, would be a really fun one. I know Lotus is out there too, so I'd love to see it. It's also new and fresh. But it's up to whatever the players are ready to go for. I think we were considering a little bit of split. We had some split highlights going out there earlier.
Yeah, I'm just kind of back in the map pool, so you never know kind of what new strategies have come up with that little break. But there's a lot of good maps out here, and we've seen some of these maps just are a comfort pick for teams, so we'll have to see what maps come out, because you don't always see the same 3 maps. I mean, maybe Ascent. That's, I think, the only one you could say. Yep.
It sounds like we're going to be considering Haven to start off, which is definitely one of my favorites. With all 3 sites, it's a very fun one. And they've adopted, Riot has adopted that 3-map setup for one other place, but it totally changes the dynamic. It is an old map, so people have a lot of, like you're saying, a lot of comfort with it, but we always see new things on it anyways, and it still becomes a chess game where you could be comfortable and familiar with the same 64 squares, but you can have some interesting things happen. So I'm ready to see those lineups and watch people jump on in, though I know they're just settling into their seats, getting the mouses warm, getting ready for it. And these compositions can really change the game depending on how they, what chess pieces they decide to set on this board. The game just has so much variability, so.
And I think, like you mentioned here with that, you're not going to see the same teams no matter what on this map. I think especially Haven, being such an old map, you're going to see so many different team comps here. It can be such a variety. It's never just those 1 or 2 meta comps. So it's going to be kind of exciting to see what strategies get employed as we get out here.
Yeah, and we can see mirror mashups even play absolutely differently. So with so many agents out now, even if everyone chooses the same one, the play style is so different. And depending on who, the IGL is, can play so differently.
Yeah. You got any agents you specifically want to see out here?
I would love to see Gecko. I would love to see Gecko. Obviously,
Gecko.
I'm just thirsting for something fresh and something new, something crazy. So I'd love to see Gecko go crazy out there. But obviously, I have my own mains that I'd love to see, and I have some fun, tricky things like callbacks to the old days of Omen on Haven would be fun to see. But
Oh, yeah.
you in particular, anything wild?
Ooh. I mean, for me personally, I love seeing a Cypher on this map. Like, a good Cypher just absolutely changes this map. It goes from having 3 sites to 2 sites in a free lose if the Cypher knows what they're doing, so.
That's a good way to think of it. And I want to brush on sites again. I know that there's some people in the crowd that may not be very familiar with Valorant's setup. You can only plant the said spike that, you know, the 5 attackers are trying to plant and the 5 diffusers are trying to defend against in 2 locations, generally. But this map has 3. It's a 3rd location right in the middle of the other 2, and these places are called sites. It was originally thought that that middle B site was, you know, an auto lose, but the game has totally evolved around it, and now the 3 sites just plays differently. We're seeing everyone queue on in, and these are the setups for the day already.
Yeah, we see the biggest difference here being the fade to the Sova. Looks like we got Frame just kind of checking by here, not really seeing anything, but they're just kind of poking and prodding and seeing if they can get that early pick before they execute on the site.
Yeah, there's a couple of different ways you might want to play this pistol round. The starting round where not a lot of people have any money, so you can't really buy anything with it. So it's kind of a a free-for-all round where there's not a lot to lose. So sometimes we see really high energy, but sometimes people really respect this first round as an important snowball to the rest of the game and will make sure to clutch it no matter what. TP Buzzy already getting a quick one.
And that big initial pick, we see Rame getting Gizmo, and that'll be the site for the side of Bishop Kelly.
Now they're going in for the plan, and all they have to do is protect against the rest of Boise High come flying in to defuse that spike or compromise every agent on the team and take care of the spike themselves.
See, Luck Zero going in, going to get double peeked and go down.
Yeah, excellent crossfire, beautiful strafes.
Sand Sanitizer getting some good shots in, but just unable to find it. In first round, going to the side of Boise.
Yeah, cheers in the stadium already, and the first round of Boise, typically the way we see it is Boise now has some new money that they can spend on guns and make their next round a little advantageous. They've got some extra shields going on and more money just sitting in the pile as well for those who got a lot of kills like Buzzy and Koss.
Placing sentry.
However, Bishop Kelly is low on money.
I do want to point out the confidence on Buzzy here. We got a Sheriff in full armor, not even a Spectre going along with it. They got that Sheriff, and they are going to hit those shots.
Yeah, they've given up rate of fire entirely to make sure that they can hit those headshots from a distance. They're going to be playing very technical very early in the morning.
AJ throwing out the blind, not going to find anyone, as it looks like it was a full commit on the other side. Good bet, but unfortunately it's about a 33% chance he shoots the right site for that stack.
Yeah, but now they have a full force attack, and that's really where they had problems last round. Bishop Kelly just could not get on the site with everybody on Boise's team looking at them, but now they have this kind of force in numbers that they're looking to apply. They're all lined up at the gates, just chomping into bits like so many racehorses coming to the Derby. Breezy from around the side finds one with a beautiful flank. He's going to maximize that, and there's no look. He finds another and a third. He's unreal, a flawless from Boise, bringing in the second point.
Yeah, Breezy here with that good flank, picking up the triple. And on a Phoenix, no less. I believe that is her pocket pick, if you would.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fun one.
Yeah.
So now Boise has used a buy round and have lots of fresh guns, and after a flawless, they have no reason that they'd need to buy more and waste that money. So they're holding on to some mid-tier guns, whereas Bishop Kelly now has had 2 rounds, a win and a loss. Actually, they both get you some money, so they're going to be moving in with much better guns, while Boise just bonuses theirs from the last round. So this is usually where we see it start to turn and the game start to change a little bit.
This round is going to be massive for both sides here. If Boise can win this on the bonus round, that basically sets them up for another 2. But if they're most likely going to lose to the lower tier weapons, typically.
But let's see how they can play. The KDA has been in their favor so far, and it looks like they have a really central Well, they're really spreading out. They've got a few here and there. Senpai is going to be taking Breezy off to an early start. Reem really pushing in, but there's not a lot of future when the spike's still in B. A couple of people setting up some cross angles here, trying to poke and prod in, but hand sanitizer.
Just kind of good discipline, not really over peaking, just hold the angle.
Good discipline for sure, especially when your number's up. There's no reason to take those extra disadvantaging plays.
Yeah, we see A side does have an opening. They're going to get the plan in a 4v5 situation. A couple members of Bishop Kelly are low. They do have to be a little careful against these fast rate of fire, low damage weapons.
Yeah, they don't want to get absolutely sprayed from up close. AJ-17 holding some intel from below while Senpai right on top.
Senpai has the dash ready, just trying to get a pick here and then quickly dash out. Lux Zero picks up one on the Buzzy. Pause at picking up Senpai. Gizmo taking out Reem. Lux Zero and just trades back and forth until Bishop Kelly comes out on top, and they will be taking their first round of the game.
Yeah, a little bit of a free-for-all right in the middle there as people start to drop down. A couple of flashes going out, no self-blinds, which is always nice, but just one after another.
Yeah,
We'd
Bishop
love to
Kelly just such a good job just when in that push, just always trading one for one because they have the numbers advantage. So they're going to come out on top if they just, trade one for one, and they got a couple big picks.
When you're ahead, just reduce the fraction. Just bring it down a little bit to an easier level.
This next round should be rifles on both sides. We're back to pure even on the scales.
Yeah, no more gun difference here. So it's all down to the skill. I love it when the gates go up. The crowd kind of gets silent, gets intense. Bishop Kelly defending from mostly center. That they've got a little bit on the wings. And like you're saying, we don't have a Cypher, so we can't leave very much of the defense up to utility. This is all manpower that's like holding it down aside from that KJ. But the KJ is putting most of it in double doors. Ooh, a big jump across from Senpai. Get a little bit of eye contact, but no bullets fired quite yet.
You should run.
Yeah, the Killjoy coming out here. Gonna force the members of Bishop Kelly to retreat or get detained. And retreat they will. So giving sight control to Boise. Gonna get that, but the smokes will go down, and then it'll be an even fight for the retake. Breezy picking up one though, right off the bat. Same with Reem picking up Gizmo. That is 2 members down, 3 members down. Buzzy picking up hand sanitizer. And just like that, a flawless for the side of Boise High.
When Boise takes it, they take everything. And we have not seen a successful shoot from above yet. Like, it hasn't happened.
Yeah, I like the play. They just peak a little early for the rest of their team here.
Right. Yeah, it's there's no cross angle, or no crosshair like disadvantage. You can just move back, see them, move back.
Yeah.
Has to be totally coordinated.
Such a good collapse on the side of Boise. Cause actually coming from B side there at the end as well. See Sova Dart coming out here, gonna get some intel mid. Not gonna find anyone, but knowing that it's not scanning anyone is intel in and of itself here.
Process of elimination for sure. The map is only so large. Boise playing with the spike in pockets, going to start going for it. This is an ultimate called out by Breezy on the Phoenix, going charging, and if he dies now, it doesn't mean anything. This is the run it back feature. He's going to use it just for information. A couple of shots off, but it's not going to be there. It does qualify Bishop Kelly for a good chance to push straight onto C.
Senpai picking up 2, but Buzzy and Breezy getting them right back.
Last player standing.
Picks up Buzzy. And then Reem with the next kill, stopping the ace in its tracks.
Very, very close. Yeah, good defense from behind. Just couldn't quite clutch it together. Boise now up at the 4.
Yep. Senpai there with the 3K actually. That was a good defense there. Just, you know, you can't win them all, so. Getting back into this, we see looks like a save round from the side of Bishop Kelly. A couple light weapons coming out, just something to slightly even the odds for this fight. We do see the Bishop Kelly Jet knives coming out, seeing if they can make a lot of use out of that and pick up a couple rifles could be a game changer in this round.
Bishop Kelly's Valorant Lux Zero holding down the fort here. He's going to be the one defending against a large push straight up the C main line.
We see the Fade ultimate coming out there. Not going to do too much. We give a little bit of intel here.
Yeah, and it wasn't really capitalized on either. People are running in circles behind Tetris to try to run that wire down. They're going to be rotating now after Boise. Really doesn't push, really doesn't capitalize off that move. The one in the back of A, just waiting patiently to see things happen, has been smoked down for protection. Senpai coming up from above, thinking that this time it's going to be different. Bishop Kelly moving in from around Breezy, ready to watch him. Boise takes a rest. Oh, is able to find it one.
Breezy with 2 kills here. Is the Sand Sanitizer and Senpai. Got a couple of weapons here. Could turn things around, but need to get these picks.
It's a lot to fight against. Senpai, Sand, and Lux just kind of trying to stave it off. Boise won't push in after, but Coast goes running and finds one.
Last player standing.
AJ17 to get one more. Lux Zero holding in against his own. He's going to stay there. No save for him. He's in it. Keep seeing little threads, little pixels. Good flash onto him and comes around. Absolutely hunted him down. Boise one away from a flawless if it wouldn't for Lux Zeros.
Yeah. And, you know, for a save round, it was kind of expected. Managing to get that pick, though, was very nice. Little dent in the econ there.
A little bit of a distance roster here as we see a Guardian and an Operator coming out. This is our first Operator, if you don't count the knives from Senpai already.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can put in the work with it, get those early picks, and just make it a disadvantage very early on in the fight. Looks like we got both teams just kind of nice spread out here. Slowly prodding for some intel so they can make an educated push or defense. Just clearing their angles. See AJ getting the first blood onto Lux Zero, and just like that, kill after kill, already 4 members down from both sides.
Yeah, it's been slow and deliberate. They're just picking away one at a time. B side now totally locked down. They've even shoved a little bit further out Team G Buzzy. On a ways out to check things. 17 holding down the fort in double doors is not going to happen. Senpai to find him. And Alex moving in from the side as well. It's getting a little bit scary. Reem is holding this crossfire in absolute traps. Yep.
Not before Senpai brought down Cause, though, actually. Oh, it's Buzzy with a nice headshot to secure the win.
Yeah, Buzzy closes it up. It was just a good positioning from Boise. They were able to take a couple of losses out on the outer branches, but that core was solid. There was no way to get into that through several smokes and a pinch play, too, as we sent one around through the big window, making Senpai's job very difficult.
Yeah, we see another eco coming out here.
Sand opting for the Guardian anyways, hoping to play some real distance shots while everybody else goes a little bit safe with a sidearm. He is keeping up with the credits, though. He can do that.
Yep, that's the important thing. As long as you have enough for the next man, it doesn't matter what you buy in those eco situations. The scan doesn't get anyone. Cause actually picking up the kill onto Senpai. Marshall not able to find anything.
So they keep streamlining straight in, though. We see Bishop Kelly already making their way across. Going to send the Owl drone over. That's some information. And the Guardian not quite going to find it. Sorry, a Marshall is out.
Yep. Buzzy getting some shots in. Catches them with the blind out and manages to pick him right before the blind goes off.
That's a tough one. A close call right there. Alex playing with some extra utility in the back, just looking to lock down Bishop Kelly's situation. It looks pretty okay, but Boise has options. They're running for a potential plan on B side, making Bishop Kelly the attackers. Now as they start to move out of their little corner, they spent so much utility to lock down, they're feeling a little bit naked.
Yeah, we see some shock darts coming out, seeing if they can find anything. Nothing much, but getting ready, just kind of waiting for these smokes, but and seeing if they can get a pick or two. Buzzy picking out to Alex. Seeing Tiger bring down Cause and Buzzy down to Breezy. Both members get flashed by the and then the blind comes out and AJ picks up the last kill.
Absolutely trapped there, though he tried, got shut down, and that's a 7th point for Boise. Yeah, this is a significant place, and I'm glad that we're taking a little bit of a pause here. Senpai going to be calling the time out. Boise's up by 6 points, and they're up to 7. So that's relevant because in a best of 13 game, we have the change off at a 12 total points happening. So if you ever cross 6, you've guaranteed yourself an even half, right? You won't be behind when we switch. That's just how it is. Even if Bishop Kelly wins every point after this and coaches come flying in, going to discuss a little bit of what's going on, get a little view of the arena at all.
Figure out kind of how to push past this very strong defense on the side of Boise High.
Because they can't just take the loss here and win the next 2 games, because we're actually in a 2-game format. This is a 2-map format. If they are going to lose this, they have to lose it by as little as possible because those points actually matter. If you come down to a tie in those 2 maps, it's a best of 2. If you come down to a tie in those 2 maps, then it's to your points, total overall. So you want to lose by the very littlest amount possible and really cushion the blows here. So Bishop Kelly is looking to piece it all together. We see them.
And yeah, we know the big, 9-3 curse. So like, there's never, you can't relax at this point. You get this nice lead, but you need to keep going if you're gonna hold this lead.
It's very true as well. They want to push it all the way in. Yeah, because if Boise can make this a devastating win, then they don't have to win by very much. They don't even have to win on the second map. They just have to get a certain amount of points total.
Yeah. Every round here is going to count for Bishop Kelly. They have to make the most of what they have. Good pre-fire there. Drops a lockdown. Gotta get, everyone has to retreat out of this zone or else they will be detained. Looks like everyone's kind of holding as long as they can. Actually destroy the lockdown, but it looks like they weren't even going to capitalize on it.
Yeah.
Such a good play there. Burning, I believe that was the Sova ult coming out. Getting some good damage in, and then getting the plant on the other side of the map. Buzzy picking up 1, making this a very hard push to even just get near the site.
Yeah, and look at this crossfire. This looks tricky, and they're using the smoke to their own advantage, getting very forward. They're going to get blasted back a little bit by that C. Lux Zero comes flying in with Alex, and they both take one. Absolutely phenomenal. Bishop Kelly doing really well to fight this inhuman fight from Boise with the pre-fires are on lock. Senpai to find one, but so does Reem. Alex getting in for the defuse. They've got to come flying in if they want to chance it all. Oh, just barely. Does Breezy and Reem, within a couple of seconds, shut down a defuse, bringing Boise to point 8 against Bishop Kelly.
Yeah, the blind through that smoke just was so perfect. I didn't even realize that was the Phoenix ult, too. So they had 2 chances to stop that unless it got diffused in time. So they get through. They even only got the one diffusing. They would have another shot. Look, but just get the double spray down, and that's just all they wrote.
Excellently done. Yeah, Boise was just clinical with that one as they come in, they check all the right angles, they plant the ultimate, and they get straight out. Alex has their own that they could use. Breezy now low on ult charges, but flying in a little bit vulnerable. Gonna wait it out. Sends the flash in, but it's all recon. They don't like it. Start to move back off. Still spikes in the pocket. Come around to grab that one, going up, and look at him go. Look at that focus.
Yep. Double check the corner, gets headshotted, but it wasn't enough. Breezy manages to turn it around.
Yeah, Breezy surviving the dink, though, so low on health. He's
Luckily, they're Phoenix, so health goes right back up, though. Lose the armor, but keep the health. Reem just holding this tight ankle here. Don't need to push. Senpai picking up AJ, has the knife, can put some serious work in here if they find the shots they need to.
Boise understanding the win con, making sure they don't push when they don't need to, just playing that clock down. Alex, though, picking away and finds one. Senpai from above gets so close, switches to the sidearm, but can't hold it together. Team G Buzzy, Cost, trying to find 2. Gizmo, Lux Zero. Lux Zero closes it out. NT's across the board as he gets in a clean defuse in an absolute cluster bomb of people running around in the B box. And that's how it is. There's so much tension, like so many dominoes set up as everybody watches from their perch, and it all just collapses at once.
Yep. Such a good clutch there when they needed it most. Just double Breezy and Buzzy right there, just holding that double angle. You can tell like these players have just played together and know what to do. Cause gets that nice hit, and then we see Breezy on this perfect flank, gets one, and then gets the second.
Oh. A beautiful round, very exciting. Gets Bishop Kelly a little bit more cash in the bank. They've also got 2 ultimates against Boise's 2. Decent chance here to start rolling in some points and try to shut down this lead that Boise has. We also never know what the game's going to play like when you reverse the roles. You can have excellent defenders that have simply not attacked very well in history. So we're going to have to wait. It's not over till it's over. Boise coming down the line, both short and long. It looks like a little bit of a commit. Bishop Kelly spread across the map.
Curveball coming out. The push goes out. Breezy gets very low, but as that Phoenix, it doesn't matter as long as they have some sort of one of their abilities up, they can heal off it.
Yeah, very good aspect to look for in a duelist is how many risks can I take that are small risks and can recover from. You have that dash coming in from the jet, so if they don't feel right, they can get right out of there. Phoenix always has that heal again.
We see the Killjoy ult coming down. Gonna really force the side of Boise to back off this. They do get a pick on the Lux Zero, but Sand Sanitizer picks up one onto Breezy. The clock is counting down. One player actually is detained. They're just out of this fight for 8 or 9 seconds, I believe. See, short clock here though. Need to make a move. Sand Sanitizer picking up 4. Could this be the ace? Sand Sanitizer, no time, unfortunately.
Oh, man.
Oh, and everyone goes down.
Yeah, Sand with a stolen ace on time alone, but he does excellent from heaven, and I'll give those props out to Sand. Actually taking those shots from above, and that detention on one player from the Killjoy ult, that's a tough one too. But now Bishop Kelly 2 points in, very, very close. They're making a good push. But Boise still up by 9.
Yep, such a good round there. Just at the end of the day, you know, like in that whole fight, you still got the clock ticking down with that bomb, or that spike.
Shadows traveling.
See, Lux, good smoke coming out. Get some intel. Knows that at least some of them are pushing here. Jet Knife's coming out as well. Breezy with the curveball here. Doesn't find anything. Lux Zero just holding back. Lux Zero picking up 2.
Whoa. Lux Zero, the anchor, doing excellently here. Holds his space. Costs the last one alive. Coming in from the side, doing great. But now the location's known. You spend one player, but everybody's going to be pointed at you. Sure enough, they back straight off. Cost checking all the angles. Being surgical with this. He's the last bastion for this site.
Yep. Bishop Kelly just doing a good job. Not going to let him take 3 1v1s.
No, you have to recognize the win con. They have to get to that spike. You don't need to take them down. You just need to prevent them from winning. So Bishop Kelly from a distance doing well here. Cost low on options, just kind of has to strafe it out and try to find some info. Is going to take one from a distance, but his location's revealed, and here's the ult coming in for a couple of shots. They try to trace him around. It's not quite going to find him, though. Does he have a chance to find the spike? Goes in for another, and it's not there. Senpai finds him.
Such smart play from Bishop Kelly. Like I said, just don't let him get those 3 1v1s.
Yeah, good teamwork. Don't pace it out like that.
They get Lux Zero with the multiple kills there in these rounds. Just holding this site. We see, you know, there was a good one tap there, but then the Sova ult especially just kept them on their toes, didn't let them take that breather they needed.
Yep.
And I mentioned it before, but the 9-3 curse here, like,
it's a scary thing to mention. Yeah, the ghost in the software, the spirit of Riot Senior lives on in the 9-3 curse. At this switch, it is fabled that the team with 3 points will win every time.
Yeah, we got to see this pistol round is going to be of the utmost importance to win, because this is usually 2 rounds in a row. Cause throwing it out.
Oh, goes flying in.
Down.
Senpai with a nose like a hound goes flying for it. Reem playing through the smoke like an extra set of eyes are waiting for him on the other side. Lux already in for the plant, and the clock still has 100 seconds on board.
Yep. Takes a shot, doesn't find anyone though. Got everyone just kind of chilling in the site and holding where they need to hold. Fuzzy picks up 1 and Breezy another.
Yeah, which is crazy because they just destroyed a 50-50. Bishop Kelly. And you can't see, but very, very low on health for one player.
They do have the shock dart lineup, I believe, on the spike. Everyone getting low. Luxzero picking up 1, 2.
Incredibly low, just playing through the smoke blindly.
Out of
Breezy,
ammo.
Looking to play aggressive, goes in for it, can't find anything.
Senpai gets the knives, but Reem
Unreal.
gets the triple. 4 health left. I believe they do have time as well.
A clutch defuse, I can barely tell by the audio. That was wild, and like you said, it's a beautiful bonus because they're typically slated then to win the next one after and have a decent shot at the 2 following. Boise could definitely turn this around. Sorry, Bishop Kelly could definitely turn this around.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. We got. It looks like it is going to be a force buy for the side of Boise, which at this point, that's what you have to do. You either have to gamble, like just concede this round, or you got to gamble and try and win it. It could set you back far behind if you lose it, but at this point, you can't afford that. See, good util coming out. Senpai making space for the rest of their team. Gets some good damage. Gets taken down though.
Placing swarm grenade.
Swarm grenades coming out. Just getting the setup going. And then just like that, spike is down. Now it's up to Boise to hold on to this. Some shots going out. Just kind of got to wait for these shock darts coming out. Pause picking up 1 of Breezy, another Breezy on the flank. Picks up 3, and that'll be the round.
Unreal. Boise's Breezy going crazy.
Yeah, just very difficult to come back from this, but they just need one good push, one good pick, and that can just set you up. Very good. I will say the Sova's got the shock dart lineups on point. They get these setups, and they just are unable to burn enough time, but they know what they're doing. They've practiced, so you can see. Getting some good intel, just kind of creeping up and seeing what they can find.
Yeah, Bishop Kelly just poking around in the grass. Like you're saying, just playing for intel, but they're playing as a big pack, and we've seen that be really important and be the difference between games.
Yep. Smoke's coming down here. Get some ground. We do see Fade trying to gather some intel. He knows that they're at least in the area.
Yeah, and Boise respects their position. When that smoke gets up in their face, they back up a little bit and give it a second to see if that has a future before playing in. And it works in Bishop Kelly's favor. It's totally a feint out, and they go sliding around the outside as they look for an A site move. While Boise hopefully gets defensive on B, but they see it, they smell it out. The audio cues go missing, and they run to the flanks. There's people watching C and A, so they it back out. Bishop Kelly with the re-hit. Ooh, makes some decent damage on the legs, but it's not quite going to be there. Still, a 5v5, a little bit of damage all around, but just enough to say hi.
Buzzy taking down 1. The flame wall goes down, and that kind of halts Bishop Kelly in their tracks. Buzzy taking a couple shots, not going to find anything off it though.
Interesting that Bishop Kelly decided to pace it out with only 20 seconds on the clock. They must have a big push and plan.
Yep,
and
we
here it
see
is.
Silvadar coming out. Does get the scan.
1 enemy
Multiple
remaining.
members going down. AJ getting the triple.
AJ 17, absolutely wild, and still just one short of a flawless again. Now match point is a best of 13. This could be Boise's chance to shut things down and move on to a fresh map.
Yep. We see Boise just upgrading to rifles. Some of them still have their Spectres, but we see some of them dropping them for rifles, just trying to get this round as even as possible without breaking the bank.
And that's the thing too, just getting as even as possible. Bishop Kelly can't throw their hands up now and say, hey, we need the endurance. Every point matters, every round matters, and every round they get here makes their uphill battle on the next map a little bit easier. So Bishop Kelly is still gonna fight, but Buzzy, they have the money now. They have the economy to just play offhand and go crazy. Buzzy just coming in on a wild flank to get rid of one utility and then disappear. It's a mental game. Koss now flying in from behind as well, looking for that flank, looking to support from the B side as they slide to A. Bishop Kelly with the spike already looking for a little bit of a commit as they run down A long. The vision denial's already out, and they're split between A short and A long. Boise not totally there yet. They still have the numbers game.
Buzzy getting scanned by that dart, but not anything to follow it up. We see Alex has the Odin. We're going to see if they can get some value out of that, because that extra bullet penetration could be very good for spraying down people behind that cover, but they have to be in the right position.
It looks like Bishop Kelly's not feeling it, so they turn around and walk, but you have to be careful. This isn't your map anymore. As soon as if you haven't been looking at something for very long, it could change. So they have to be careful about Boise. Breezy watching the corner, gets in a twofer, ready for the third. Not quite going to find it, but it's enough to set things off. Boise now running over to Seaside, and Bishop Kelly's, ooh!
30 seconds left.
The surprise is gone, and Cost from a distance through 2 smokes and down a hallway finds another one. Bishop Kelly still holds the spike though, and they've got 2 people together. Plus, like you're saying, that high pen gun, it's not as great on Seaside when there's only one thing for it to fire through, but he could still use it.
One enemy
Full of health
That's
through.
the kill of it.
Ooh.
That'll be the game 1 going for the side of Boise.
An excellent shutdown, yeah. Boise taking it 13-3 means Bishop Kelly is going to need to have this next one in a landslide. So we'll talk it through, and we'll hang out here and let these guys switch around, figure out what their next map is, switch the mice out, get a fresh mouse pad going down.
Up, get some fresh air for a second, and kind of, mentally reset, because that's the big thing. You may lose game 1, but that doesn't mean game 2 has to go the same way. So.
Yeah, it's so much of the game is a mental game because it's all cooperation, it's all communication. It's more about the mics than the mouse sometimes. So if you can be totally cooperative, and we've seen quick little, when they come to the side and they have like a tactical pause, and talk about that, talk about some advantages, and get like a real X and O on the paper strategy out, it can make a huge difference. So we'd love to see them, now that they've touched gloves and they know what the other team kind of plays like, things can definitely change on map 2. Plus, whoever chose map 1 doesn't get to choose the second map. So it's kind of on the other team, we're not playing a home game for the other team.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly, because we've seen like teams, just not have that map knowledge as much on certain maps, and you kind of have that advantage on one, and then you see that team go to the second map. It's a whole different game, just because of what teams are comfortable on and those lineups. Just showing how much they've practiced on those maps specifically.
And I mean, it's not totally just the practice as well, because we talked about there being different duelists that have different powers that give them these duelist things. There's kind of a difference between asking for forgiveness and asking for permission, where if you hurt a Phoenix, he can just like heal up. But if you hurt a Jet, they can't heal, but they could have got out before a time. So you see these higher mobility players that can dash around a lot more doing better on these 3 sites, because it's easy to all of a sudden switch, right? Rotation is less of a bridge to cross, and they have shoes ready to cross it. So you could have a lineup that you're really consistent with and choose a map that actually fits that. So we could see everything change in map 2. Boise would love to not see everything change and are really going to hunker down, have nose to the crosshairs. I would love to finish this one out with a clean second game, though. They're up quite a bit, and they have, that mental relax that they could see each other just kind of cruising in through the second game, whereas Bishop Kelly is really going to have to fight for it here.
Yeah. Was there anything kind of in that you noticed that either needs to change or not change, like just the way these teams are playing? Any advice?
I can't give them a lot of advice, but I can recognize things that I did like. And there were some things that I really did like. We talked about the respect for space, realizing that you don't want to just absolutely anchor in and just strong arm a site. If they have this presence, you kind of have to respect it and see what they're going to do with it and move back a little bit. And I feel like I really saw that from Boise High when Bishop Kelly would make big attacks and vice versa. And that was good to see. We also saw some really good teammate just working together, which is totally critical. Like you were saying, it's better to roll the dice once than to flip a coin 3 times. Having this 3-on-1 can make a big difference between that and just going on a 1-for-1. Okay, you may have survived, but now you have a 1-for-1. Okay, now you have to do it again. So having all 3 players working together, and we saw sometimes that didn't work, where a player would move out and then take it, and then the second player would move out, and then down below they'd all move. Whereas if 2 from heaven and 2 from below came, there'd be no chance. So Doc is presenting us with a beautiful state championship award. This is it. We get to touch it, but then once you have it, it's yours.
Yep,
I'm excited.
Eden's got the lights on it.
It's got the lights on it? Woo, that's nice. So this little traveling trophy could be yours.
Got to keep that momentum going, and like I said, it's never over till it's over. So
yeah, it's not over till it's over. We've seen some crazy things. We've seen a lot of 9-3 curses really slide into the finish line. But you got to click a lot of heads. You got to call a lot of abilities.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw in a few of those rounds near the end, especially, they were close rounds. It was just very much down to like the little things. Like Reem won that round with 4 HP left as the last member. It was just like barely by a hair.
Yeah, we have definitely seen some. And the scary thing, too, is that if you had a round that was very, very close and that you only barely lost, if you had it, then the creds would have been different and your position would have been different and momentum would have been different. And there's a lot of snowball that kind of goes into things. So sometimes, there's a little bit of a chaos theory here. So it is down to just good play and a lot of skill, but a lot of things can change in map 2. It's just a gorgeous trophy. This could be yours. You have to click a lot of heads for it, but it could be yours.
Yep, just click heads. Easy.
Just click heads. That's all you really need to do. Just click heads and just hold down 4 once you're to the site. So, speaking of the sites, what map would you like to see next? Now that you've seen the play style of the team roster that we have going.
Is Breeze still in the competitive map?
It's not.
Pool?
It was recently taken out. As far as I know, it's not on the comp map. But
okay.
Yeah.
I personally am a big fan of Breeze. I'm going to say Icebox, but I know everyone hates Icebox.
Yeah, and I can see where Breeze and Icebox kind of go in the same manila folder. We did not see a whole lot of distant shootouts. It was a lot more like run and gun in a big pack together as like people were on top of each other. I think I saw more Odin style play, so I would love to see them play on Ascent. I think those nice thin walls, I think, high mobility, I think they do pretty well with this one. So, but we'll see what they decide. Obviously, they have a little bit more time. They're just figuring things out. Look at them up there discussing away.
Yep. And yeah, I mean, going back to Ascent, like that's definitely like, I'd say that's the most even playing field of any map, because I feel like going to like Counter-Strike, that's the Dust 2 of Valorant. Like everyone plays Ascent. Everyone knows how to play Ascent, and just if you're going to see a map that gets through, it's almost always Ascent.
That's true. It is the map of maps, right? It's a crowd pleaser a little bit. People like playing Ascent. It's very straightforward. They're not going to take it down. But no, they don't want to play a fun and casual game. They're in it to win it. This is Lotus.
I mean, you said not a fun one, but like Lotus is like.
Oh, it's a fun. No, it's exciting.
Yeah, this is the map where the shenanigans get pulled.
Shenanigans getting pulled. I like it. So this is kind of a fun thing, because when we have a polarizing situation like this, because people don't have years of practice on Lotus. Nobody queued into Lotus for learning where the E and the Q button was. This is a fresh new map that has plenty of exploits that I'm sure we haven't found yet, and lots of new play style. And interestingly enough, it has that high mobility that we talked about coming out from Haven. So we could see a similar style of gameplay here. It's not, as much about the big distance shots. It's a little bit more mechanical. I'm excited to see it. But we only have the map information, and here it is. There's a beautiful Liberty Bell. As we got a little bit of a tour around a 3D rendering of this site. It's gorgeous. It is the expose for Gecko as well, who I would love to see.
Yeah, I mean, like me coming back to like what does Gecko even do? I know he can plant, have his little buddy plant, but me coming back to this, I have no idea what he does.
No, I totally get you. So all of his abilities are little friends that come along with him. He has a blind that's a little bit strange because it's a lob blind that slowly floats down and then shoots blinds at players. So people can do like the classic dodgeball move where they like throw him up and then they like come charging in forward, sometimes themselves, sometimes with the wingman, who the wingman can also plant and defuse. And if he's downed, you can pick him up and use him again later. And you can do the same with that blind as well. And we talk about like asking for forgiveness versus asking for permission and like how these duelists kind of play. Well, he's not a duelist, he's an initiator, but nevertheless, he only has one of each of his charges, but 3 of the 4 of them you can just pick up and use again later. So if you are committed, and you can't just throw them everywhere, right? They're not like blinds from other people, like flashes that you might see from Sky, especially Sky, where you just throw the bird out, you kind of feel things out. A lot of times I just use the flash for audio cues, like seeing how many people I flashed, seeing if they're there, just using it as a distraction by throwing it up in the air. But it's not the case with him, because if you just throw that flash around the corner and sprint, you lose flashes for the rest of the round. So he kind of brings this presence of like direction to it, I think. And then he has the mosh pit, which is an absolutely massive grenade, but it takes a second to go off. So you'd want to hold them in position, whether that's with some raise nades or with any synergy from anybody else, some gravity wells. So if we do see Gecko out, it's going to be synergized, and it has to be has to be with direction, I think.
Yes.
I think that you can't just play Gecko to play him, or you're losing all of his potential.
Yeah, because it seems just the fact that you can pick up everything, like, just gives you that snowballing effect. Like, if you can reliably use that util, you can continue to use that util.
Yeah, exactly. Which goes to his ultimate as well. So a little reminder for everyone, all the new Gecko players. If you use the ultimate and then, I think it's called Thrash, and then you get it back, whether you rock it back to yourself, it's a little bit like a run it back crossed with this guy's Trailblazer, the dog. Okay. You go flying in and you can like concuss people, and then you can pick it up again and use it a second time. So you have like 2 ults in the round, 10 seconds apart.
Wow.
Yeah, big deals. So they are going to be queuing up those players. We'll see what they've got going on. Lotus choosing their players. It's none. You guys got a crash course just for fun, it looks like. We've got all the typicals. Omen, I love to see Omen. Speaking of high mobility, we have a Neon covering as well. Speaking of synergy, we're considering a breach with the Neon, which is always a fun one. That Sky is in. I love to see the Sky as a Sky main and a big initiator myself.
Yep, we do see the Chamber, which I think is interesting because Chamber's been through a lot, we'll say. Since his beginning to where he is now, he's a shell of a character. I still say he's good, but he's not what he was.
It's interesting. They took a second to knock him down a peg, but there was definitely an era where he reigned supreme and was an absolute must-pick every time. Chamber still, I think, a viable shot. We're going to see what the defenders decide to go with, but it looks like they've got a long time to decide. 20 seconds plus the Riot 3, though we're hovering.
Okay.
Another Omen on the mirror match. We like that. We're considering a few other mirrors here. The Viper to kind of cut territory up, makes the map a little bit smaller. And this map isn't particularly large as far as open spaces go, so I'm ready to see how that one's used. That one gets a lot of potential as it goes through several doorways. Also, the Killjoy in very mazy areas has a huge potential because it's impossible to find that plant when you go in for the big shutdown. The Jet, of course, as well. Senpai playing well on the Jet, looking to move it up into a second time.
Yeah, we see, just that's a lot of control of the map. We have, 2 controllers, Viper and Omen, and then we have Jet on top of it, who not the biggest controller, but it's still a duelist. But
yeah, it's a space-demanding thing. We definitely see the Jets like sprint in a lot of times too, but they can kind of play stationary, right? Because it's difficult to play onto them when they can dash left or right so quickly. So a high mobility duelist can be used as an interesting kind of slippery sentinel. Not necessarily a tank style sentinel, but they're just difficult to get into. So yeah, a lot of map control that we're looking at. We're looking at the sights as well as some things off map. They won't be playing in the water, but they will be admiring it from a distance, as well as the blossoms falling gently down. Bishop Kelly and Boise in it to win it, coming into this pistol round, which could be the snowball for it all.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm really curious, especially knowing that Boise was attacking first, they picked the Chamber, how much value they'll get from him. Senpai picking up Buzzy already.
Ooh.
2 headhunter shots coming out.
Yeah, those are expensive, but he's just going to keep it up. It's so threatening. There's an intimidation factor to it. Now, the spike is being picked up as Boise comes down this hallway of a B site.
Cause going to be seeing what they can find.
Yeah, moving together around this. There's not a lot waiting for them, but they're still deliberate with it. And there is another 3-site setup here, so Bishop Kelly's spread a little bit thin just by the way of the map. Termite making a little bit of eye contact. Ooh, goes straight down to Koss very quickly, right around the corner, doing excellently. Reem with that high mobility brings in the dash a little bit. He's going to be playing up against Senpai.
Gizmo, though, able to trade back and even things out again.
Yeah, the 1-for-1s are all over, but look at this. Look at the spike. It's off-site. It's running all the way around. He's got a lot of utility to run through, though. Breezy from the side, a beautiful one into the air and disappears as Bishop Kelly Valorant's Lux goes down. AJ17 from the side, another one very up close. It has been a sneaky game. They're playing nice and slow. This is not the pistol round that we typically see. A little bit of a standoff, and the last one goes down as AJ17 takes it. And Boise to get .1.
Yep, already off to a great start if you're part of Boise High here. Can even see kind of going back into this big kill just back and forth here between those members. Such a good flank too, just getting 3 kills just on the side essentially of the site while the rest of the team's over actually planting.
A surprisingly intense first round. I mean, I know there's so much on the line. It's difficult to say that with the 2-map system and every point really, really mattering, you kind of can't just throw these pistol rounds into the wind like you usually can, and it changes the pacing of it.
The rotating doorways. Good pre-fire.
Yep. As they come into tree part 2, you've got to be very careful about that. Holding off against the wall. Boise now looking to make their way through A short, coming around. And there is that wall, the kind of Viper wall 2.0 coming in the form of the fast lane. A little bit of a standoff here. Reem's going to win it with that SMG up close, making this bonus a deal.
Sky healing coming out. Keeps him alive. If they didn't get healed right there, they would have gone down.
Oh, definitely.
Gizmo taking a little damage. Senpai picking up one. Fuzzy 2, though. Senpai does manage to find a Spectre.
Oh, no!
Double.
That collateral.
They line up, get some shots. Doesn't know exactly where they are, and unfortunately had to reload.
Caught on the reload right in the middle of the maze here. That's a tough one. Very close. A beautiful collateral there with the SMG.
Yeah. Senpai, though, with that triple, doing a lot of damage to the economy right there. Going to force a kind of awkward buy where they have some rifles and some bonus weapons. If they can win this next round, that could be almost a second round, I believe, because they wouldn't have enough to rebuy if they did.
Yeah, breaking that bonus is a big deal, and it's really all you need to do on that second round to make your third round very advantageous. And sure enough, we're going to be seeing that. The tab goes down.
Yep. Hold on here. Sky Flash coming out, taking out this turret. Gonna just be slowly clearing these angles. Yeah, we see a Sheriff coming out here from Reem.
Yeah, nice and slow deliberacy. We already see a Paranoia go through the door as the door got turned. Boise now moving away from it, decides not to go that angle. Gizmo on the accepting side of the next push. Look at the fast lane coming out of the snake bite, concussed. Senpai goes slides in. Gizmo goes down to Reem. Reem has been doing very well this round too. A lot more on the dueling position, I suppose. Breezy to find Termite in another neck of the woods already.
Doesn't push though, which is smart. Overextend. Flash coming out. Ooh. Reem with the slide.
Yeah, they were able to 180 the flash, but Reem was just too quick with it.
Oh, runs out of ammo. Goes down, but immediately gets traded out.
Yeah, another one to lose by the R button. It's a tough one. Boise, though, up to 3 points now. Keeps all but one alive for the next one. And look at the boomwhackers, the sticks. Nice glow in the field today.
We see, there should be, we see Chamber standing elegantly with his calling card there.
Yeah, looks like he's ready to pay for dinner.
Got both these teams waiting for the gate to go down. We need to see Bishop Kelly needs to get around here.
And look at that, like, the Sky and the Omen have figured it out. Like, this is their play. They check both sides. If they get smoked off, he rotates around anyways. He's going up for the door. Reem, though, is going to take Gizmo. An unexpected play there. Reem looking to kind of...
Senpai does have the knives. Could look to put in some big work here.
Oh, but that's just a thin distance shot with an elevation difference. It's a little bit difficult to track out where that head's going to be. Looks like they're getting a little bit melee here. He's going to back up. Reem considering pushing through. He'd rather be there when the smoke falls than walk through it. Senpai, can he make the right gamble here? Buzzy already going in for the plant. Low on options. Senpai kind of has to push forward. As the smoke goes down, he sees a couple things. Ooh, gets him.
3 knives left. Needs to get one. There we go. Gets the reset.
Keeps the reset. Trailblazer comes out. It's not enough. That slide is devastating. It's not there. Reem to find a third one. He shouldn't have been allowed to keep that. That was unreal. And on time alone, it's too close. Boise takes another one. It's 4-0.
Yep. Such a hard sight to retake there. The smokes just stay down, and you just got to wait them out, but you can't. See rifles on both sides. We do see one Spectre coming out here. Can put in some value. Just need to get those close range angles and kind of surprise opponents. It's where it really shines. But if they can get a couple rifles down here, this is going to hurt Boise's economy. What they need to do.
Scout destroyed.
Get some good intel with the dog, Sky Dog.
Yeah, using Trailblazer intel is always nice. AJ said he do the same as he sends it in through tree. Checks all the angles, doing very deliberate work there.
Yep.
Gets actually a decent amount of info, but he doesn't see anybody. It's all negative info, right? We talked about that process of elimination. Now they're going to go, oh, flying right in. Wow, Reem low on vision, has not a lot of options there, but stays alive still. A 5v4 is only one's gone down, and the spike is already planted. What a mess. People are all over each other. Senpai to find 2. Doing excellently this game. Really pulling it together. Gizmo and Senpai looking to keep fighting in here. Buzzy gets flashed to Senpai. Another flash in there. He's just dumping all of them. Senpai comes flying out after he needs his last one. It goes in for a second. That's a 4K. He has the ability.
Has the dash reset again as well. Breezy picks up 1.
The ace isn't broken and he wants it, goes in for it, has to switch to the classic and he gets an alt fire out. It's not quite there. Now the defuse has been disrupted so many times and it's shut down. A clutch to take it. Breezy finds a 3K, moves Boise up to 5 points, and now a timeout coming in on the term of Senpai one more time.
Yeah. Going back, just kind of need to reset here and kind of see what they can, kind of what they can do to move forward in this. We see some highlights. Senpai here with these really nice Vandal shots, just unable to have enough ammo in the mag to bring down Breezy there. And Breezy with just those really nice headhunter shots was able to pick up the round.
Okay. Just took a 13-7,
So
their first game is over.
we see the crowd here, just everyone's got these light sticks, really just showing what they got here, showing their support.
Woo. And look at all that support. And there's plenty of things to cheer for. We have more going on than it may seem. You've only got the one screen you're watching on, but us casters up here, we've got several. We know everything. And we know that Twin Falls just took their first game against Wood River in another neck of the woods. Dare I say, a 13-7. We've got some games playing in parallel as we try to chip away at this massive bracket. Got a lot of games to get through. So as we wait for this pause to come out from Senpai on the team of Bishop Kelly, we're going to see if they can really make a stand here.
Yeah, right away we did see Tour de Force coming out by Breezy here, seeing if they can get some really good value out of that. Basically just a free operator with a slow, so going to be pulling their weight if they can get these kills. Seeing what they can find. The trademark coming out, but going to be out of their range of it.
I would love to see a satisfying shutdown with this Tour de Force. People are already pushing through the vision denial to check things out. Bishop Kelly getting a little bit antsy for some more, but they're doing an excellent defense here. Boise has got to push their way in. Still spike in pocket. Positioned A little bit. People love to spin that bookshelf. It has been the way that people are moving in.
Yep, you see the fast lane coming up. Reem just moving in, gets spotted. They trade 2 for 1. Going to be very worth for the side of Boise.
And they've still got that ult available. He doesn't have to use it, but it's still up for him.
Holding the angle, caused with another one, getting in a triple. Senpai picking up 1, but Buzzy returns it. Gizmo just has a 1v3. Gotta just do as much damage to this economy that you can.
Oh, Buzzy looking for a coast as well. He's getting so close to anybody. One wrong move could be it for Gizmo, but look at that timing. And there it is. Buzzy waiting for just the right time. Is going to find it, bringing it to 6 points. Guarantees Boise a fair half here.
Yeah, like you mentioned, that timing was just as perfect as it could be there.
Yep.
Yeah.
On the other side of the house, we see Highland playing against Shelly. A 6-3 at the half.
Yeah, we see, I believe that was a save round for the side of Bishop Kelly, but rifles are out now and have proved to be much more of a threat this round. And just need to not get an early pick, which can result in losing a site. We see Termite, good at intel, coming out here, knows where the chamber is at. This B site such an awkward site, but you also can't just leave it alone for how central it is.
It's very right. It's a little bit of pain that cost Bishop Kelly a defender. It will soon cost Boise a defender as we are creeping up on the half.
Easy getting real low, but luckily able to heal back up with the Sky. Senpai going down. Let's push for the
One
smoke.
enemy remaining.
Getting caught on these rotates, and that'll be 4 members down from Bishop Kelly. Lux 0. It's all in their hands right now. See what damage they're able to do.
Do you think we can see a reverse ace clutch here?
Always a chance.
Simply not a flawless as the attackers take one more. Bishop Kelly goes down to Boise.
Yep. And just, that's just not too much to say. Just a really good round on the side of Boise. They just managed to win all their gunfights there. And it just, that's sometimes how the cookie crumbles. But new round, we have 4 ultimates on the side of Bishop Kelly here. A lot they can do with these. Specifically, like the Viper ult, just ulting on site can just deny an entire site right away. So we'll have to see if Bishop Kelly can put any of these to use. Skybird coming out with the neon push. Taking out Killjoy turret. Get some good intel and some good ground here. Reem getting some zoning in and just kind of getting what ground they can. Fastlane coming out, gonna be sprinting in. Not gonna find anyone, but they don't need to. They have part of the site. Sand Antizer pinched between, barely hanging on by a thread. They know they're there. See Gizmo. Good damage in. Reem almost down, and actually does go down. Buzzy picking up 1 in return. Lux 0, some good damage. It goes down to pause here. AJ gonna blind throughout the blind. Does blind 1. See Jet Knives coming out. Buzzy picking up another though. Knows where they are. Concuss going out. Buzzy picks up the kill. Senpai by themselves, but we've seen Senpai and the work they can put in, so not to be underestimated.
Yeah, to double down on that Jet as well.
Gets the knife. Knows who they are. Gets TP. Gets behind him.
Oh, tricky one.
Buzzy with the 4K.
What wild positioning there, though. Buzzy would not have found that if it weren't for the Omen just running Senpai in circles.
Yeah.
Senpai doing well on the KDA, though.
What a great Omen TP play.
Oh,
you
yeah.
you love to see them.
And the spinning door, they're so satisfying. It's just fun. It's the game. It's the way that I want the game to be played, you know? It's highlight reel material.
Oh, yeah. Like, you always want to do those as Omen, but, you know, every time you do it, you teleport and just get headshot immediately.
Yep.
See, just Boise with the econ here. It's such a good place. KOS getting some good ground. Gizmo with the Viper ult and the Judge. Not something you want to walk into.
No. Yeah, scary situation. Bishop Kelly keeping it nice and slow. They know that it's not their turn. Boise with a coordinated attack coming to fly in on this site.
Reem getting some good ground here. Using that neon speed how they need to make sure the site is secured.
And Valley View takes their first game against Wood River.
Senpai does pick up Reem. Big kill.
Ooh, Breezy. A cheeky one. Breezy was not part of the coordinated push that went straight on the C. Instead, they floated around B, and it paid off for them as they take one by surprise. Defender Killjoy pushing anyone from the spike as they get a chance to come in and defuse. That's the scary thing about planting too early. You're setting the game into a new phase you may not be ready for.
Gizmo with a double.
Flying in immediately.
Senpai
Gizmo.
with a third. They get the defuse. Both go down to Breezy. Could Breezy get an ace in this time? Senpai actually stealing it away. Getting revenge for that almost ace they lost to Breezy.
Ace theft is always upsetting, but at least they took a win. Bishop Kelly to get point 1. It's a nice thing to have. It could be the start of something new. I can't call it a comeback. but the people are happy.
I believe Breezy had a 3K when they stole Senpai's ace as well, so the exact mirror.
Interesting. It's payback. It's personal. Bishop Kelly looking to find some more. They're staying solid here. A absolutely shut down with all the utility. Boise doesn't know though.
Yep. Trailblazer getting some intel. Needs the door open for it.
Oh, the door's a little bit slow. So not a lot of info found. Breezy looking to push in on B's site. He's comfortable there. It's a playground for him.
Breezy just kind of seeing what they can see here. Don't have to be aggressive. They just need to hold this zone. Kind of the battle of how patient you can be here. Both sides are kind of just looking for him. There's some shots getting exchanged. They have some intel now though. Viper wall goes up. Got KOS picking up Senpai, but Gizmo trading one back with AJ. Oh no!
Oh, shut down.
Ooh.
They
Luck
did not
0.
accept his passport, and he got defused
30
by the
seconds
door.
left.
Holding this angle. Gets the pick onto Buzzy.
Down. C.
Huge kill. Bishop Kelly 4v2 in a very good spot here. 14 seconds left. Don't have much time.
10 seconds
The
left.
Omen will coming out.
A side, it's intense. Down to the last couple seconds. Close going into the plant. It's an absolute buzzer beater. He gets it out, and the game enters a new phase. It's going to be TPing back just a little bit. Bishop Kelly looking to fly in and shut things down. They hear it, but they've got to see it. They've got to get down there and touch it. Bishop Kelly, since even more in, the numbers game is in their favor, and Boise has decided to back off a little bit and let them come in for the taking. It's easy to shut one down, but Lux 0 makes it a 1-for-1. Boise, one left alive. Ghost, can he hold the ground? It doesn't look like it. Lux coming in for the defuse as BK gets .2.
You can hear the hype coming out from BK here.
People are excited. People like BK.
Such a good round. Just that pick on the Buzzy early on was just massive.
Oh, yeah.
Buzzy had the spike, and that really just forced their hand to burn the Omen TP to cross the map to even plant. Keep this momentum up. This is a good place to be if you're Bishop Kelly right now. Just getting these 2 rounds and kind of keeping this econ rolling.
On the other side of the house, Blackfoot takes a little bit of a fall. A shame to see. Twin falls on the up.
Lux 0 blind coming out in the fast lane. Saw one, unable to.
Yeah, just such thin angles. Can't quite hold it together. Goes around for re-hit on the other side and can't keep it. Termite will find one. Buzzy to set him down. The hype for Bishop Kelly is unreal. I feel like there's good guys and bad guys.
Getting just barely misses through that smoke. Breezy gonna watch that flank, make sure no one gets the long rotate. Buzzy and Gizmo exchanging shots back and forth.
Just looking for something at all as
Last
Boise sits
player
right on top of
standing.
the spike. It's now down to Senpai like it has been so many times before. Playing against Buzzy, he finds one, but it's the timer's so low.
Yeah, at this point, it's. Oh, Senpai though, doesn't care.
Doing
Picks
well.
up
He's going to
one.
shut them down, taking all the outros. There's another one. Dashes away, a little bit of a gun change. Going to keep watching for one last outro if it's going to be there. It's not. They're on different sides.
Yeah,
They both make it through the next one. Bishop Kelly doing well to put a dent in things, right? He's still just 3 orbs, kills, plants, or diffuses away from getting knives again. But we already have knives on board for the other team.
yeah. With this being the last round of the half, the damage to the econ is good. It should help set him up for this round. And, just managing to get that triple there is always satisfying.
We have the potential for a second 9-3. It looks like the scores are pretty well set. Bishop Kelly would love to take this last one before moving straight in, and here it is, Gizmo with the judge. We finally get to see it foregoing his long range to have a devastating angle cutter.
The Killjoy turret getting a little bit of damage in there. Luck Zero actually picking up an early kill. Gonna be massive, as that was the omen. No more smokes.
No more smokes, no more TP runarounds, and no more right-handed position. Boise did have a little bit of a push on the A side, but it's gone now. Now Neon has to replace it, but Termite shutting things down, finds another one.
Oh.
The behind flash, tries to 180 and gets pinched. Unreal. Termite doing great moves there.
Yeah, you have to wonder what happened there, 'cause there was never a call out for that.
Right.
See, Reem picking up one.
Last player standing.
Now picks up two. Lineup for him. And now it is a 2v1 with 35 seconds left. Dog coming out actually does land a concuss. And Senpai with the
alt fire.
updraft.
Yeah.
And yep, we're in
Switching
another
sides.
9-3.
Very exciting. Bishop Kelly looking to fight their way through this.
Yep, we get the one, and just they throw the flash, expecting them to be looking for him, and back turned.
We have a timeout active right now. Infinite timeouts active for a minute there as Senpai calls it one more time. I like seeing these timeouts coming out. Senpai recognizes that that is a utility that you get to use. And look at this. You guys are on TV. How does it feel? Yeah, the cheers in the house. Very, very exciting. Very, very exciting.
Oh yeah, and just the whole place is packed. It's always great to see just all these people coming out.
And this is actually the other side of the house, which is totally packed as well, running their own gig, their own side of the setup. We see some maps going through, fist bumps back and forth, boiling down all the competition, getting to see who gets this beautiful trophy right here on the desk. Look at that. Yeah, all the hype.
Yeah, both these teams just taking a minute to kind of dial it back in, you know. We've seen just a lot of these close rounds, and it's just like that little bit, you can't lose focus now kind of thing.
We see Valorant doing well and wants to shut down this big push coming from Senpai and the crew on the team of Bishop Kelly. Bishop Kelly now on the attack. Would love to come barreling down the center and find another one.
Yeah, and we see just kind of a mental reset as well. We're back on pistol round. It's a whole new game again. Can go either way. This pistol round, like we mentioned before, though, it's going to be huge because it kind of sets the pace of the game. So,
yeah, but like you're saying, it really does kind of reset it. You have to treat it like a new game. You have to let the momentum die down, especially if you're Bishop Kelly. You can't let that get to your head.
we see some good ground being taken here. Smokes and flashes coming out, but no push. Little bit of shots coming through. Breezy opening this door, but they may not want to as 4 members of Bishop Kelly run out of it. Breezy gets away, actually goes down now, but AJ had no TP away and was just stuck with all 4 members.
Spike planted.
We see Spike going down now. 5v3. Bishop Kelly in a really good spot. The double peek though. Reem taking down Luck Zero. Senpai picking up Buzzy though. Only 2 members left in the site of Boise. Gonna be a tough task to get them to push through the site. They don't have a lot of time to wait around here, but Bishop Kelly doing such a good job of zoning them off. You see the slide in, taking some damage, going down. Cause picks up 1 and Senpai a 3rd.
Excellently done. Bishop Kelly just chipping away at the marble that it is Boise to create a beautiful statue of themselves, bringing it up to a 4-9, making ground on that curse. On the other side of the house, we got some things happening. Valley View, who's up by 1 game, is playing off against Wood River, and they're in the lead by 5 points at an 8-3, nearing the half. Twin Falls, who is also up 1 game, is playing 3-3 against their opponent.
A lot of close games here.
There are some close games. Shelly, 1 up, playing against Highland, is at a 9-7. So far, looks like the winners are winning.
Reem, the early push, has the frenzy. Cause picking up 1. Oh my goodness.
Wow, what a shutdown. What a dogfight. We love rounds that can be contained in one replay, but now a scramble for the spike. It's one defense, one offense. Bishop Kelly v. Gizmo. On other sides of the door, Gizmo is going to find the spike and looking to make this big push for Bishop Kelly.
Yeah, everything literally just happened all in that instant. Couldn't even tell exactly what went on there, but the submachine guns versus the pistol is 4v4 for 4.
Doesn't look like we're totally cognizant of the angles going on.
Yep, they need to find this last person. Have the advantage with the submachine gun, but they will need to plant the spike at some point. They just need to clear their angles. Gizmo gets around the corner and will get it.
And Bishop Kelly Valorant's Gizmo on the attacking side.
Yeah, when they needed to clutch up, they did.
They did. He found it.
Gets the spike plant as well, which is huge. That little bit extra cash going your way.
Don't be confused by the name swap. The attacking side is BKV, or Bishop Kelly Valorant.
Yeah, we see looking like a bonus round. We do see a Vandal coming out, but I believe they will still be able to buy next round regardless. The fast lane coming out here and the blind. A lot of util burned all at once there to get this ground. Gonna make it hard to push through. Gonna be firing through the smoke. Not gonna find anything, but gonna definitely deter people from lurking around there. Got the sneaky angle here. Gets one.
A tough thing of them all playing in a pack together. Boise going crazy. AJ17, Reem, and Buzzy going to find their one each. It's down to the last two. Bishop Kelly has got to hold steady here. They did make a lot of movement. Now they've got to hold it in. AJ17 to shut him down with Buzzy getting in for his second kill.
Getting that flawless.
It was almost not a flawless. Neon was low on health, but a flawless to be sure. Boise hitting the double digits and doubling up on Bishop Kelly.
Yeah. Want to reiterate on what you mentioned earlier on Haven. Like, once you leave that area, it's not your map anymore.
Yeah.
Like, we kind of just saw it there with AJ just kind of walking up. It's like, if you have everyone all bunched up like that, even though that's technically your part of the map,
right?
You've
made a sacrifice.
So
yeah, you're very strong there, but you're weak everywhere else. And you can't just look at a map and know what's contested. You have to see where the players have been. Then look at this. I don't like saying it, but look at this aggression. Boise is up in their face. Bishop Kelly's kind of locked down in the same spot. They want a recreation of last round again and again. Breezy coming around the outside. Takes Senpai down without a threat and through the blinds. Looks to find another. It's not going to be there. Gizmo finds him first. Koss, Buzzy, and Reem each to find their one, and a shutdown on the last one is Koss. Finds another one at Boise, bringing in .11, just two more. The hype is here. People want them to win. People want Bishop Kelly to do more. It's a 5v11.
I think it's just one of those things where it's like you can't just put all 5 members in one spot. Like, it's a good thing if you're trying to push, but sometimes you need to almost just default and just put people all across the map, hold these angles for a minute before you commit to anything.
It is a little bit backwards, though. We see Boise being the ones chopping at the bit and really pushing in first, whereas Bishop Kelly's on the attacking side. They're kind of forcing him to defend. Reem going crazy, finds a spike down so quick.
With the slide. KOS with the spray down, though. Sand Sanitizer and Senpai, the only people left. The blind going out. Breezy picking up the kill. And Sand Sanitizer going down to KOS again.
Boise has found their nook, their niche here, and they're playing into it. It's all down to muscle memory now. Boise is just devastating here.
Yep, they got this momentum, and they're not slowing down.
Bishop Kelly is only down, you know, cred-wise and buy-wise by a couple of shields here. They have the potential.
Yeah, we see basically a full buy here. We see a Guardian coming out, opting to have that instead of a Vandal or a Phantom.
I've got your trail.
See the flash come out. Big. No follow-up, though. More of a deterrent than anything.
After a
AJ
ding,
going
Senpai to
down.
find another one. Breezy waiting on the side to take care of him from above. Oh, he just can't trace it. Position compromised. He finds
Picks up
one and
one.
TP's out.
Spike planted.
With 13 health remaining. No Sky on their side anymore, though, so not coming back from that.
Yeah, no heals anymore.
Getting one shot in, but the door will just close right up again.
Shadows traveling.
Gotta go.
See, gotta clear this site. Door just spinning round and around. Gets concussed. Gotta do something. Running out of time here. And Spike will get defused, and that'll be it.
Yeah, that is game as Boise High School Valorant team is going to take their second game. And on a 2-map system, they take it 2-0. Cheer for the players there, though they are.
Yep.
Absolutely excellent, done by everyone. Handshakes all around, fist bumps here and there. Everybody coming off the stage. Keep the hype live in the stadium.
Yep, we see handshakes coming out here, and just, yeah, what a well-fought match between them.
And look at this beautiful graphic. Man, I love the graphics. Call me a visual learner, but Boise takes Bishop Kelly, and we see Valley View and Wood River are playing it off, though Valley View is up 1. So far that's getting to a closer game. Shelly and Highland playing against each other, but Shelly has their first game, and it was down to a 9-7 last I saw. So Shelly projected to take that one, but Highland could turn it around at any time. And Twin Falls v Blackfoot. Twin Falls, I believe, already took their first one against Blackfoot. Indeed they did.
Yeah, a lot of neck and neck games here.
Neck and neck, indeed. I'm so excited to see it continue on. Look at the players shut everything down, taking the peripherals out as we put other people up on deck. The Knights flying in.
Yep. Just, like, it's got to feel good to finally finish, because these games are so, like,
It's a bit. This early in the morning, there's a lot going on.
So, yeah, as we see just all these other games going on right now, it looks like another one of them just finished. We'll have to see which teams those were, but we see one going on right now. Seeing these teams. Okay, we have Twin Falls actually playing off right now on this left monitor here. Seeing them still facing off. Looks like a bunch of close rounds here just by their reactions. We'll have to see is just all these teams just competing to stay in this top bracket here and win this great trophy.
Looks like Valley View takes it against Wood River, so they're going to be our second victors. And we're just going to keep talking on. We're just going to keep talking on as people decide to float in and out of the arena, handing the light sticks all around Boise, shutting things down. Yeah, so Valley View moving on to the next, as well as Boise. And we're going to see Wood River as well as Bishop Kelly going down to secondary brackets. We've also got Kel on this deck. Look at him go.
Holding the fort.
Yeah, he really is.
Yeah, so, next Valley View and Boise High here.
We have a player of the game, if you'd like to make your biggest stabs at who it could be. Player of the game, if anyone is unfamiliar, is just the people who really did it. Just the big MVPs that made it happen. Your Idaho Central ICSU player of the game, Bubbles. Bubbles. Is that Buzzy?
Yeah.
Senpai?
Oh, I want to say it's Senpai.
I want to say it's Senpai. Looks like we've got some Senpai stuff. He's going to go down to Breezy, unfortunately, in this clip, but he just goes off the handle sometimes.
I believe it is Senpai.
Cool.
So, yeah, Senpai here coming out. We see just playing phenomenally, just holding BK up and just we had Breezy and Buzzy, like, for the side of Boise, just as those top frags, and we had Senpai just being that counterbalance to, like, even things out consistently.
And I assume Senpai would be in an IGL position considering that he called all of the timeouts, and it was good to see him do that. And we talked about those timeouts are just an extra tool in your kit that a lot of people ignore, and it's a shame because it's so valuable and it's so nice to have that momentum kind of cool down and everything slow out a little bit. We're seeing the arena refresh. Welcome in all. Go ahead and give yourself some claps. Good to see you here as we're looking to face off. We'll take a little break as people settle in and we get diving into the next game. Bishop Kelly has left the turf, and Kelly's going to usher in a new set of players to face off on deck. Go ahead and check out your top 5 plays of the game, brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard, a proud sponsor of Boise State Esports. Top plays presented to you, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking into skills into real time with more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice totally paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out to them at Twitch on iGuard Gaming, or if you're in the studio, just talk to them. They're walking all around and they're ready to listen to you. Go ahead and check out these top 5 plays of the game, the most exciting highlights, and we'll be right back to it after this break.
And they would have gone down.
Oh, definitely.
Gizmo taking a little bit. Senpai picking up one. Buzzy 2, though. Senpai does manage to find a Spectre.
Oh, no!
Yeah,
Double lateral.
They line up, get some shots. Doesn't know exactly where they are, and unfortunately had to reload.
Caught on the reload right in the...
Serious work in here if they find the shots they need to.
Boise understanding the win con, making sure they don't push when they don't need to, just playing that clock down. Alex, though, moving away and finds one. Senpai from above gets so close, switches to the sidearm, but can't hold it together. Team G buzzing, Cost, on 2. Gizmo, Lux 0. Lux 0 closes it out.
Smoke coming out. Get some intel. Knows that at least some of them are pushing here. Jet Knives coming out as well. Breezy with the curveball here. Doesn't find anything. Lux 0 just holding back. Lux 0 picking up 2.
Whoa. Lux 0, the anchor, doing excellent.
To Boise to hold on to this. Some shots going out. Just kind of got to wait for these shock darts coming out. Cause picking up one, and Breezy another. Breezy on the flank picks up 3, and that'll be the round. 2 for 1. Going to be very worth for the side of Boise.
And they've still got that ult available. He doesn't have to use it, but it's still up for him.
Holding the angle, Cause with another one, getting a triple. Senpai picking up 1, but Buzzy returns it.
Hey there, this is Doc. I am sitting here with Colonel Cody McRoberts of the Idaho Army National Guard. Big cheese over there. We're talking games, and so I'm going to ask, and this is, it almost exposes your soul a little bit. What are you playing? What are your games? Favorite games?
Well, thanks for having me, Doc. I
You
really
bet.
appreciate being here. Been here a couple of years ago, and it keeps improving every time, and it's really
It's just
neat to
getting
see.
bigger, yeah.
Yeah, but as far as my favorite games, I mean, that's a tough question to answer. So I'll kind of wrap it up by saying I really enjoy strategy games and also first-person shooters.
Okay.
My favorite strategy games are the Command & Conquer series.
Yeah.
And also Age of Empires. My favorite first-person shooters is the Battlefield series.
Yep.
Favorite game to play with my family is probably Worms Armageddon, and it's a
Yeah.
fun, lighthearted, turn-based strategy game. But when I have time now, what I like playing is a Star Wars Squadrons, which is a space-based
yeah.
flight simulation game.
So let's ask about Squadrons, because Squadrons is pretty awesome. So where do you find yourself most often? What roles? I mean, since it really is like a class-based, combat sim.
Sure, I really like the X-Wings.
Yeah.
I like the TIE Interceptors, and it's all flight-based.
Yeah.
I convinced my wife to put a joystick and a throttle on my desk at home, so that was nice. But
Very cool. It's fun to be in that universe, and Squadrons is awesome. I think when it came out, we immediately started asking other colleges who wants to compete with us in this, even if it's just a one-off, because I just wanted to command a Star Wars battle, right?
Sure.
I've got the gels for it.
Yeah.
It's a trap. So for you, I mean, those are all good games. Can I ask a question about the Battlefield series? So if we go back to the original one, 1942, which has maybe one of the best soundtracks. If our young viewers are not seeing that, look it up and just listen to that beautiful soundtrack. It almost sounds like John Williams level.
Probably the best soundtrack out of the Battlefield series was Battlefield Vietnam. It was really good music.
Yeah, and that started from, so there was a Battlefield multiplayer game, and then there was a mod.
Yes,
the
mod,
Desert
Alpha.
Yeah, Desert Alpha, where basically you plugged in this mod and all the vehicles changed, and so you were playing El Alamein with Huey gunships and
or T-72.
Yeah, exactly. All these modern weapons. That was super fun. And then they were like, well, if people want to play other periods of time, let's come out with this. And the Vietnam was really good because you could fly those gunships, and you could almost that was my favorite role in that game, is flying those gunships and coming in and and picking up people and dropping them off, especially in those objective based where you had to almost capture the flag styles.
Yeah, and that's probably my favorite thing about the Battlefield series is you could be a first person walking around, or you could get in any of the vehicles and interact, whether it be ground vehicles or air vehicles, and even some to an extent sea vehicles. So.
Yeah, that was pretty dang cool. So how long have you been gaming?
Oh, probably over or nearly 40 years.
What was your first gaming machine?
Well, so, growing up here in Boise, Idaho, we didn't, in the 80s and 90s, we didn't have gaming systems in the house so much, right? Some Ataris were coming out, some Segas.
There were no scholarships yet, so I couldn't make the case to your family.
We were spending nickels and then quarters in arcades.
Pojos back when it was still up on Overland.
Right, the nickel
exactly.
pallets. Yes. I probably expanded into gaming more frequently and at home when PCs and the internet became more available in the 90s.
Yeah.
And then
with your modem.
Right. Yes, dial-up. But then I probably got into console gaming with the Nintendo 64 when that came out, and mainly because my son was old enough to play at that point. And that was a Star Wars Rogue Squadron.
Oh,
so there's a theme here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you can fall back into a universe like that, it's awesome. Yeah. So you've been playing for a minute. Okay. Well, we'll return here just a little bit more. We've got more to talk about, but we'll see you real quick. Hey there. This is Doc.
holding tight while it lasted. I thought that we were forever. I didn't know any better. Took a second chance, trusted you again. I feel shattered. Broken strings, cause you play me like a violin. Shame on me for all your 7 deadly sins. Had it all, but you craved attention. Drowning in your own reflection. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. Shattered from the past, wish you were my last. Shattered me to pieces like broken glass. Frozen looking at pictures that we took back in the summer. I thought that I would remember how we used to feel, but this isn't real. Now we're over. Take it all, there's nothing left here anyway. We used to talk, but now we don't know what to say. Now we're just two passing strangers. We tried, you lied, goodbye forever. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. Shattered from the past, wish you were my last. Shattered me to pieces like broken glass. Came from a broken home. I've seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through. Claiming you're not like the other guys. And only if I could give you a chance. Show me that you mean it. We'll feel some type of way. I'm trying to keep my heart in peace. I just
but you sleep in my clothes. No, it ain't right. I've been stressing at night. We're together, but I feel alone. How long do I stand here in the fire? How long do I try before I'm on my own? How long do I walk across the wire? Stay till we fall. We don't know how to act. We get chaotic and say things we wanna take back. Is there a reason that we're still together? How long do we stand here in the fire? How long do we try before we're on our own? How long do we walk across the wire? Stay till we fall. Give me something to hold on to. I can't help how I think about you. You've moved on like I'm about to. 'Cause you don't really mean that. You don't really mean that.
I lost your attention. I'm running out your mind. Don't know the direction to your side. Got the wrong impression. I thought that we were fine, but now it's turned to ice. So you decide, and I just wait. I don't get you, I don't chase. So you decide, and I'll just save my time. I guess we'll never know, but don't say that you're sorry. Don't say that you're sorry, girl. 'Cause we came almost too close, but don't say that you're sorry. You don't really want me, girl. It's already broken. I don't wanna talk. I'm already looking for something more. But if you wanna link up, you can hit the line. Call me anytime. So you decide, and I'll just wait. I don't get you, I don't chase. So you decide, and I'll just save my time. I guess we'll never know, but don't say that you're sorry. Don't say that you're sorry, girl. 'Cause we came almost too close, but don't say that you're sorry. You don't really want me, girl. Don't leave me on, don't let my phone. Don't leave me on if you don't really want me, girl. Don't leave me on, don't let my phone. Don't leave me on if you don't really want me, girl. I heard that you wanna be something. Why you gotta treat me like nothing, yeah? I heard that you wanna be something. You're already talking. I guess we'll never know, but don't say that you're sorry. Don't say that you're sorry, girl. We came almost too close, but don't say that you're sorry. You don't really want me, girl. Don't leave me on, don't let my phone. Don't leave me on if you don't really want me, girl. Don't leave me on, don't let my phone. Don't leave me on if you don't really want me, girl.
Breathing like I'm short on air. And every time we reach a new horizon, it's like you don't care. And we're leading something bare. And in the water I see cold reflections of what's really there. I'm not waiting on love, our time has come. We're fighting empires and I want to feel the fire again. It's not easy to love when the world is numb. We're fighting empires and we're gonna feel the fire so hard to see, and I'm asking you to fight. Just but the difficulty breaking free from what's really there. I'm not waiting on love, our time has come. We're fighting empires and I want to feel the fire again. It's not easy to love when the world is numb. We're fighting empires and we're gonna feel the fire again. I'm not waiting on love, our time has come. We're fighting empires and I want to feel the fire again. It's not easy to love when the world is numb. We're fighting empires and we're gonna feel the fire again. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof, we know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof, we know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof, we know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof, we know we're future proof.
Welcome back, everybody, to Boise State University's Esports Arena. Fill the place on in as you are watching our coverage of the Esports State Championship here in Idaho, presented by the Idaho Central Credit Union. Today we are going to be using more Valorant to fill your feed. This year, over 100 teams from 26 different high schools across Idaho have been boiled down to the best of the best, and when the dust settles, we will find the state champion. Today, it is Greg Smith. I'm your host, and Hayden Dalton up here on the desk to cover everything and give away this beautiful trophy to the people who deserve it. So we saw an excellent first game going off between Bishop Kelly and Boise High School, and Boise took it, so they are back on the desk playing off against Valley View, who knocked Wood River down into the lower brackets to play. Also, on the other side of the house, we have a couple other things going on. We've got a show showcasing their Rocket League teams as well, covering the Rocket League for today. And they also had some other games going on. So we saw Blackfoot, unfortunately, took a fall against Twin Falls. So Twin Falls will be moving up as well. And we will continue to see these lower brackets play out as well as the upper ones. Talking about Valorant in specific, and here's the brackets for you. Boise playing off against Bishop Kelly. We took that one. Bishop Kelly fought well, but did not quite find it. Now they have a chance against Wood River to continue moving on up. Shelley and Highland are playing off to see who takes that one, as are Twin Falls and Blackfoot. And they will be moving on to the desk after playing their respective games and playing whoever takes this one in a best-of-2 map situation. Doc's keys to the game to win those maps in Valorant is to focus angles and flank, know that win con, count cards, and call abilities, and of course, click heads. This is brought to you by Drop-In Gaming. Drop-In Gaming is a premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming is the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at dropingaming.com. Best of 2 map is a little bit strange because it's like a best of 3. If you're in a tie situation, though, on those first 2 games, then it comes down to the point score of the last 2 games, right? So if you absolutely smash out the first game, then you get a little bit of leeway on the second one. So every round matters, and we've already seen that kind of affecting the gameplay, as these early rounds that are pistol rounds aren't just kind of free throw here or there anymore. It's not just to figure things out and set up the game. There's already a running score from the previous match. So things are tense and things are tight and things have been important every single step of the way.
Yeah, just going into these, we see even if you're down, even if you're behind, like, get as many rounds as you can. Like, I mean, obviously, yeah, you want to get all of them, but, you know, every last round matters here, so just you got to give it 100% every single round. Like, even when you're down, it's pistols versus rifles. You got to try and at least, like, you may not win that round, but if you can do some damage and win the next round because of it.
Definitely so. So we see this snowball effect and this momentum. And I was just talking to Coach Dunlap of the Blackfoot team, and he was talking a lot about momentum and how important it is to stay in the mindset and keep going. And it's all about energy, and that team is all about energy. And I'd love to see a lot of energy in the studio room here that we're in. These are the boys on deck. Give them a big clap. Give them a little hands of applause. They're doing absolutely fantastic, coming in for these championships from all around. I mean, some of these places are not close. Boise is. Boise's close to Boise, but some of these teams are coming a ways out here for this competition. So we've got people on deck, and they're running into the lobby. We would love to see what kind of maps they've got going on. These 2 maps are going to be decided pretty shortly, as well as their compositions, and then they'll dive right into it. But now that you've seen the first game, are you looking for anything in particular, anything exciting you'd like to see, anything on your checklist, your bucket list for this map?
I kind of want to see just how Boise plays into this different team, because we saw it with Bishop Kelly. They were very tight and very focused on, like, sticking around each other, and that gave Boise a lot of space to kind of push forward and be that aggressive force that they are. So seeing if a team can capitalize on not giving them that space as early as they can and just kind of controlling as much of the map as they are comfortable with instead of just conceding a lot of it, how that changes the pace of the game.
Yeah, it's important to recognize that every time you play a game, you can have a different composition and a different map and a different mindset play style that you're going for, but you always have to accommodate for the way that the other team is playing. We're going to be seeing in map 1 be Haven again. Here's a little bit of a graphic for you. There it is in all of its glory. That's another 3 site. So we've seen every map so far have 3 sites. It's not typical. We could see some 2 site madness going on later on, but this is always a fun one to start off on. It's my favorite map, hands down. I'm willing to say that out loud. So I'm excited to see them come barreling in. And this is kind of fun because if they've practiced this map a lot and they have a set composition that they like to play on this map, then we could see, let's see it. Yeah, we could see the exact same composition on the same map from the same team perform entirely differently against a different set of attackers. So we get to see if they have this dynamacy in the play style that is critical for a win all the way to the end. So this attacking team, as we see game captain, Saucy, Hawaiian Taco, David, and 205 coming in from Valley View High School.
From some of these previous matches, as we saw, we did host some of the lead-up matches to this scene. Specifically, I'm going to say game captain here on the Yoru. Has just been a menace on the Yoru, and just that top fragger kind of filling that same role that for Bishop Kelly had with their with Senpai, just where they're just that one-man army, that force to kind of just carry the momentum of that round for their team.
And here it is. Yeah, give them a clap. They're running right into Haven. Ooh, I like the coordination here in the cards.
Oh yeah, always strikes fear when you see the coordinated cards.
Something fear-striking. This game, we like to say it's not over till it's over, but that can really stretch sometimes. Right now, Twin Falls is playing against Blackfoot 16-17. They're in pentuple overtime right now. Pentuple overtime.
Goodness.
Tensions
Yeah,
are high. They're sweating. I've seen people switch out the mouse.
We talked about every round mattering, and yeah, it doesn't get any more
intense
like
than that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a tight game and a tough one, and I would love to see something like that up on the desk. Not to speak anything into existence, but we have got Boise playing up against Valley View, both the victors of their teams, and every team here had to go through some qualifying stages. Like you said, we played some qualifiers here for everybody before season, the preseason lead up to the big playoffs here. Esports State Championships for Idaho, right here in the capital city, a block away from the capital on Bannock. 18 seconds before the gates go up, and we've already got the rosters set. We see a very similar lineup from Boise, very duelist and initiator forward, not very controlling like their second map was, but Valley View, on the other hand, a little bit more of a controlling sense. You definitely have that duelist position that's very high energy coming out of that Yoru, which we don't see picked very often, as well as the Jet coming in high speed.
We see the Phoenix coming out again. Good blind here, actually picks up one, but gets traded by 205 right back.
Very quick right off the gates, a lot of eye contact and even 2 downs, 1 for each side. A 1v1 in like 5 seconds is something that we usually see on the pistol round. And look at that, just intimidation shots straight through the smoke. Someone's staying steady here, making sure to be easy on the defuse. Boise on the defense, sorry, does not want to be moving anywhere they don't need to be. The win con is defense stays and attack comes to them. Valley View's doing well to make their way downtown, though. David taking a little bit of dance fire around with AJ-17, who we saw pull some crazy clutches last round.
AJ going down to Saucy here. Same with Fuzzy. Valley View getting this site control where they need it.
Last player standing.
Last one left gets Sage Wall off, giving him only 1 point of entry. Gonna make it really hard to even deal any damage here. Probably gonna want to play for exit frags at this point, but not exactly a lot you can do.
Ooh.
Gets the pick. Actually gets 2 picks. Huge. The more damage they can do, the better.
Yeah, that spike is so close. Reem has got very low options there, but Reem just showed a good understanding of the technicality. I mean, he passed geometry with an A for sure. Knowing that the long angle gets to walk nice and slow, he got to stand there and line it up and take an easy shot onto the forehead, while his opponent had no idea what was happening, because the short angle just doesn't see the shoulders as soon. So that was a good play right there, and he earned his double just through practice, dedication, but just couldn't clutch it down and find that defuse. I'll admit the timer was low and it wasn't looking good, so Valley View takes .1 against Boise. The victors, both of them, of their games last round as we move into stage 2 of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, showing Reem with the most credits on their team, a little bit less. Just good discipline. Hopefully a good showing to come.
The Yoru fake out. If you shoot that, you get blinded, so you can't do it. It's going to be running into the wall, finally dies down. No shots.
AJ
except
on
for
the
a few.
big flank, double check the angles. Breezy picking up one, gets the Bulldog. Gonna heal right back up with the hot hands.
Yep.
Saucy throws the grenade out. Actually hits themselves with it and goes down to AJ. David managed to get the plant down. Reem goes down. Elasta's Hawaiian Taco here. Has to hold this plant and goes down to Breezy. And that will be Boise actually beating them with pistols against the round 2 bye.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's an upset. Yeah, that Thrifty upset is so devastating because now Valley View gets no bonus and Boise gets the bonus 1 in. They kind of steal round 1, which we do not see very often, and it's usually a tell sign of some trickery afoot. These are the kind of players who grab like a Marshall round 3 and find an op round 4, or will, you know, critical save for the first 2 or 3 rounds so they can get an early op.
Yeah,
Like,
and I mean, just such a good play. Getting that early flank, you get the Bulldog, and then it's kind of like a snowball from there. It's like all of a sudden you don't have a frenzy, you have a Bulldog evening the playing field.
Yeah, look, the Bulldogs already coming out with the top fraggers on the side. 205. The first time we've seen an Astra be played this game, this tournament.
Don't see it very often, but in coordinated teams, it can be a very good pick.
Yeah, the people who got a lot of Astra practice early on are going to be really comfortable with this map in particular. This one was a must-pick Astra all the time until she was more Fuzzy. Going to find 205, who was lurking around a little bit earlier, setting up those Astra walls. Fuzzy, crazy with the angle there, is able to trace it out like it's another round of Kovacs, clearly warmed up from the last game. Is able to shut down one more. AJ coming into the defuse, but it's not going to be there. Buzzy finds a third one. I keep saying their names. They're so good. Reem going in for the defuse now is Saucy, trying to attack, but he attacks into so much. He's going to find one, but he goes down, and Reem with an easy defuse just hold the 4 button, and defenders take round 2, as they were slated to after the big upset.
Yeah. Getting the plant down, though, for the side of Valley View does make it a lot better situation than it could have. Because you're most likely not going to win the gunfights, but just getting the extra credits from just getting the spike down is... They've already done what they needed to for the round, and everything else was just icing on the cake.
Yep. Yeah, and while it's nice to have an iced cake, the cake itself is what matters. So getting those plants, getting the defuses, getting any ult charges you can, extra kills here and there, just tack damage, salt and pepper. Like you said, those 300 creds that come from the little, just getting the plant out. Valley View now down 1 point.
Boise with the bonus round.
Buzzy just a little bit too late, and now game captain has milked out 1 shot and a little bit of information. No one is going to be playing on C anymore. And if they do, it's going to be a mean wrap around from the double doors. As they centralize the forces, so does Boise, leaving only 1 down A long. Icing off to divide that crossfire, making sure there's no 50-50. A bounce from the Yoru, doing well. Game captain is going to scare some foes away. David finally coming in for the kills and the dogfight. All the dominoes fall down. The wall of Jenga is happening. As everybody takes a kill, several to the head, but AJ-17 is going to be the one to find it. And Buzzy, a 1 from a distance with the op. As the dust settles, it's a 3v2. And the spike is counting. Breezy coming around with a wild pinch. He's going to find one, no problem. Quick with it, sees another, and takes it from a distance. That's a spray to the floor. Breezy with the Bulldog. He's going to make an easy defuse for him.
Yeah, saving the spike defuse for the Omen. Just make sure they get that little bit of optimization.
Love to see him min-maxing it.
Yep, 3 ults on the board now. Very good position on the side of Boise. What a good discipline from Breezy here. They saw him, they didn't have quite an angle, so they didn't panic shoot, and then just lined up, and they're just like, hold on, guys, I got this. Just wait a second, and just clean up. We see kind of a force spy coming out from the side of Valley View. It's going to be a little tough ask here. You got to always wonder where that op's going to be playing from. Actually loses the ultimate here. Very quickly gets shut down. Barely any damage.
Oh, game captain with an unfortunate switch to the knife after he did not see an op on C. He was probing for it just like he did last round, but the op was in another neck of the woods, so he goes down and bringing it to a 4-5 on Boise's team. Now Breezy moving it up to another one. We keep saying his name. He's doing great.
Breezy, yeah. Seeing Breezy on this Phoenix of all things definitely can tell it's just a comfort pick because you don't see Phoenix very much.
No, almost never. I mean, Phoenix was a joke for a long time, but it is definitely coming back, becoming a viable option. It's interesting how quick Riot is to balance these and leave everything an option. You can't check anyone out of the game. I mean, I didn't think we were going to have a Yoru today. If you asked me what 2 players we were definitely not going to see, I would have said Yoru and Phoenix. And here they are battling it out and doing well with it. So just goes to show, hey, anything's on the table and it's not over till it's over.
Speaking of that, with the Astra, you get the good Astra smokes just walling off the site and getting the plant without any worry here.
Ooh, saucy, living up to his name.
The one tap. Ooh, actually, I believe got the one tap, but it hit the wall. Barely not bringing it down.
Player standing.
205 had to reload, couldn't quite find it, then got flashed in the corner.
Yeah, not much you can do left in that situation. Bringing down 1 and getting the plant. That'll be another round for the side of Boise High. Starting off well if you're a Boise High fan. Got 3 ults on the board to 3 ults though. Granted, I think this Astra wall could be huge in these coming rounds. Just it's basically a Viper wall on steroids. Like it just makes the site take so much more comfortable. You don't have to worry about that those angles, and like even with the Viper wall, you know, like you get the decay factor, but they can still shoot through it. With this, you can't even hear through it very well.
Yeah, the Astra is such a good pick for synergy as well. Makes everybody play a little bit different once you have that Astra on
It's
deck.
the clone, burns the dash. Killjoy will, or not Killjoy, KO will.
Yep, suddenly we're playing CSGO. Moving straight in, he's going to drop even more utilities. Taco gets the plant real quick.
Spike planted.
Valley View still all 5 players. Never mind, Buzzy takes 1 from a distance right before the wall goes up.
Now the only way through is to jump out.
Oh, it gets flashed at just the right time. Buzzy looking for someone. It's a little bit of a ring around the rosy. You don't want to drop those knives if you can't have something. There's one. Gets the reset. Switches the gun out. A nice purple. Vandal is going to be watching the flank side, just trying to clear things out while that spike is getting defused by Reem. He's going to tap it, but on only 6 health, he's hoping that Buzzy will help him from the side. He does find one, but this second one under fire, and this count is getting so low. He's low on time. He's got to find something. Taps it again. David comes around the side and finds one. Goes for the second, but can't hold it. Buzzy now looks for the defuse. Is there enough time?
They got to stick it. Nope.
Oh, they decide to try to get out of there. Uses a dash. Can't find it.
Yeah.
Didn't have time to stay or leave. It's just death by Buzzy to Buzzy.
Unfortunate.
What
Going
a
down to
tight
the
one.
wire.
Yeah.
Yeah, just buying enough time for that spike. You just got to play it slow and know that at the end of the day, they got to go up to that and make themselves defenseless while they try and defuse it.
Yeah, Doc said it best. Know your win condition. I mean, they understood the win con there and were able to play it into their favor. Boise up 2 points to Valley View now.
Yeah, getting this cheeky angle here. 3 ults for the side of Valley View, 2 for Boise. Have to see the Omen ult. It's almost like kind of like half an ult, honestly. See the Yoru ult.
Oh, game captain getting a little bit of information. Might be using that for fun in the dimensional drift. KOS going to find 2, doing excellent with that. Breezy anchoring down the site, looking to hold things over.
Yeah, Breezy just kind of just playing calm and playing safe here. Don't know that they don't need to go and do anything flashy here.
Speaking of anything flashy, holding onto the curveball, sends that out. Doesn't find anything, but it does give him the space to move out of the corner if he so decides. But he chooses not to. It's going to still be anchoring in C long from the tight corner. Valley View making their rounds. Ooh, shut down.
Shot.
Buzzy from a distance through the heart. Absolutely
Cinematic.
intimidating, too.
Yep, takes one out, and then that just the walls are slowly closing in. See, everywhere you turn, you have to deal with someone. Need to just make a play and make it fast.
There it is. Yeah, the fast play coming in. They go straight for it, but Boise is closing in from all sides and absolutely shuts down Koff and Reem to find their one. It's an easy defuse. Absolutely ridiculous. You want to hear something even more ridiculouser? Twin Falls has 18 points against Blackfoot, who is at 20. So they finally take it. Blackfoot takes it in what's that? Septuple overtime?
I believe so. It's something like that.
That
It's
is
like,
ridiculous. They were playing all day. They almost played a second match. You don't see that outside of Rocket League. So everybody is flooding in from around. The stadium is filling up just a little bit more. Welcome in all. That means it was down to a tie, and by points, I believe Twin Falls takes it, as their first game was a 13-8. So what a fight from Blackfoot, though, bringing it to a 1-1 like that, just to clean their record, make it look a little bit pretty, and give them the advantage later on.
Yep, we see a whole side large push here. See just coming in with force, but Breezy pushing right back. Picks up 3 of them before finally going down to game captain here. Buzzy looking around, but unfortunately not going to see anything. It's smart. Fires the box, will save their life. And AJ will pick up Hawaiian Taco. And that'll be the round. I believe that was just an eco round. Yeah, we see the rifles coming out now, so kind of just seeing what they could do. Unfortunately, weren't able to find a pick, and that's just how the round goes. Buzzy with almost 9,000 credits. About maxed out on credits here. Just need to buy something. A very good spot to be in if you're on the side of Boise with your econ. Going in here, we'll have to see how Valley View kind of weeds this out. AJ with the intel. You see the knife coming out from KO. Kind of forces a retreat. David just leading the charge, getting some ground where they can. Breezy, though, taking down game captain on the flank, and will kind of make it so Valley View can't feel safe from the backside here as well. Some shots coming out. We do have the Killjoy ult. 205 does pick up Breezy, but it was through the ultimate. Saucy needing to get out of here, gonna get detained and not able to do anything as Breezy picks up a 3K. just waiting on the defuse now.
Defuse is already half stuck, so
Yeah,
it's going to be a nice, clean finish. Yeah, don't even have to worry about the timer there. Bringing it up to a 7-2 as we start to near cross the half.
Yeah.
We are in dangerous 3-9 territory, and we've already seen the 3-9 do some work. As wow, yeah, technically, this 18-20 match was a 3-9 curse that resolved itself in the way that we would expect it to. So interesting there, though it took them a while. They did it. Valley View and Shelly's games all finished up as well.
You hate to see it with that Phoenix ult. They managed to actually win the 1v1. And then, Buzzy just takes down Saucy right away.
And he backs up so well. He doesn't get greedy. Buzzy, we see him several times have taken this one big shot and then flown right out of there.
Yep. That's what you got to do. Just make him afraid to even re-peek it. You don't even have to be there. Now that it's just a threat that you could be there.
Yeah, that intimidation factor. Intimid defense. As the game becomes a 5v4 from a clean start, Valley has to start from 0. Ooh, he can't quite scope that quickly. Buzzy is going to lose a grip on another kill, and they come barreling down the short doors. Oh, and he dashes across again.
Gotta keep moving here. Can't let that op pin you down. Ryan Taco going down to Breezy as well as David. Though 205 manages to avenge both of them with the Sheriff. Yuri will coming out from game captain, gonna try and get some intel. 205 though, caught with their knife out, goes down. Game captain being the last one alive. All up to them now.
30 seconds left.
Spike
planted.
goes down. And now it's all up to game captain to kind of just break this apart. 2 members they have to bring down. Take some shots there. And Buzzy will manage to pick up the kill.
A very close one there. It was almost a collateral. Valley View almost walked away with that one.
Yeah. I do like from game captain there, just knowing what they got to do is take an aggressive first peek, get that into a 1v1, and then just play it slow from there. But they can't just let them just double up.
Yeah, yeah.
So very well done. The thought process was there, definitely.
We see the kill cam go around. More ops in the hands of Buzzy as he is just lining his pocket with creds. I mean, look at the cred difference here. 8v2 means Valley View is barely holding it together after that big buy round in this one. Buzzy looking to hold down the C long, but people are ready to probe it out of him, kind of test the waters. And once you find that op, yeah, that's the intimidation, but you know they've... Ooh, doesn't actually find the shot.
Yeah.
Putting down the Astra smokes.
Big push coming out here from the side of Valley. Really getting that ground and trying to push through onto the C side.
You hear the op shot sound. Toss is going to find the first one of the round amidst all the fire, but there's so much vision denial.
Yep. A lot of util from both sides being burned and nothing to show for it here. Breezy throwing the flash out, but not finding anything. Call's been made, and they will be rotating.
Lock in sight.
Getting the setup with what they can. A lot of util has been burned on both sides, I believe. No Sage Wall. Fatal coming out here. Breezy pushing out from the window. Trades back and forth. Only 2 members left on the side of Valley View. Buzzy takes down 205. 3 members. Ryan Taco picks up 1. 3?
Absolutely ridiculous.
Goes
Ryan Taco.
down.
Totally the anchor there. Does so well to just deal with that conveyor belt coming at him, but can't hold it out to the end. And Boise is going to find with half health and Omen to defuse the bomb completely with 10:26 left on the clock. They find another point, bringing Boise up to a serious lead, 9-2 at the last round before the half. Interesting.
Yeah. Such good play there. I think the main reason they pushed up there is they didn't know if they were still on the defuse, which you got to go for. You can't.
You have to, and that's a good trick there. I mean, once you move off, though, you have to let it happen.
Yeah. Such good shots just coming out. They just being able to stay calm and just line those up, not just panic spray. Going into this, we see a lot of ultimates on the side of Valley View with only one more round, so they may as well spend these if they can. KOS taking some damage. See the Astro Wall coming out, taking on Seaside.
Yeah, and they took it at just the right time. They're putting the smokes up as appropriate. I mean, once you find out that's empty, you can seal it off for the rest of the world. Ooh, a little bit of fire there, David. He's got people.
Breezy.
Yeah, Breezy and Co. along with AJ17 around from the back. Does find one, starting to infiltrate, but they've got a long way to go up this hallway. Throws out the Paranoia, trying to check this Cubby. Ooh, a little bit of free fire gets him. 205 to find one. Valley View another point against Boise. Oh, from a distance. Takes out the off. 205 goes crazy with that one. What a success story, running all the way up from the bottom. Now they're here. Valley View bringing it up to a 9-3.
There we are.
There it is.
I believe we've seen a 9-3 in every game so far.
That's a little scary. We have. Yeah, in all 3 games that we've had on desk, there's been a 9-3.
Yeah, and then going right back to it, how important this pistol round is going to be for the remainder of the game. Boise taking this would bring it most likely 11-3. If you were Valley View, you do not want that to happen. So Valley View, if they can get it, bring it 9-5, that's looking a lot more doable. See a lot of ghosts coming out here. For pistol round, are you a ghost and util kind of guy?
Oh my gosh, I'm really not. Well, I'm not. No, I like to keep the classic. I like the classic. I feel like the classic is underappreciated. Look at all these. They're just tangoing. David and AJ17 just checking out all the jump peaks. Finally, one of them gets tired and gives up. Ooh, and he's back to it.
Buzzy with the Sheriff here. The Big Iron, seeing what they can do.
Yeah, it's a very split field as everyone kind of feels things out. It's going to be defense with the Ghost up top. Game captain doing well, but it hasn't taken anyone down yet. Valley View looking to push their way through this.
Breezy getting some shots in. David is low. AJ here.
What? Wow, no contact.
Too much.
They are a distance weapon, and there was a lot of strafe back and forth. You've got to land it. Ooh!
205 with the double.
Absolutely redeems himself after that little dance around. Reem getting in for the plant already, though. 205's got to abort the mission and get on over to the spike. People
David
falling
pushing
still.
up a little ahead. Goes down. Breezy will take up 2, though. Gets the double 1v1. Hawaiian Taco manages to trade out game captain. 2v2 with the spike down.
Oh no.
Hot hands going out. 1v1. Jet versus Sage.
Ooh, it's so tight, Buzzy. Trying to just play quick, but he can't keep a Hawaiian Taco to shut down.
Hawaiian Taco really showing their value in strides here. Getting these clutches or almost clutches constantly. Spike getting short in time, but it'll be enough. It always sounds a lot lower than it is.
Yeah, it does. And look at that.
205,
After that
nice
crazy
double.
After that nearly embarrassing dance, yeah, they pulled that wild double out from nowhere. So good. And Hawaiian Taco just hunts down the last player.
Yeah, we see the submachine guns coming out with full armor, actually.
Yeah, SMGs and full armor. Very soon off the half. I mean, you got everybody down on the last map too, so, or on the last round. Everybody except for Saucy going all the way in, but we can see Saucy's up to no good. They have enough creds. They had 4 digits of creds. They could have been doing something with it, but they decided to save a little bit. Going in for the half buy could be a little bit of a greedy pick there. Convince themselves that they're going to win it and make a big deal in the next round. So kind of a little bit of a gamble. It's a real commitment. Hawaiian Taco and game captain putting them off to a good start on that bet, though, as Buzzy's already going in for the plant. What a rush take. They own the site, but they've still got one mole still dealing with things. Reem taking them down one at a time. Ooh, 3 down so fast as Hawaiian Taco and David come rolling in. Valley View doing excellent to get 17 out there on the trade, and that is it. Game captain bringing it up to 5. Just like you said, they were able to find the pistol round and roll it up to a second one. The snowball is coming down the hill, and Valley View taking their first 2 points off a 9-3 curse. Interesting.
Yeah, we got the rifles coming out here on the side of Boise. If this round is very important for them because if they lose this in a bonus, look at their econ right now. What money are they going to have after? So holding on to these rifles, granted they have the advantage against submachine guns, but it is critical that they don't lose this if they want to stay, keep this momentum in their favor. See, game captain here holding this angle. TP's right on out. Actually, onto the, wow, quite the TP.
Yeah, that was quite the setup. So he's got a ways to walk. It looks like that was used for mobility. Oh, what? What a shutdown. He's all ready for the other side. That's a little bit scary. He couldn't really capitalize that on, but it looks like that was set up to not be an escape door, but he used it as an escape door anyways and decided to get offensive with it and go forward. Kind of shuts down Boise. Boise decides then to re-hit on A now that it looks like, you know, some resources have been allotted to the other side of the field. Boise really could prosper from this gamble.
The jump, the air dash in.
Oh, wow.
Actually gets them. Game captain picking up Buzzy, though.
That is down to a trade. Game captain with
Yep,
a beautiful
blinded.
flash is going to find two of them. No, only one, and it gets traded. Now, 2v3 Boise. Low on health 1. Saucy's got to be coming up from above. Looks to find one. AJ17 is going to reply, and Koss gets the plant down. It's in the final phase of this round. Can Valley View hold it together? A 1v3, one at a time from above.
It's the Spectre here. Not the most ideal weapon in this situation, but better than a Frenzy.
Decides to go through this absolute rat trap in the back of the site. It's calming down now. Vision denial is still there, but the gravity well's gone, and they find him off of Pixels. Just an elbow shot. Just take him out at the knees. And Boise now, double digits on Valley View's 5. We've seen this before as well.
Yeah.
It's tough, too, because if every point that Valley View makes is a point that they're allowed to lose in the next round, right? Right, they have to create this bank. I mean, if you win in some crazy overtime, all you have to do is win the next round, and it doesn't matter by how many points, like the next game, you know?
Yeah.
So with this map 2 situation set up, this 10-5, it's a little bit scary for Valley View, but they can still set up the long game and take it out no problem if they can find some extra rounds here.
We see a lot of shots coming down C-long here. Just seeing if they can get anyone who decides to peek out just a little bit. Open the site up. Really just scouting around. We see people are kind of creeping up, getting what they can. And getting a pick on the ram going to be huge. Game captain will just say bye-bye and just TP out of there. Everyone kind of just hovering around, everyone afraid to make the first move here. Gotta play it slow, because any pick is a big pick at this point in the game. You see run it back being popped here. Gonna be creating a lot of space for their team as they push through. Everyone's gonna kind of back off and wait for it to burn itself out. Saucy picking up one. Gonna fall down the KOS though. Goes down to Hawaiian Taco, and Spike being down.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Looks like Breezy, last one left here. Gonna need to make these picks. Gets one, and game captain will return it though on the flank.
Yeah, it's difficult because once you plant and it's a 4v1, if they're all on one side, you can get behind and you force them to move up and play into your territory, but he was totally surrounded. So he just got the 300 creds for planting that and an extra, utility charge for getting the kill, but there's just almost no way to survive that scenario as they close all in around you.
Yeah, I just want to point out, game captain just seems to be everywhere they need to be right now.
It's good positioning for sure, and it's the Yoru's position to be in, right? They're not, a front of lines duelist. They're a very sneaky duelist. They usually take the position that the Sentinel would, and that's why we see. Wow, and look at the Battle Sage. Actually, Valley View's roster is a little bit upside down. I love it, seeing that Sentinel, that Battle Sage coming in up at the top frag, whereas the duelist on the Yoru, which we usually see play tricky angles with funny runarounds.
Always got to respect the Battle Sage.
I love it. Favorite position, Hawaiian Taco.
Saucy here. Just kind of just chilling,
Yeah, just waiting. Oh, Breezy looking
be
to check the
huge
angles,
here.
but he doesn't check all of them. Can he roll right in and take a double? Is Saucy going to get greedy with it? takes the flash. Look at this, the collateral,
looking
it's
out.
not there. AJ17 turns around at just the right time. The flash was timed. A 180 could have made it a triple kill, but instead, AJ17 watches his angles as he got. Don't just let the man in front clear everything. Good work.
Scouts them all out, gets that intel and passes it to their team, but then just has to TP out of there. Flash coming out. Astro Wall cutting off sight, really making it hard for these defenders. AJ taking one and going down themselves. Now it is a 3v2. Rem going down, having to blind push through this Astro Wall. Very scary proposition. And that'll be another round for Valley View here.
Excellently done. Valley View really bringing it together here. Look at the 10-7. I mean, they've taken 4 rounds, and Boise has only taken 1 since the half. Valley View and Boise are both clearly more comfortable on the defense, I believe. But Valley View is making it a deal. Like, they're bringing it in close to double digits. Can Valley View, using the creds that they just got off that last win, make it 3 more points?
Yeah, like you said, this Sage has been just doing such a good job at, as well as the Astro, they just have the ability to cut off these sides and really just condense the fight to where they are at the most advantage.
Yeah, it's not all gun diff. There's a good map control sense coming from Valley View here.
VHS doing the job of just scouting these big positions. Captain throws the flash. Fortunately doesn't flash anyone, but does find them. It goes down. The lockdown.
Going in for another lockdown, but it gets absolutely iced. And look at that, just this map control understanding. Knowing that you can't get all the way down to the lockdown, but you can prevent them from doing anything with it by throwing that ice, not letting their bonus kind of that up. And look at this. And the game is happening in an entirely different area. C, the spike goes down as David takes one, Buzzy takes one, and 205 takes one. It's trades all over the board, and now a 2v3 Valley View looking to move on in and get rid of that spike, but it's still set down in the ground, meaning the win con has changed. You can't go anywhere. You've got to steal it out from underneath the Astra, and Coast gonna shut one down. Boise bringing themselves to a 2v2 as the timer continues to tick down. Just 45 seconds left on the clock, and Reem can see the spike, but they can't have it. Gonna throw out the haunt, try to find something as the angles get close to a 5, takes a bullet to the shoulder. And look at that pinch play. Coast gonna find him from behind. A beautiful coordination. Hawaiian Taco can't hold it in, and Coast just short of an ace is gonna find the spike and get an easy plant for round 11.
Yeah, just a lot of 1v1s being taken there. And it just kind of showed, because both teams had a lot of members up. But I felt like, yeah, it was just Coast just getting these nice, advantageous fights.
Yeah, and it's good understanding by his team to realize that, oh, Coast is coming around the bend, just keep wasting time here, right? Yeah, they got a shot off on Hawaiian Taco's shoulder, but they didn't go in for the kill and fall down and then alleviate that attention vacuum. They let the tensions be high and let Coast come around, and it's just letting your teammate help you out and letting your allies be your allies that really makes Boise coming together on this one and holding it into the double digits. Valley View has got to find a way to defeat that and get another 4 points out from underneath the Boise.
With the off shot, doesn't find anything with it, but now they know that C is kind of off limits right now when there's an op on it. You don't want to be pushing into that unless you can get a pick.
And it's fun because it makes the game a little bit smaller. I mean, Valley View as well has recognized that Boise's not going to go for it when they get a lot of audio cues and they don't get a second tap after that ult comes out or the op comes out. Valley View can actually shift their defenses over on Boise as well. A little bit too quiet, so they thin back out, and Boise looking to push in here, though they're kind of thinned out themselves. Wow, Game Captain take a devastating kill onto the spike carrier. The win con has shifted, and everyone comes flying into a short. Buzzy does pick it up and shuts down this push. Boise has no chance in B-box now, as Saucy does excellently. A flash with a great 180. The bonus up the guns that goes flying into A site as the spike is being dropped down by Buzzy.
Yep. We do have the KO coming out here as well.
Look at that lineup, too.
Last player standing.
Saucy picking up Buzzy, just a breezy left against the world.
Here's the tap.
Gets one, it goes down to David, bringing it a little closer than I'm sure Valley View would like, but
yeah.
Round is a round.
You'll take it. We'll take it. A win is a win. But that was so thin. Down to a 1v1 after getting the one under the spike. I mean, the cloud burst was good, but it was just a little bit too late, and the positioning was already known. Players were a little bit separated. It was so close, but Valley View takes it. 8 points against the 11. They just need another 3 more to bring it up to a faux overtime, right? In 11-11, you still need to win by 2 points.
Yeah.
It's like when you're 30-30 in tennis, you're basically deuce.
Yeah. Going into this, I mean, we see kind of just a force going into this round, so it's going to be most likely another value. They have quite the advantage in this round. We do see knives coming out from Boise, though. This is all the Jet knives in the basket, essentially. They're going to just hope that Jet knives can get a couple picks. They can get some rifles and turn the round from here, because they can't really afford their rifles. So we'll have to see what value they can get out of this. And as I say that, Saucy brings down Buzzy, getting rid of those knives. Just handguns for the most part here.
Spike planted.
The plant does go down, though, which is big. Game captain walks in, but finds KOS here. Goes down. Saucy, 205, seeing what they can do. Spots
remaining.
out Breezy, gets the pick. Down to a 1. Needs the last kill. Don't know where they are, though. Discipline. Picks up 1. Accidentally picks up the rifle, but gets it.
Gun switch behind a low pen wall through the corner. So scary, but he takes it. And Boise now up 12 points against Valley View. And on the other side of the house, something wild has happened. Despite the point difference, Blackfoot goes into a fight against Twin Falls in a Swift match, and Twin Falls finds it. 5v3, very, very close.
Just that trigger discipline there to look at the Astra and not fire.
Yeah.
I believe they have auto-equipped weapons on, because they still had the Frenzy out. But it kind of worked in their favor in that circumstance. Yoru getting some ground here. We see 205 actually got the Phoenix out. Or the Phoenix ult, excuse me. Gonna be backing up a lot of submachine guns on the side of Valley. Hawaiian Taco goes down, manages to get the wall up though. Here, Omen somewhere. AJ managing to get the teleport off actually. Flash coming out and then immediately backs up. Paranoia.
Close going in for the plan as Boise is totally surrounded. Valley View looking to come from above, even though that vision now is already up there.
You should
Looks
run.
like there's a little bit of a thin angle to play from, but he's going to just jump right off the front. Goes in for a hell shot and finds him. Excellently, game captain is going to go down though, and the attacker Killjoy closing things off. There's not a lot of time left. 1 second on. And the attackers, without any defense around, is able to sit straight on the spike, but look at this health difference too. It is scary for Valley View. Can they make it in? 12v8, it all matters. Right here, it comes down to it. 8 points is all they're going to have to win the next game if they can't find this one.
Yeah, and at this point,
Last player standing.
Spike is a bit high.
Gets a pick. Gets a second pick, but
Another one. Oh, was very close to one more, but Reem with a final headshot before the spike goes off, gives attackers a 13-8. Boise coming in for win number 1. Look at those victory screens. Boise doing well to hold their position on the stage. They're going to play one more game off against Valley View, and if Valley View can't win it in 8 points, Boise stays on the stage to fight off against the next one, which I believe, I can't speculate. We still haven't found Shelly's results yet, so we don't know.
speculate on the speculation.
Yeah.
But yeah, we still see like both these teams, you know, close games, so it's like it's still anyone's game. It's still possible here.
It definitely is, and we know it can come down to the swift play as well. So it's not over till it's over, and there's plenty of game left to play, but I am ready to see them jump straight on into the next one. How do you feel if you want to?
I feel like this is a pretty good match. Like both these teams are definitely like fairly even here, as we see with a lot of this map. It just came down to like little things, like very close fights, some good flanks. We saw the Yoru game captain just having these really good positioning effects and some cool strategies. Like when they TP'd over onto C site after they were on A and then had the long flank.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to see more of that, essentially. But
That's
like,
fair.
I don't know who picked this map, but
We also haven't seen very much Astra either. Yeah, but you're right. Those mobility plays were really fun to see, and we saw a lot of really good gunplay. I mean, this has been a solid second matchup, and I'm sure Boise High School is happy to play against Valley View, who's really holding their own and doing well here. Looks like we're stretching out just a bit, communicating some on the situation, picking those maps, picking the bands, hopping in onto the lobby as ASAP as we can fit them.
yeah, we got to just take that break, kind of like sit back, kind of mentally reset here, and just go into this game like it's 0-0. You know, that's kind of what you got to do.
Yeah, it is a little strange what with the 2-map point setup. So it doesn't feel 0-0, but you can't let that get in your head. You have to play every game like one game, and you know, just flip the coin fairly.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a tight one for sure. As we see, Valley View has done really well with this, and we're making some serious pushes and had some rounds that were just totally in their pocket and were totally shut down. And we saw them really turn it around on defense too. And we knew whoever picks the map then doesn't pick the side. So if it's Valley View's turn and they put themselves on the defense, then they could have an early lead, and that would change momentum as well too.
Yeah, for sure. I think specifically like highlighting that Astra, like Astra, after all of the nerfs, when they used to be the top dog, and like you never saw an Omen or a Brimstone. You only saw Viper, you saw Astra. Now Astra just requires so much team coordination, and the fact that they found so much success with Astra just shows like how well they communicate with each other and utilize all this Astra utility.
Yeah, it's interesting because it really is a synergy-ready player, and it's crazy because if you look at the stats for any other player, it's like, this is nice, and it's even stronger if you have a gravity well, or this is nice, and it's great if they can't see anything. But Astra on its own, it's like, you're stuck in one place, okay. You can't see, there's a smoke, okay.
There's so much going on with Astra that you need your team to know about and follow up, so it's just, it just goes even more to how these players are working together with them.
Yeah, we talk about working together because even if you have, like, if a brand new agent dropped and you've never heard of them, even if you have the world's best player for that agent on your team, they're just not as strong as they would be if you understood them too and could set them up for success and have them in the right place. So people have to understand each other's team, and you can't like throw second string players in willy-nilly. Like, these guys have played with each other and they're solid on the team, and they made it through all the preliminaries, and they just beat their last team. Valley View and Boise High are ready to go at it again, and it's going to be an intense round. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. And as we get into it, any map predictions that you would like to see?
I mean, we talked about Ascent coming out as just kind of something safe play if they wanted to get early points and then do something crazy later on. But then we got to see Lotus, which I think was really exciting. We got to see some strats with the door going on. We got to see some fumbles with the door. A lot of people running around in B doing a lot of damage and then literally leaving, like having the spike there on a side alone and then walking away. Like, the mindset of Lotus is just different. It's not nice, slow, particular play. It was a little bit high energy. So I'd love to see something like that. And if we got a total mirror matchup where they play on Haven and then they play on Lotus, I think that'd be really fun too. I think we would get another great insight to how they played differently. Which, do you think Boise played really differently on Haven than they did, as compared to how they played with a different team on Haven?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be interesting to see because, I mean, like, we saw they weren't quite as aggressive as they normally were, like, especially against Bishop Kelly. Like, there wasn't as much aggressive pushing, as much, like, taking map control because Valley View just had such a good job of making sure that doesn't happen. They have, like, people ready for those flanks. And occasionally, Valley View is the one who actually did have those flanks just because of that good positioning they had.
Yeah, definitely. And having that Yoru from Gang Captain is totally different too, because Bishop Kelly didn't have that. And Bishop Kelly's style of play is a valid style of play. It's like the tank style of play where they all want to be together. And you might know where they are, and you might be able to make some shots onto them, but they're going to fight back. But Valley View has a much sneakier style of play, and they're all connected by comms, so they don't need to be standing next to each other to have a totally, an all committed all at once, watches synchronized, force play. And they know that they can do that from a distance. So we saw some crazy reach around, like pinches and 50-50s where people would just pace it out and someone would have to come like make the long circle all the way around and then fight from the other side, and then there was no chance. So the Valley View style of play was so different that Boise, if they had fought the same way, if they had just gone charging in, or if they had like full committed to one side and just like let things happen and then decided to move in with like a big rush flank, it wouldn't be available. It wouldn't be an option, and they wouldn't have survived as long as they did. So it's good to to see Boise playing that dynamic play style and being able to accommodate for the team they're playing against.
Yeah, because that's also another thing that you just need to take into account, because that kind of separates teams. Like, because you can have a really good like play style, but if that's your only play style, once you get to a team who just that doesn't mesh with them, like you run into that problem. So being able to be like, wait a second, this team's doing something different. We need to adapt to it. That's really sets you apart.
Yeah, and that's why we're playing the best of two, because if we just played a best of one, then you could catch them off guard in a strange situation or get them stuck in a one map that they never play. So this best of two really gives us the chance to say it's not over till it's over, and we're ready to jump on in and push it even further and keep fighting even when it's down.
Yeah. And like going into this, we'll kind of just have to see. Specifically, I want to see from both teams, depending on the map. Are we going to see, first off, are we going to see another Phoenix, or are we going to see another Yoru? Like, are these picks that, because you don't see either of these picks very often, and is it one of those things where it's like, that's kind of a pocket pick for these maps, or is it kind of like an overall, like,
or a map-specific pick, or are they a one-trick Phoenix?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because, I mean, that Phoenix play was very well done, and you can see, like, a lot of coordinated pushes with those flashes, and same with the ultimate, because that's such a strong ultimate. Like, if you were to play Phoenix even before the buffs, like, it was because of the ultimate.
Right.
Just getting the second free life to get all that free space.
Yeah, and it really is asking for forgiveness instead of asking for permission when it comes to making mistakes as far as Phoenix goes, because like the run it back is just you go full force in as if you're, a Sky Dog, Trailblazer, or the Bird, or like, the sidearm from Gecko. What's it called? Wingman. So seeing him like fly in with that mindset takes him damage, and then just move over to the side, and you use a little bit of the flame, a little bit of hot hands to get that energy back. It's a style of play, and it's a mindset to say it's okay, I'll fix it later. But we're seeing him go into Ascend, so we did talk about this one. Here's Ascend, the graphics for it. We're going to be playing right there.
Yeah, and I mean, like, Ascent, like, just like I mentioned before, this the Dust 2 of Valorant, like, everyone's played this map to death, and like all these teams have built strategies, or at least know the strategies of this map, just because of how common it is and how reliable it is as a map. It's not very crazy, we'll say, like compared to some of the other ones. It's got the doors that close and you can destroy them, but
yeah, it seems like every map has like a gimmick, and this one's gimmick is not having a gimmick. It's interesting that there's, no doors, no teleporters, no ropes, no wild verticality like Icebox has. It doesn't have wide open spaces like Breeze, and it's not an absolute maze of a Pokeball like Fracture is. It doesn't have 3 sites like Haven or Lotus. It's just there's a Heaven and there's Hells. There's a back site in the mud. There's some high pen areas on B site, and there's some low pen areas on A site like Jenny. It's a little bit of everything, and it's a good playground to really test your comp. But that means that we have to have a testable comp here. So we are going to see the Astra, I would assume, from 205. It's a very good pick here. There's a lot of critical places to put these smokes. I love seeing AJ17 on the Yoru. With the Omen. He does well with it. Obviously, we're going to have these Jets coming out. Jet on Ascent is a critical pick, and the Killjoy is getting more and more viable, and Riot is pushing for them as well. So seeing Hawaiian Taco and Kos on the Killjoy is going to be fun. This is also going to be Hawaiian Taco's debut on a different Sentinel, so it's good to see them in a comfortable position, playing on a, but still playing as something new and something fun for us. David on the Sky I'm looking forward to as a Sky main myself. And Game Captain, Game Captain, again, on a really sneaky position. I feel like if you're going to play Yoru, playing an Omen as well is not, too big of a stretch.
Yeah, you're the Omen with the util now.
Yeah.
Or the Yoru with the util.
Yeah.
And yeah, seeing the KJ, I think that was almost every game's got a KJ. On this map, I feel like KJ is just too essential. Having that lockdown that takes up almost all of the site just really forces people's hands, and like it's just too big to not have it. I do think it's kind of interesting not seeing either a Brimstone or a Sova, because now both these teams don't really have an option to destroy the KJ ults. So they're going to be even stronger in this scenario.
And with all the little doors like these right here, all the little windows and doors that you can throw the owl through, and the just plethora of guides for lineups make Sova a must pick on this site. I am very surprised, like you are, that neither of them have chosen a Sova, or like you're saying, even a Brim with the Orbital Strike to take care of any KJ ults, because KJ has become a must pick as well. So
Yep. So like, yeah, right now both these are down to having line of sight of it. Okay, we got just kind of everyone spreading out. Nothing too fancy here, like everything you would expect.
Yep, we've seen the Killjoy take place in the Cypher, so they've got all their gear up and going. A little bit coming out across the catwalk here, as Saucy's going to be checking out Tree, a dangerous place, but they make it through okay. The Hawk coming in doesn't find very much. They're able to shoot it down at the last second. Reem off that info is going to be throwing some bullets. Breezy looking to defend home territory, but it's not quite enough. Attackers coming around. Game Captain making his way downtown. Buzzy to take one out, kind of quench, dare I say, the fires of them pushing onto A site. So they turn around and look to hit somewhere else. Coast, a crazy gut shot right up to Game Captain, just near melee right there, as they're looking to rotate from A long straight up mid. A17 and Coast just running the attention back and forth, bending him like a paperclip for the snap. 205 finally going to find one before going down to Coast. And now AJ17, they're still just running. Hawaiian Taco stays alive so long. Clip, that's a world record. Coast still going to hunt him down finally. And Coast has seen so much eye contact now. They were just all over with that. And it's an interesting thing that we talked about earlier. Once you leave an area, once you leave a zone for too long, it's contested again. So even though they had eyes on mid, once they checked out A and they didn't like it, they came back, and it was a rat's nest. And it was scary trying to come up this mid here when they could have gone all the way around to garage.
Yeah,
we're just slowly hunted down.
Really close round there too. That KJ with 20 HP left on the kill, managing just to get that nice right click that the RNG luckily worked out in their favor, because we know how random that can be. Nano Swarm grenades coming out early. They were expecting the rush and just stop it in its tracks. KOS taking down Game Captain. Early first blood. Buzzy picking up one. They know that the Jet's somewhere around. Throw out the fast hands. Blinds themselves. KOS taking some chip damage. That picks up Hawaiian Taco and one left. Looking for them. And they will walk right into the barrel of that Spectre. Go down.
A flawless by Boise, which means Valley View was not able to upset anything. But it's all right. The goal is just to do some damage, and Boise is going to be moving up to the bonus. Now Valley View has full guns at their disposal. They're scraping the bottom of the barrel with these creds here, and even are losing some on the shields, but now they have all the Phantoms and Vandals that they could ever supply 5 men with, and are looking to ride into the sunset on point 3.
Yep, we'll have to see. Buzzy with this Marshall could be huge. We've seen some crazy plays happen with these Marshalls. Blind coming out. Jumps up above, just rushing right in, doing a lot of damage, but not bringing anyone down.
Yeah, Breezy very close from that, and the surprise jump up top no one was ready for.
Got some Spectres. KJ unfortunately gets hit in the back.
Enemy remaining.
Picks up another one, and looking like this might be a flawless, or back-to-back flawless one for each team.
Ooh, sure enough, Valley View doing excellently here. In another neck of the woods, we have Bishop Kelly starting off a game against Wood River. That is the lower bracket, as people were bumped from these two victors here down into a play against each other. 2 points in the name of Bishop Kelly and 3 on Wood River. We haven't seen Wood River play anyone yet, but we do know Bishop Kelly is a fan favorite and have a posse of their own following him.
Yep, starting out. Pretty neck and neck so far.
Yeah, all around. It's just following, nothing crazy so far. We tried to see a little bit of a strange push happen when they went for the Marshall early rounds, but other than that, it's been pretty typical with whoever winning point 1, taking point 2. It was a flawless out. Then the bonus up was defeated by the next one. Very typical stuff, playing by the books.
Yeah, AJ is seeing what they can see, trying to gather as much intel as they can. Spot one, and they're just going to play it safe. They don't need to push it. Alarm bot going out, making them vulnerable. They do pick up the kill. Going down in return, though. Spraying through the wall, not going to find anyone. Reem just waiting out the smokes. Both teams just kind of feeling this out, kind of playing around and trying to figure out where each team is. KOS going down to Hawaiian Taco. Buzzy trading game captain right away with a headshot. The door goes down, takes out the turret and the door.
Spike
And
planted.
now Plant is being down, setting a timer on how long this round can go on. Valley View just needs to hold out long enough. They're starting to figure out where these players are. Shaw's trading back and forth, but no one going down yet. Breezy managing to get the kill, getting very low. Intel coming out, being destroyed.
A beautiful two-swing. Just proof that you should always play together with your players. 205 on the run. He's going to get on the run around, finds one, gets the
two.
second.
We hear some celebration there.
And just drops
205.
the mouse. Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. That was beautiful play right there. Dodges the 3-on-1, lets his teammate take one down and thin it out, and says 2-1, I can do that. And plays ring around the rosy with them right here. We're going to see it in high definition all again.
Yeah.
Drops a hunt out, deals with that, takes one down. It's a good trade. Now it's all down to one. Tries to play through the wall, but it can't be there. Runs across LOS and pinches one off from the other, takes the second one on the shoulder, crouches after the third bullet, and stays steady. Absolutely brilliant. Value
Nice.
now 2-2.
And Phoenix will coming out. Breezy blinds.
Oh!
Buzzy picks up one. Breezy went down, but went right back with that ultimate.
Buzzy just punishing their consistency. He knows they smoke up there and then climb the box, and Phoenix goes around to take the one watching their back. They shut that play down. They didn't have a big move afterwards, so all the trades were made, and it comes down to 1v1. But we've seen Valley View now. Like, Boise's showing, hey, you can't just do the same thing every time. We're learning. We're paying attention.
No. The Killjoy coming out. Going to be forcing these players to back off. Breezy kind of holding the close
Spike
angle,
down
and it's
A.
like they won't expect me to be still in here.
Does find one, but the trade comes out. Again, Valley and Boise are both doing excellent with just making things 1v1 trades. The Paranoia is going to come out, but he's not worried. Saucy finishes off holding 4. And they're watching from the side as people are going to come in and try to find this shutdown all from all angles. Ream to find 2 from a distance. Absolutely unreal. Does get shut down from getting any closer, but Kos, he's going to finish it out on the close walk. And with a whole lot of help from everybody as the assists on that were, I think, 4 different people. Ream finally to finish off the defuse and bring Boise up to 3-2. It is so neck and neck, though. This is the closest game that we've seen so far. Or at least this is the game with the least spread that we've seen.
Yeah, going into this, looks like everyone roughly looks like they're going to force up here what they can. But both teams in a relatively even position here. I believe we have jet knives ready, which is basically like a whole rifle here. So as long as you can just get that one kill with it to reset the knives, you're golden. Always awkward when you miss them and you're stuck with the classic. See this round.
Get out of my way!
Yep, there's the knives coming out. Fortunately, he flashes themselves with the bird. Don't worry, we've all done it.
Yep.
Breezy just kind of holding this angle. Knows they don't have to do anything flashy. They just got to be the one to go and spot someone out and make sure they don't walk in without a fight. AJ, the one tap.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a showcase of what a range of style of play you can find here on Ascent. That's the longest angle you can take on this map, and he takes one from a distance, not with a Marshall, not with an off. The typical AR. Saucy playing from a distance as well, crossing the mid with the knives. It's a little bit of a standoff. It feels a little Cold War-ish. Not a lot of people have moved from their spot. Not a lot of gates gone up. But David is going to take one straight through mid. He's going to usher in the spike carrier. David to find a second one. He's doing well.
Yep.
He's going to be running the spike around B long. His B has already been totally checked out.
30 seconds
The
left.
Seeker's coming out here. Saucy with the saucy angle.
Yeah, it's a little scary. And the Seekers aren't going to find him because they're on his team, so he's totally unknown up there. David already getting the plant in. Absolutely undefended B. Finally, Boise comes rolling in, but they got to break the door first. Now they're playing into somebody else's territory. Valley View 2, one on each side. Sinson and Paranoia, that ushers an easy first kill. It's down to the last one in a high pen area. They could just spray if they wanted to, but they're playing out. They know they've got the win con. They know they have the timer. Just wait for it. It's a 1v1, and he finds both of them. What? Buzzy with the upset. I was not expecting that. Does he have the defuse? Yes, he does. What an upset. What a clutch. He was in an uncomfortable position. Only thing preventing him from just falling straight down was this cardboard wall of a shack. And he comes around and finds both of them just on crosshair placement and the jiggle peeking.
Yeah, unfortunate time to pull out your knife right there. Just managed to peek at the right time and got them into a quick 1v1 and just lands the shots they needed to land.
A 4v2 now. Boise holding it in. Valley View is definitely posing a little bit more of a threat.
As the gates go down, seeing what these players can make of this. Smoke's coming up. We got the one-way showing up here on the east side, making it a little scary for anyone to peek, as you'll be able to see their legs before they see you. Just holding on to the flash, playing patient. Flash goes out, get a little bit of intel, and then they're just going to back off. Get the call, know that where people can rotate and where they can't. Buzzy picking up David here. Good initial pick, gonna make everything else a lot harder to figure out with a man down. We see them contemplating what the next play is. This is a rough spot to be in, though. 35 seconds left. Something has to happen.
Yeah, and they're still a little bit split.
You want to fight it? 30 seconds left.
Both these ults coming out. It's going to be one big coordinated push at once. But look at Valley View's just still split. They're sending two up mid. It's going to be a quick reach around to try to find this in 22 seconds. Admittedly, if this flank gets out, the game's made a little bit longer.
Spike
Buzzy
planted.
takes out Saucy there. Good play. Get
they're
the
on
spike
point.
down, but spent
Last player
ults
standing.
to get it just to get the spike down.
Yeah, it's a tough one. 300 creds for 2 ults is not usually worth it. 205 now from a distance. Just looking to try to find something, but he's in the wrong site. Just kind of hanging out. Boise still has all 5. KOS getting the defuse, throwing intimidation fire, but it's not going to be there. Valley View has 1 player on the save. So Reem gets an easy defuse, bringing it to a 5v2, and it's a shame. That ult burned to get the plant was just not quite enough.
A little dance there in the end.
Give me a little dancey dance.
Yeah, as this lead starts to grow, Valley
BYB
just needs
fam,
to
going to
find
Asheville to
the
do them
weakness
Astro Guardian
in
things I
Boise's
do.
defense here, because it seems like A side is not it, but you know, B side you got that KJ, so it's one of those things where it's like, do you have the tools or the ability to get around that? One of those that you normally see is the KJ, or not KJ, the KO, excuse me. Buzzy just holding this angle. Gets smoked off though, allowing free cross.
Yeah, and they're going to make good use of that. They're going to use those 25 seconds to streamline people straight up B, and using even more smokes to block off that backside. This is what smoke would look like, making their way across to the wall. Now KOS trying to shut this wall down, not quite going to be there. Bounces a bit far. Saucy to find one, and Coast doing his due diligence to get another. Valley View looking to come around the long way and even consider going up to A. Yeah, here it is, A from heaven. It's not a plant we see very often, ever.
Yeah. Some chip damage coming in through the smoke, but nothing concrete gonna land. Breezy just holding the angle and don't know if they know they're there. They see him. Saucy takes him down, but KOS manages to trade it right back.
Yeah, that's an important trade. Game captain, just beautiful positioning, wins that 50.
KOS taking some damage, the only one left here. Tries to find the pick, but Hawaiian Taco will make sure that they do not get any fancy showing here.
If you're just joining us, this is the Idaho State Championships for Esports. We're starting off with Valorant. We've got plenty of Rocket League happening as well, and Overwatch is on deck. I'm your host, Greg Smith. I've got with me Hayden Dalton on deck to call all the action.
Yeah. Looking into this, we actually do see an op coming out. So the lead is slowly closing. Getting some pre-fire shots out. We see them running back, going through, but not finding anyone. Getting this push. All the intel, at the very least, tells them where they're not. Ooh. Jet dashing in. It doesn't get the kill, but AJ still goes down.
Enemy remaining.
Boise is just taking them down one at a time, but the 1v1s are there, and people are all replying correctly. There it is, the last one. A 2v1, a double swing finds him, and Buzzy is going to be the one to take Hawaiian Taco, bringing Boise to a 6v3 on Valley View. It is so close, and Valley View has had so many close calls. I mean, that was a 5v5 down to the wire. This could have fallen either way. But Boise just had the better positioning and was a little bit quicker with it, was able to move 1 kill at a time up as well. Is this utility coming out with good timing? This double swing is the last of it.
Yeah, these explosive pushes on Ascent always seem to just be almost like a luck of the draw, where it's just everything happens at once, and then it's just, once the dust settles, it's usually like a 1v1 or 2v1 or something like that. Saucy with the knife, seeing what value we can get out of these. Needs to make something happen here. Pick up a rifle or two. Cloudburst goes out, gets away. Gonna be spraying through the smoke, but not finding anyone.
Everybody is in garage, save for one player. Game captain looking to play something funny, and it sure works. That's going to distract one of the Boise players. Maybe even a second one. Look, this site is almost empty, but Valley View goes for the turnaround anyways. They're all thinned out, and one player left to watch the B site. Reem is going to find one, and 205 to reply. But still, fighting through the utility, Hawaiian Taco is going to find another one. It's scary to have the spike runner be the forefront, but they're doing well with it. A little bit of a pinch here. Reem has to have someone come in and save them. Hawaiian Taco is going to drop the spike, and Saucy finds it anyways. Saucy with the knives to close it up, and they don't even need to plant the spike. That's one for Valley View, bring into a 6-4. It is so close, and Valley View still has the chance to make it.
Yep, as we just see such a back and forth game here, where it's like one for Boise, one for Valley View. Just bringing these rounds down to the wire. Both these teams playing so patiently, and then kind of executing all at once in their plays, and waiting for the dust to settle. We'll have to see. It's a scary proposition here. This first initial peek at mid. Picking up Saucy, but Game Captain managing to at least avenge them, going 1 for 1. We see 2 duelists down, making initiation a lot harder for these teams.
Valley View likes to tap the garage, but they usually don't push through, and now we see them returning again to mid where they're most comfortable. With this open play style, I almost feel like maybe they didn't choose this map and they would have liked something a little bit more field-ish. Either way, they're doing well with what they've been given, and they're fighting hard against Boise, who's the reigning, champion on desk at least, or on the deck up here. Valley View splitting the forces a little bit, leaving one open in mid as they have people watching both sides. Going to head up the catwalk and through tree. See a little bit of a shadow step.
Yep. Taco, Game Captain, actually.
Well done. Yeah, Hawaiian Taco being the great distraction. Oh, what? And Game Captain takes one melee against AJ17, who walks through that wall. This wall, you can't even hear through it. It's a dangerous thing to be walking through.
Yep, got a little too hyper, tried to go for another. Just overheated a little bit. You know, always just take the pick and hold it. See, spike down here, 3v2. Anything is possible, but it's going to be a tough ask for Boise.
Mark 1. Last player standing.
205. Pick up 1. KOS actually brings down Hawaiian Taco. Good pre-fire, but they know that they don't have to push them, and David will take down KOS here. That'll be
Angles were
another
so
round.
thin. Yeah, KOS
Last
definitely
round
could have had
before
that,
the
but it was
switch.
so close. And it comes down to a 6v5. Valley View doing well, fighting their way back up.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Ares is not the best weapon for closing those close angles.
Nope, spray is a little bit too wide, and it takes a while to ramp up to full heat.
Yep. Actually gets that kill. Very surprising. Gets to jump down, pulls out the gun, and still manages to get it. Such good gunplay and just knowing what shots you got to hit there.
Valley View again teasing us with this big garage door push, but Boise just loves having everything set up here. Going to be throwing the smoke in. Already some intimidation fire, and Boise knows they've got the green flag to come sprinting around the halls. A big Omen jump is getting them off into the deep here, already in the mud looking for a plant. He's just going to usher it in as Hawaiian Taco comes running. They've taken out the one defender just by pushing them off site. They've pushed them off of B, and they get an easy plant, still 5v5, no damage. Anyone is ready for a flawless. And here it is, tensions are high and it collapses. Boise usually takes these big fights. Will they find it again, or can Valley View bring it up to an even and fair half?
Fatal coming out here. Gets quite a few of them in it.
A heal coming from
The KJO coming out. Not going to be able to go off in time.
Nice.
Oh,
nice.
Valley View loses another player to Reem.
Both players detained,
One enemy
but
remaining.
no time on the spike, just a little too slow.
Absolutely wild. You have to know the win con. You have to understand the situation to win a round like that. And what a round to win. Now they're up to 6-6.
Switching sides.
Yeah, just amazing. KJ ult just didn't have the time.
Yeah. Yeah, that KJ ult was so well played, but the time was just off, and they're able now to just hold it in, just keep being that force. And the detention wasn't enough.
Yep. It was halftime though, so normally it'd be like
You just dump everything in.
Yeah. So it's a great KJ ult if it was able to be used a little bit earlier, but at that point you may as well use it.
Yep.
See,
If you buy the whole mouse pad, you better use the whole mouse pad. Game Captain, brought to you by Game Captain.
see.
Cover
Take
going
a
out.
peek, didn't see anything. He's just gonna back off. Breezy kind of pushing up here, waiting for these challenges, but not finding anyone who dares. AJ gonna bring down Saucy though, right through that smoke. 205 taking a couple hits. Gonna attempt the concuss, but Breezy just kind of pushing their advantage. Hawaiian Taco not seeing. 205 gonna try and get some shots. Not able to land anything, but actually managed to bring down Breezy with a well-played headshot.
Goodbye.
Reem drops Game Captain though.
Spike planted.
Hopefully the call was made. Yep, they're looking for him.
A tight pistol round. They already own the site. Valley View, only 2 left to look for it. The utility is coming out, and they're throwing everything they have into this. They take another Valley View player down, though. Boise from a distance drops one, but the timer is already so low. Reem is low.
David with 2. Sees him, needs to get the headshot though.
Yeah, you can't crouch that wall. It's too high pen. He's got to walk all the way around, try to find Reem in the corner. But goodness, only 10 health now. He's considering maybe backing off a little bit.
Yep, the spike counting down, and Reem gets the headshot. 10 health doesn't matter, it's still going for the headshot.
Good work, good work.
7-6 here.
Which is really 1 point for Boise, so we expect them to find the next one.
Yep, he's actually seen a Phantom. Seen him toy with the idea of some rifles here.
Definitely, but that totally scrapes your creds, right? And if you're the only one with a Phantom, you don't get as much support from your teammates like everybody else on the team. So they've got to stay alive here. Breezy has to do well and keep that, because if you don't have that in the bonus, it's going to be devastating the next round when everybody else is trying to buy. And so things would like to be coordinated if they can, but if Boise's feeling hot, they can diverge a little bit.
Yeah, we see Marshall coming out here actually, which is pretty massive on these early rounds just because no armor a single body shot from a Marshall is going to one-shot you.
Nice and slow. Boise moves through B. Out a few through mid. Valley View still spread at the next default.
This turret just slowly chipping away at them. Don't do a lot of damage, but it's doing damage.
A good little ring around the rosy fight again as Toss and Reem are going to find one. Breezy as well. Boise doing well to hold this in. Valley View does not do very much damage. Saucy looking for one, but TMG Buzzy's going to take another one down. And there it is, a flawless, meaning that Boise has a clean bonus up with a lot of potential, as they already put in a lot of money for some intense guns here. So we saw that Phantom coming out round 2. Looks like it helped. Yeah, they're even going to, oh yeah, they had that Marshall as well the whole time. So lots and lots of shields and lots of creds. So even if they take a loss here, they'll have at least $3 grand each to move into another round. So they can actually back-to-back buy regardless of this positioning. So Valley View would love to take the win here so they're not devastated, you know, economically speaking.
Yeah, they got all the rifles coming out, so they're in a decent spot. Not full armor on some of them, but just having this gun advantage should be enough as long as they can land the shots they need to. Waiting for them, but are they gonna find them? Good trigger discipline, doesn't fire.
Yeah. Waits it out.
Reem just taking a little bit of damage. Easy with the pop flash here. It's a couple shots back and forth, not gonna find too much. Marshall shot coming out actually does land, bringing 205 down quite a bit of HP.
Concealment.
Boise coming straight up the center like they like to.
205 picks up Breezy though. Big pick. Paranoia coming out, but gets zoned off by the Astra, stopping them from playing off of it to go down in exchange.
Obscuring vision.
AJ managing to take down Hawaiian Taco though.
And Valley View is prospected to find this one after that bonus, but Boise did have a good bonus.
30 seconds
Timer
left.
is so low, 30 seconds left to find a plant, and Valley View has still got this place pretty well protected, the B site. So game captain is going to be watching Reem and AJ-17 try to come in. Send that smoke out, slow things down. Valley View still has players on the wrong side of the map just waiting for the spike to come out. 12 seconds left. Can they hold him off?
14 seconds.
He doesn't need to kill
10
anybody. He
seconds
just
left.
has to prevent the plant, and he
enemy
finds one
remaining.
anyways. There's no way to get to the spike site on time, and he goes down Valley View, bringing it up to a 7v8. And that means Boise, well, Boise still has a lot of creds, actually, so I would not be surprised if Boise could find this next round on gun difference. But now Valley View has the creds to compete, so this is going to be a big gun round for everybody, and it could be the chance for Valley View to move up to 8.
Yeah, such a smart play here, just kind of ratting in this corner by game captain. He's like, I don't need to even survive here. I just need to stop him from planting with more than 4 seconds on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
Ends up getting the double anyway, though. See some Astro Stars being dropped all around the map, kind of giving a hint to what their intentions are. Gonna be scouting around, but no one is seen. Dog coming out, gonna get some intel, gonna let their team know where they think the majority of their opponents are. Smokes and Paranoia coming out. And that's just gonna halt everyone's momentum.
Yeah, Boise was in a very nice default all spread out, but they're doing a little spike trade before they re-hit now that they've seen a little bit more information. So much vision now happening on A, but it was a little bit early. Now that's going to start floating away. A lot of utility out on B. Options are limited, and we see them trying to fight their way up A from the catwalk. Though from tree, Saucy takes such a quick one with a headshot. Gonna drop the cloudburst and get straight out of it, regrouping with the team to fight from above, as Boise is looking to still tap their way into this attack here. Buzzy's going to find one. Saucy to reply. The Jet's doing so much work.
30 seconds left.
AJ-17 finds one. But Breezy on the plant, not quite able to finish. Hawaiian Taco now has to come in for a save, and it's an ace v Saucy. Look at him go.
Oh yeah, you can hear everyone celebrating the ace. We've seen a lot of 4Ks, today, but this was the first ace we've got coming out here. Going to Saucy.
The first Esports State Championships ace. That's on the screen. Admittedly, we do have parallel games going on that we would love to see score updates for that we haven't seen, you know. They could be acing all day. We wouldn't know.
Ace every round. Tied though, 8-8.
Ooh, Buzzy.
Get some that intel.
Really wants to take this shot here. He's holding a very thin angle, hoping for something. Oh,
Fires, doesn't hit.
not going to find it. Boise still holding spike in pocket. Are just info feeling around. Boise's okay to play long rounds.
205.
Ooh.
Picks up one, and Hawaiian Taco another. Down to Spectres and Marshals. Not looking good for the side of Boise.
No, it's a little bit scary. Valley View would love to finally be ahead here. It feels like 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, but they're doing well, 205. Dealing with some people here in mid, one of them being Buzzy, who's now so low on health. Pulls out the Marshall, scopes all in, sets the draft ready.
Yep, 45 seconds left. Need to play. Gets the dash, gets the info. Doesn't matter. They will
Excellently
clean
done.
up.
Beautiful, flawless. Everyone got their one. David from the side. Good, good, good. And Valley View now ahead of Boise, looking to take down the reigning champions of the desk. And AJ17 bringing in a timeout. This is the first time Boise has ever fallen behind today, I believe.
Yeah, just these close rounds and like just the capitalization of these slight mistakes. It's just like you get that early pick, bring it to a 4v5, and then you can capitalize on numbers advantage from there.
It's good to see it that we're at a high enough level that it's become a game of mistakes, right? Everybody knows what good play looks like. There's not a lot of learning left to do. It's just adapting to the styles and dealing with what you have here.
Yeah, we see these other teams getting ready for their matches here as well. We see some people in Agent Select going into theirs, and we just have these games running around the clock here as we're highlighting a few of them specifically as we're moving through this bracket.
Yeah, it looks like that was the Bishop Kelly versus Wood River game that was right there on our left on that last screen. They were playing it up. Last we heard from them, they were just crossing the half. AJ17 said, "You got any shields?"
Got game captain here, the fancy sword.
I love the Oni set. The Oni 2.0 just dropped.
Yeah, it's so clean. Like, after the first Oni set, it's like one of those things, it's like, how can you ever compete with it? And they found a way.
Get out of my way!
Joke's over! You're
Smoke
dead!
down, 2 ults coming right out from the side of Boise. The fast execute here. Clearing sight. David, though, taking down AJ. Phoenix ult burn 3 down, brought by David. Buzzy, though, taking 1 down, 2 down.
Last player
2
standing.
knives left. Could get this reset. Goes down through the smoke.
Unreal, and Valley View with a very quick one. Very decisive victory right there, bringing it into double digits. Can they put out the fires? Boise pulled in a timeout, and they still couldn't find it.
Yeah, just such a good collapse on the side of Valley View here. A lot of them just going down through the smoke as they're pushing in. Buzzy trying to make stuff happen, but it just isn't enough at that point.
The cloudbursts out were so close, but he just couldn't find his footing after coming out from all that cloudburst. He was so at home in hell there that he was able to take 3 people out charging straight for him. We've got a couple of Guardians out here. Valley View just needs 3 more points, and Boise looking for a 5er with a split push on both A and B long. David destroying the doors early, setting up Cam.
Face your fear!
Already an early ult out, really putting a hit on the B site where the spike is as well. You know, flying into the mud, they find 1 right to the skull, checking things out,
Spike
making sure there's
down,
no one
B.
back on the mud 205. And the rest of Valley View has got to make the rotations in and deal with the threat. Boise sitting right on top of it all, gonna rotate back and grab the spike. 1 coming in from a strange angle. You gotta watch out for that. Count cards, call abilities, and don't lose track of players.
Yeah, we see Spike finally going down here. Unfortunately, we dropped partway through the rotational site. Smoking off the exit. Now it's just gonna be pushing onto the site. But AJ will take down Game Captain. Getting rid of one of the controllers here. Saucy will picks up AJ. Just Saucy left. And not much they can do against 3 opponents at that point. Boise managing to pick up another round and keep themselves in this game.
Yeah, it's getting so close. I don't want to say the O word, but we're very close from an 11-11.
Yep, we see pretty much full buys coming out from everyone here. Unfortunately, one person not being able to afford their full armor being left out in the rain. But other than that, everyone's got what they need.
And Cred prospect for the next round is good. And like you're saying, except for Reem, everybody's looking good for the next round too.
KOS dropping that KJ turret. We see the Killjoy ult coming out. No one able to actually stop this KJ ult, I believe.
Well, Wine Taco sure is trying to, but I don't think it can happen. They're going to keep pushing, and there it is. Lockdown destroyed. Absolutely upsetting the B push, and look at all that Valley View has. I mean,
Been getting some good
very
damage.
close. Breezy still going to find a Team G Buzzy with only 1 health alive.
9 health.
Are being opted after.
The hot hands being thrown. Area denial as they just plant the spike and kind of buy some time. 2 very low jets here.
Absolutely unreal.
Breezy gonna take down 205, ending this flank. Breezy picking up another, leaving it to a 2v5. Find the alarm bot, but nothing else. It looks like play is being made to just, you know, this round's lost. Let's just hold on to our weapons and play for next round. Sometimes, you know, that's just what you got to do here.
It sure is, but it does mean that we're going up to a 10-10 here. Boise has brought it back to a fair game. We're very close to an overtime. Serious push all around. Killjoy can't believe it.
Yeah. Bringing back the wide joy.
Yeah, remember Wide Joy.
I think that's the scariest thing you can see is 5 wide joy cards loading into a match.
Yeah, you know people are, those are Smurf accounts.
Placing alarm bot. Recalling my bot. Alarm bot
Yes, the
out.
Killjoy ritual every round. I gotta set up the same stuff at the same spots.
Yep, Cypher mains of old, remember the woes.
You know, you gotta line up that specific pixel to get your tripwire just right. Let's see. Got the op, just gonna be holding that tight angle with it, seeing if anyone gets a little daring
Ooh,
here.
It could happen, and you don't want to be walking that slowly into an op, but speaking of tight angles, we've got the same thing here. You have to use a little bit of a speedrun mechanic, jumping off of the tricycle there to get up that high. They're going to be dealing with the Trailblazer from below. And the op is, or sorry, the spike is still there, just kind of hanging out. Boise's definitely feeling things out this round.
Oh, saw him and then realized after.
Okay, it looks like it's the good old wait till 60. Now that we're down to a minute, they go flying in. Vision and out to be dropped again, and they ignore it entirely, go flying into A. Breezy's going to find one. David replies, and then Coast replies onto David. It's a little bit of a domino effect here. AJ 17 caps 1 on the run, and Hawaiian Taco to find that one afterward. The 1-for-1s are unreal. Spike finally gets a plant out from someone untouched. Reem just hanging out on the site with 2 other Boise players. Valley View Hawaiian Taco has already seen a little bit of action and has to take one to prevent them from getting to point 11. It's tight, but they don't know where they're coming from. Just trying to set up any cross angles. Timer is low, but it's not too low. Valley View, 1 player left.
Know where they're at. Get some shots in. And now, like, you have 2 players just sitting down below here. You have all the time in the world in the double peak, and yep.
A team ace. We don't see it very often, but there it is. Boise finds point 11 after everybody gets their 1. Valley View has got to shut them down. If they don't want to play in overtime, they need all 3 points in a row immediately.
Yeah, and there's the timeout from the side of Valley View, which is, at this point, very smart. Just kind of reset here, just figure out what they need to do, because they know that they can push these sites. And just got to kind of mentally reset and try something new.
Mentally reset indeed. I love that everyone's actually pulling their timeouts today, really using them strategically. Look at them discuss away. Look at all the RGB we're in the moment. Welcome into the house, everybody. Love to have a full place here. The energy is high, and games have been very close. We have an intense game going on between Bishop Kelly and Wood River in the back rooms as well as a second stream showing up some other games. Got some Rocket League happening. It is a whole conference today. And there was a lot of preliminary matches that were already showcased to get us here. It's been a long road, but it's the best time of the year. This is the season. Timeout is going to be running out, and here it is.
Ooh.
Valley
There
View
we
High
go.
School game captain, who we've seen play before excellently. His timeout is going to run out, and Valley View is ready to see these 3 points, 3 consecutive points to run them out and take a win.
Yeah, you see, I mean, we're at such a close point here. Both these teams almost, like as you said, the O word here. We're
Yeah.
only 2 rounds away. AJ throwing down some smokes here, getting some vision denial. We already hear a Killjoy ult, actually a defender Killjoy ult. The long flank gonna get 2 picks right away onto Boise. Boise forced to back off too because of that defender Killjoy ult. And now they're kind of trapped in a corner. Only so many places they can go, and Valley View knows that.
Yeah, it's become a strange game back in the rotations here. The Trailblazers are just barely missing anyone. Unfortunately, they have that fog of war, so they can't see anyone's there. They decide to rotate on around, and maybe a good call. Game captain shutting off, going through B short. Looks like they might try for it anyways, or at least coast. Trying to get some wide fire angle here. Game captain to jump in on the fray. Coast is just trying to make sure his 2 teammates can get through into the B site. VHS 205 stuck in place and still does excellent with it. Finds a 3K from where he's standing. Unreal, and game captain to get another one, bringing a flawless onto Valley View's plate. Looks like that timeout really helped him out, and now this is in what I like to call practical overtime. Obviously, there's no big switch that changes the gun situation or the cred situation or the attack and defense, but the first team to win 2 consecutive points now takes it.
Yeah, I mean, we do see with the guns here, basically overtime economy.
Right.
Everyone's got enough for what they need. Even
Everyone's
if,
loaded, yeah.
Yep. So.
Whether you're costs or not.
Yeah, and we see this next round. Everyone should be able to buy for at least 2 rounds, even if one team loses everything here. See Breezy picking up an early kill on David. Bold to kind of push up like that. Boise definitely capitalized on it. AJ just getting this control where they can and trying to find something here to even this out. Some good intel at least.
Recovering
Both teams not really.
No, it's a very tentative game, yeah.
All the pressure is on Valley View here, a man down.
Very slow, very deliberate. Saucy, looking to find his footing. AJ-17 running straight through onto the catwalk to join the rest of the Boise team, flowing straight into the green, looking for a bit of fan out here once they get to the site proper. Game captain watching from afar. Could have a beautiful look onto the situation. Sure enough, from afar, looking to find one almost. Oh no, it's not there. The blind is crazy and breezy to find one on the game captain. Even though the potential for collateral was high, game captain couldn't quite hold it together. Now he's saucy.
Yeah, smokes are up. Smokes go down. See what they can see. Use the updraft to scout ahead from a little bit of safety. Gets the smokes down. They know someone's down there. Pick up 1. Unfortunately, Buzzy managed to pick up 2 from them. And then Breezy will clean it up, putting Boise at match point.
Down to the wire.
Match point.
3 ultimates on the field in total here. Omen ult, like I mentioned before, kind of a half ultimate. It's the rest of his kit holds them together, we'll say.
Yeah.
But we do have the, I believe it's the Astra ult and then is it KJ who has the other one? We have some good ultimates here for plays. And with this being potentially, this will be the final round. These ones will carry over. Oh, it's Jet Knives, excuse me. So they may as well pop all these ultimates this round because either it goes into overtime or it's over. So
Get out of my way.
Yeah, Boise's looking to close this one up. Sure enough, they must have heard you. Those Jet Knives get popped right on out.
yep. Actually, possibly being able to get the fade over.
Yeah, they are going to get the fade. Oh, the dash is all queued and the fade ult is on board.
Face your fear.
Up trap. Fatal coming out here. Dashes in.
Well, ooh, Buzzy just dashes straight into Hawaiian Taco, and he shuts him down. That's a good start for Valley View, and they're playing on their own mud as well. Boise trying to push in, can't quite find it. Is looking for a rehit somewhere else, but the rotation's called, and Valley View beats him to it. Low on options for Boise, looking like it could be in overtime.
Yep. Breezy managed, luckily was able to trade one back, evening things right back up. Still have the Astro Wall. Not needing to use it though. Gonna hold on to it until they really. KJ turret getting a little bit of chip damage in. You see Hawaiian
30
Taco picks up
seconds left.
one. Just all they need to do is live here and be as big a nuisance as they can.
Oh, Hawaiian Taco doing another one. Absolute ridiculous defenders to take a beautiful win. Hawaiian Taco with 3 to his name, and game captain takes another one.
Switching sides.
And now that we're
Overtime.
in it, we can say it. That we brought it to, it is now overtime.
We did it. Yeah, here it is. It's real overtime. This is single overtime, 12-12. We'll see how it goes from here. We've seen some wild overtimes today.
Yep, I believe that, what was it, 2018?
2018.
Almost a full another game. See the op coming out. It's always one of those things where it's like, do you take it? Do you not? You get nothing else.
Yep. Yeah, scary situation. That's all the eggs in one basket. But if Buzzy wants to make a decisive move early, then he's got to go for it. So we've seen Valley View 12 apiece, looking to make their way to the next stage.
Yep, see the Omen smoke coming out. Very box standard Omen smoke there. Some good map control being taken here. Paranoia coming out. Gonna fire some shots, but no one's gonna see anything. Some good damage, and we see they're just kind of stuck in this little cubby here. AJ just gonna do their best to survive.
Valley View's definitely pushed people back a little bit, and Boise is one player hanging out on A site.
Oh,
And you can see the run around.
It's the fire,
Not
the
quite
shot.
there. Still has a chance to cut one player off as they run across, but Buzzy looks like he might not even take the chance to wait for it that long. So
they know some intel off of that now, which makes things a lot harder. It's like, do you commit to it and just send it, or do you just play it slow again and kind of fake people out?
yeah, the knives got blinded, and now there's a smoke in mid. It looks like they weren't super sure if it was an A push or not, because Boise has
30
moved back.
seconds
They've been cramped all back there. I mean, this is a great place for an orbital strike or a showstopper, but they're allowed to sit there because we don't have any ults like that on board. So
Yeah.
they're all cramped in the back. Valley View gets to slowly make their way onto site. Finally, they make damage onto the one-man watching, and Breeze goes down Coast and Ream to find one. Hawaiian Taco coming in for the plant with only 10 seconds back on the deck. 4v3. Boise would love to see this go downhill, but so would Valley View. It's coming in super close. Boise only a few left to fight. AJ17 goes down. Saucy going to be the victor of that little 1v1. And the 3 of them working together, trying to set something up. They don't have enough time. Ream already coming in to disrupt, finds a third. And Valley View, only one left alive to hold this plant. It was a while ago, though. The timer looks good. Just trying to make some devastating play. Finally, he goes down. Buzzy going in for the defuse, and Boise
Gonna bring it into the next round of
Finds it.
overtime. Valley View-
13-12. If Valley View takes this one, then it's double overtime.
Switching sides.
Yep. Side
Match
swapping
point.
again. Seeing the weapons being bought out here. Do we see another op from anyone here?
We've seen Valley View do some great things, but Boise has been on the front foot. I mean, Boise is in match point for the second time so far. Valley View has been the one, bringing the overtime to the table.
Yep. We see just kind of everyone's got to reset here and just figure out that weakness again. You almost got to like reset and be like, okay, now we're playing this side again. Good smokes coming down here, allowing a lot of map control. It's creeping up. Trying to find that pick before they all can rush in. Double paranoias coming out here. The haunt lane coming out as well. Lots of intel on where people are playing from. Gets one, goes down though, but game captain avenges them. Spike is down, but Boise in a 3v4. Numbers disadvantage, needs to find something to even out the playing field here. They do have Phoenix and Killjoy mollies, which I don't know if they have lineups for, but can deny quite a bit of time.
Yeah, and time denial is all they need, Boise. Clock being ruled out, low on options at 2:05, making their list of options even shorter.
And Valley View will take it into a double overtime here.
Excellent done, very, very close. They're waiting till the very end of the clock to make any big moves.
Yeah, with that
Overtime.
like 2 seconds, it's almost like you just had to like wonder if like the mollies were up or anything to just keep them off for like a second
I should
longer.
probably place some stars in the
That's one of those things where it's like that shows kind of like the value of Sova on this map. Sova just has so much util, and there's so many spots that you can shoot through. That's why I feel like almost every game you see a Sova on this map.
Yeah, I would have expected as well, but there's so many good picks in the meta right now, but they have options. Boise and Valley View now looking at double overtime. If either of these teams wins the next 2 points, it is over, and they move on to next stage.
Gets the pick and dashes out.
Oh, and drops a Cloudburst behind him, which saves his life. Gets off behind the util.
Gets scanned by the horn. Prowler being thrown out.
Most of Valley View still hanging out in one spot right in mid, but one player is going to be off deep into A site.
Do they know they're there? They're going to check for it, and they do find them.
A beautiful check. David takes out Breezy.
Calling my bot.
Pushing in, the door gets closed.
Blocking sight.
The calls to watch Heaven are out, and Coast, he's up there looking down onto Valley View playfield. Coast is going to find Saucy, but there's a reply in another area. David finds one more. Still even 3v3, now 3v2. The 205 finds one, but the replies are here. One at a time, they slowly fall down. The plant is finally out, turning that 30 seconds left on the clock into the spike timer.
Yep. The KJ turret coming out here, going to kind of just... AJ getting one more, which is going to be huge. And KOS picks up the last, bringing Boise up another point in this overtime. Hear the cowbells.
Boise on the right hand of the stage finds another one.
Match point.
Keeping this momentum up as they are constantly the ones who just need the 1 point to win in OT.
Yeah, Boise on that front foot, forcing Valley View now to find 3 consecutive points to get this win. It's not looking great for them.
See, as the walls go down, kind of how these teams are going to play it out. The dog coming out, getting some good intel, going to let the rest of the team know at least where a few members are. The early smoke's coming down to just deny space and vision for them.
And Boise doesn't want to take that clock, so they're going to back up a little bit. Considering a re-hit, they do a little spike trade-off. They go back in now that the smokes should be down. They still do have an Astra Star there that they could inflate if they need to. They check Wine. Now back there, Coast, is too fast with it. And though he takes a lot of damage, he is going to find one. Game Captain makes a good rotation out amidst that paranoia and dodges Breezy. Does get hit with the tracker, but it's not enough. 205 and Saucy both find their one. Breezy replies, and it is Boise's sight now. Valley View to break the glass, trying to move in over and stop this push, but the plant is already gone through. Game Captain making some waves from down below. Reem is going to find one, though.
We'll catch them.
Last two. intel is there. The door. Ooh, game captain though with the simple one tap.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. He's going crazy. Another one. There's only one left, and the health is so low. Game Captain is the only thing standing in between Boise and the next stage. Can he hold it out? The timer is already so low. And there it is. Attackers to take one more.
Boise will win in double overtime.
Unreal. Boise wins in double overtime, and they won the first round as well, which means they will be moving on. They took down BK, and they took down Valley View, sending everyone to lower brackets. They're going to be staying on desk and seeing the next one.
Yeah, what a good game that was.
What a good game indeed. We've still got some things to discuss, like our favorite player for this game. Who would you submit?
Ooh. That's going to be a tough one because we had some great players throughout this entire match. I want to say game captain for the side of Valley View, just like that's the smart Yoru play. Like it didn't necessarily win too much stuff, but it was very creative, and they were just it shows they really know the character. And then obviously like Breezy's Phoenix, like being a staple. Like you don't see Phoenix very often, and then they just destroy on Phoenix. So.
Yeah, we saw some real destroys sometimes. I mean, it came down to 3Vs or 4Vs sometimes, and people really anchored and got several kills in a row. And there were some times where it was crazy upsets. So I'd love to see who we've got. We're ready to see the Idaho Central player of the game, chosen by the production team to showcase one of our players here. And here they are, getting their way off stage, enjoying a little bit of a break.
Yep, I mean, you know, after you play that long, it's got to feel good to
It
at
gets
least.
intense, yeah, double overtime.
Okay, let's see.
We got to see it switch, yeah. It's
It is
Buzzy.
Buzzy.
Yep, a good one.
There we are. Yeah, Buzzy just on that jet, just very reliable entry frag, and just they made the plays happen that they needed to make happen. I believe they even got the first ace here, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Oh yeah, the 1v2 here, just pulled out the knife at the wrong time, gets the double and the defuse.
Some wild stuff. I mean, we saw a tight game for sure. You don't see, you know, a casual game go out to double overtime. So this has been a wild one.
Yeah, and it wasn't even like a big lead and then a big comeback. It was like round for round for the longest time.
Oh, yeah. It was so many back and forths because Boise would only ever have a lead of like 3 points max, but that is it right there. We are going to show you the top 5 plays of the game and take a quick little break while we reset the LAN and get everybody going again. The Idaho Army National Guard is proud to present to you the top 5 plays of the game, as they are a proud supporter of Boise State Esports. Top plays are presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a 20 grand bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. You can reach out to them on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. Well, thank you very much. We will be right back. Take a little break, find some water, get ready for the next game, do your research. We'll be here. Finally, Boise comes rolling in, but they've got to break the door first. Now they're playing into somebody else's territory. Valley View 2, one on each side. Since in Paranoia, that ushers an easy first kill. It's down to the last one in a high pen area. They could just spray if they wanted to, but they're playing out. They know they've got the win con. They know they have the timer. Just wait for it. It's a 1v1, and he finds both of them. What? Buzzy with the upset. Everybody takes the kill, several to the head, but AJ-17 is going to be the one to find it. Buzzy, a one from distance with the op. As the dust settles, it's a 3v2. And the spike is counting. Breezy coming around with a wild pinch. He's going to find one, no problem. Quick with it, sees another and takes it from a distance. That's a spray to the floor. Breezy in 12v8. It all matters right here. It comes down to it. 8 points is all they're going to have to win the next game if they can't find this one.
Yeah, and at this point,
Last player standing.
Spike is a bit high.
gets a pick, gets a second pick, but
Another one. Oh, was very close to one more, but Reem with a final minute. A heal coming from
the KJO coming out. Not gonna be able to go off in time.
Nice.
Oh, Valley View loses another player to Reem.
Both players detained,
One enemy
but
remaining.
no time on the spike, just a little too slow. Yeah, smokes are up. Smokes go down. see what they can see. Use the updraft to scout ahead
Turret
from
out.
a little bit of safety. Gets the smokes down. They know someone's down there. Pick up one.
Player standing.
Unfortunately, Buzzy managed to pick up 2 from them, and then Breezy will clean it up.
Hello and welcome back to the very full Boise State Esports Arena. We are back at you with some Rocket League action. We are going to be having Rigby versus Middleton, and the winner of this match actually will end up going to the finals. So this is a very high stakes matchup that we have here for you today. I'm still your host Colby, and joining me to call all of the action is Joe.
So, moving towards the finals now. It's pretty exciting. I mean, we've only gotten to see the one match here on stream, but goodness, it was a close one. I mean, it was a 3-0, but it was such a close ending there. I'm kind of excited to see. We haven't seen either of these teams on stream yet. I'm curious if they have kind of different strategies than the two teams we saw before, or if they're going to be similar. And what I'm really, really hoping to see is a lot of demos. Let some sparks fly, you know?
Don't let people play the game. That's
No, make them think about it a little bit more. Yeah.
And with that, Rigby, actually, we do need to highlight that they are the #1 seed, and they had no losses in the regular season.
Wow.
So we're kind of expecting great things from them, and it'll be up to Middleton to see whether or not they can counter.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm excited to see Rigby because, like you said, #1 seed, and I haven't even gotten to see them play yet. So I'm super excited to see what they have in store for us. Hopefully, it's a lot of demos. Hopefully, it's a lot of pressure. Some fast-paced gameplay going into this series here. But yeah, whoever wins, we could either see an upset with Rigby going down and then a really exciting grand finals, or we could see Rigby do what they've apparently been doing all season and walk straight into the grand finals feeling confident.
Of course. And with that, we are just waiting to get into the game.
I think what's really exciting about this particular match, though, is that we're running into, the final hour of this tournament, to say the least. We're not quite there yet, but this is kind of a stressful moment for both teams at the end of the day. Even though Rigby should probably be feeling confident, at the end of the day, I mean, this would be the worst time to have your first loss, right? I mean, I've been in this position before.
When you're on the
I mean,
when it's for the finals.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, if you're first seed and you lose, right, then it kind of feels like, oh, we just got upset or we messed something up. And that might be the case, or they might have had a really good day at the end of the day. Like, teams have pop-off moments for sure. But the expectation is more on you to win that game. So if you don't, it can feel worse. And you can put that expectation on yourself, too. So I think mentality is going to play big dividends going into this first game here. You're going to have to come into it, both teams feeling really confident and focusing entirely on your own gameplay. Tune out the noise, tune out everything that you've been thinking about before the tournament. Just focus on your own gameplay, play by play, keep your confidence up, and I think you're looking good, honestly.
And make sure to trust your teammates to do their job and do their same thing as well. Because when you don't trust your teammates, that's kind of when you run into the double commit, triple commit territory.
Yep.
And you really need to make sure that you have somebody in every quadrant of the field, or in every third of the field, not quadrant, at any given time, or at least ready to rotate.
Yeah, and at this stage of the tournament, even before the tournament started, practice time is over. We're in game mode now. So at the end of the day, mistakes will happen, but you have to just let them go. You have to worry about play-by-play, focusing on trusting your teammates, letting them do your job so you can do your job, and just making sure that all the way through it, your head's steady. Because if you let it rock even a little bit, positive momentum and negative momentum both go leaps and bounds. I mean, if you let a little bit of negative in, it will just make it so hard to come back. And if you let positive in, it's going to be so easy to stay in this game. So I'm really hoping that we see just a bunch of cheers, a bunch of real excitement between the teammates every time a goal is scored, bouncing back, never giving up no matter what the scoreline is.
And we got a lot of that in our first matchup, I mean, people were being very loud, particularly on the side of Mountain Home, who actually did end up winning against Valley View. And I gotta say, I want to say part of that, I want to attribute that to the fans, because usually our arena isn't this full. Usually we don't have people screaming at the top of their lungs when there are goals, and it's just so great to see. And I definitely think it helped Mountain Home win. So maybe that can be what Middleton is looking for to kind of beat out Rigby.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the fans are honestly the best part of this tournament so far.
Of
And like you
course.
said, we've had tournaments here before. We've had all kinds of tournaments, bigger tournaments, smaller tournaments. And I think to see finally have a big group of here to cheer them on as well really changes the pace a little bit. I mean, we've got people from Idaho Army National Guard here. We've got friends and family and everyone a part of watching just their teams play, whether or not they play that game. Everyone coming, representing one school together. It's super cool to see everyone show up with all their merch and everything, and really excited to see kind of that glow continue into the grand finals.
And with that, we're still waiting on Rigby versus Middleton to kind of see what we're going to do when we get into there. Do you have any advice that we haven't covered?
I mean, obviously mentality, like I brought up before, but in terms of stuff we haven't
Go
covered.
touch some grass. Be in some sunshine.
Yeah,
that'll really help the mentality.
Yeah. Here's what my advice is going to be. Drink water.
Drink water.
Lots
You
and
heard it
lots of
here,
water.
folks. Get a water bottle.
Yeah, at this stage in the tournament, having played so many just like this, at this stage of the tournament, you can get dehydrated really quickly because you're not thinking about it. You're thinking about your games. After your game, you're thinking about what just happened, and then you're thinking about the next game. You're not really worried about your own health at the end of the day, but you can start to feel the headache come on after looking at the screen for so long, not drinking enough water, getting a little dehydrated. So it is so important that you continue to just keep chugging the water, man. Keep going. You gotta keep your liquids up, otherwise it's gonna be really hard to keep your brain focused on the game specifically.
That's what we're taking a break here for. That's what we do in
Yep.
between all of our breaks. We go out, touch
Just
some
drink
grass,
water.
drink some water.
Yep. Get a nice
Make
deep
sure
breath
you
of
get
fresh air.
outside. I'm
Yeah.
not sure enough gamers do that.
Yeah. Get some sun. Yeah, a little vitamin D to
Some
go
sun.
with it. Yeah, I mean you got the whole summer ahead of you, to say the least. I mean, I think most people are ending school right about now. I think maybe the high schools are not quite there yet. But at the end of the day, now's the time. I mean, there's not a lot of time left to make any adjustments. Now's the time you come into it with your own game plan. You come into it healthy, hopefully, full of water, and you keep your
Full of
mentality. Yep.
I'm gonna win because I'm full of water.
100%. Any confidence you can get, within measure, any confidence you get for any reason, take it and run with it for sure. Because positive momentum is everything at the end of the day.
I drank water, guys. So not to be dramatic or anything, but I'm fully prepared to carry because I'm drinking water.
100%. We're finally getting into the game here. This should be pretty interesting. I am super excited to see where this ends up. We have this awesome graphic through the Unreal Engine. Really excited to continue that. Now let's see here. Kickoff has already started. Looks like it's
there's the
fairly even. There's a demo right off the bat. Bruno from blue side has to clear it out. It's up in the air. Oh my gosh, there's an aerial on a shot. That's probably just going to go all the way in. No, saved by the last minute by yellow defense. It'll be hit off the wall here. And we have Jimmy just barely able to get it out.
And with that, we do see RL just kind of able to get clear to midfield, and then immediately after that missed the touch, and it looks like there will be a touch from blue team. Actually, a 50 that kind of sends it just over in the corner. And it looks like KX is going to be the next one to touch the ball, and then it looks like Grizz is actually just going to be able to swerve it around that corner. Amazing ball control there. And then we see a shot on goal, and it looks like Alzrick is going to be our first for Highland.
Okay, so Highland, first out of the gate here, starting us off well. It looks like they might already be up 2 games, or down 2 games against Middleton.
So this might be the beginning of the Highland reverse sweep, is what we're looking at.
Okay. So we have Alzarek leading the charge here off the back wall. Has the shot, but can't quite find it at the back of the net. Waiting here on Snags to clear around. Grizz trying to push along with him. Snags with the pass. Ends up just taking the shot. Go bounce in front of the net. Bouncing over. Jimmy has to get the pressure on. Maybe gets a follow-up touch. He does. Doesn't find the back of the net. Doesn't spill out to the corner as Snags looks for the clear. Just kind of playing loosely around the net right now. There is pressure, but nothing too scary yet for either team.
And then we do see Runo get the next goal, and it looks like Middleton's going to tie this up. 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. We see KX kind of pop it up in the air. And then immediately after that, we see Grizz bounce it off of the backboard, and then Runo is the follow-up that Middleton is looking for.
Oh, and it looks like actually this is Rigby and Middleton, and we are in game 1. Our graphic just updated there. And okay, we're still in it. The shot. Middleton will come in again after all of
Bruno
that.
Middleton up 2.
Yeah, I mean, good pass towards the back wall. Not quite the connect that Rigby might have wanted, so Middleton will take the shot to the far right corner. This is a close match already, especially for Rigby being the #1 seed.
Close and high scoring.
Yeah. This is going to be an explosive game for sure. We'll have to see how they adapt going into game 2. I mean, we're going to have a game 2 regardless, so Alzarek trying to pass it up to a teammate here. Ends up having a lot more space than they might have wanted. Snags has to leave it. Oh, they bumped into each other. Might not be able to do much else with that. Yep, Grizz gets to get away with the ball here now. Has the boost to make something happen. Maybe goes for a solo play. Gets the pinch off the ceiling, but no follow-up means that it will not find the back of the net. They'll spill out in front of Rigby's net. They'll pinch it around one. It's an open net. Somebody has to get back. You have to bounce it above the crossbar. They do. They're safe for a little longer, but not too much longer as Alderek is mounting the counterattack.
And with that, we do see it looks like Snags is going to be in possession of the ball. Now it's KX vying with Snags for the ball. We see the 50 kind of send it up into the air and then over into that corner. And then immediately after that, we see the shot on goal. But Crossy, best defender in the game, has most recorded saves to date. We see a little bit of backboard defense come out from KX on the side of Rigby. And then we see Snags at least get another shot there. But KX is just this defensive wall that the Trojans need right now.
Jimmy's leading the charge past the midfield line, passes it over, has to get it out mid, but can't quite do it. KX with the clear down, blocked by Snags. It'll spill out in the corner. Grizz has to touch it up, but can't do much else. Has to play it low back to himself. Oh, looks like Bruno will get in the way. Grizz setting up the shot off the back wall here. It's not quite getting past Jimmy. Spilling out to the corner. Stags is trying to set him up again, but it's just going to be a little too high. It's just not quite going to work. Rolls out into the corner. Jimmy has the clear, and now we have the counter attack from Rigby. It's hitting down. It's towards the net. And saved by the last minute by Bruno. Means that they're continuing to hold their lead a little bit longer.
And we do see Snags currently in possession of the ball. Now it is Jimmy just kind of going to send it over into that corner. And then immediately after that, we see the ball popped up in the air. A little bit of aerial play for Grizz there. And then we see KX actually get a shot on goal. There's a little bit of a follow-up, but Snags is going to be able to save it in the end. Our scoreline is still 1-2 in favor of, actually 2-2. Right as I say that, Cash occurs. 1 minute and 39 seconds in this game, and both of these teams are tied. And it feels like KX, with all those applause, all the shots, all the saves, and the demo and the goal, it feels like KX is kind of like, all right, get in the backpack, friends, let's go.
KX is definitely a force to be reckoned with right now, but Rigby is definitely probably thinking about adjustments already. 2-2 scoreline here with less than 2 minutes on the clock. Plenty of Rocket League left to play. Jimmy's trying to set something up, but can't quite do it. Has 2 defenders in the way. Grizz will get in the way. It'll bounce out mid. This is not great, but Snags is able to respond. It's just over to Jimmy, though. That's not good. Possession in favor of Rigby now. They take the shot, but they're not quite able to find it. It's a little bit wide. Misses the boost, misses the demo, misses the ball. So it'll spill out in the Middleton corner still. Not quite able to get past the strong front post defense. It's just hanging out in front of that net now. This is not what you want if you're Middleton, but they do get the clear in enough time because Middleton just didn't have anyone to respond to.
55 seconds remaining. We're getting into the final minute of the game. It looks like almost round 1 overtime between these two teams right now as that shot is going to go a little bit too far to the left. We see Grizz elevate to get the next touch and then put it down to Alzarek, who is going to actually, Snags is the next one able to touch. This is just popcorning back and forth between these two teams right now as possession is kind of anybody's ball game as it looks like, KX is not going to be able to get the touch, but Snags is. 30 seconds remaining as we bounce it off of Rigby's backboard. And Middleton is looking to maybe score something. We see Snags rotating back for the pass, perhaps. Both touches are actually going to whiff. And then next it is Jimmick that's going to bounce it off of the backboard. And then, with no follow-up other than their own skill, going to break the tie. 3-2, 17 seconds remaining.
No one quite on the back wall there to respond, so Jimmy just runs with it. Too slow of a response from Middleton will leave Rigby in a favorable position with 17 seconds left on the clock. That's plenty of time, obviously. But Middleton now starting to feel the heat a little bit. Oh, this is not good. This could be another one. Oh, it just bounces awkwardly. No one can do anything with it. Oh, but Middleton will not be able to make the save at the last minute anyway. Not the kickoff they wanted, to say the least. And so it looks like, I mean, I could cast or curse all I want, but scoring 2 goals in 11 seconds, it's kind of a difficult task. We might be looking at kind of a game 2 adjustment from Middleton now. They had a really close game. They started out pretty ahead. Feels like Rigby might have needed to find their stride kind of in the mid-game. I'm curious if that's something that's going to remain true going into game 2.
They drank some water. They drank some
Yeah,
water in the final 17 seconds, and they've been able to score 3 goals, putting us 5-2, 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they definitely feel like they figured it out towards the end there. Maybe they had a little bit. They needed a little bit of a warm up in the first few minutes, but they definitely have it figured out now. They feel very comfortable in their position. So we'll have to see what kind of adjustments Middleton is ready to make. They definitely have the offense to make this work in game 2, but they're going to have to get a little more creative if they're going to break through. Yes.
I also want to say the defense in the final seconds kind of fell apart a little bit, and that's why those 3 goals were able to be scored in the final 17 seconds of the game.
Yeah.
So definitely just as we get into those 17 seconds and you're tied, it's not quite time to pull out your goalie and go 6-man on the field to go back to the hockey metaphor.
Yeah, it feels like it all could have been a little bit stalled if they had a better response on that 3rd goal. Letting it hit off the backboard and spill out in front of the net is a very dangerous thing to do. If they had a better response there, they wouldn't have to give up so much defense in the last 17 seconds. And because they did that, they also gave up that 4th goal, and that kind of sealed the deal. The kickoff ended up being kind of rough, but at the end of the day, that is something you can control. So it's an adjustment that needs to be made in the next game as well. But they're not out of it. I mean, we're getting into it a little bit right now with Middleton, but Middleton had a really explosive start, and that kind of pressure that kind of pressure is huge. That's the kind of thing you need in order to make this happen going into game 2. And I think if you really need to mix it up that badly, go for demos. I mean, there was almost no.
You've been wanting demos all day.
No team right now should feel threatened right now by demos because nobody's threatening them. I think adding that to the mix is something that's going to make them think about it a little bit more and going to slow down their play. Even if it.
Players be scared to play the game.
100%. You want them scared. You want them overthinking. You want to add things to their mental stacks, make them overthink.
New round, new arena. We're going to see which team comes out on top here, and it looks like Grizz is at least going to win the first 50-50 for Middleton. And then immediately after that, we see Alsric just kind of bounce over, and then KJ is going to actually take it from Snags into 50, sends the ball just flying in an unexpected direction.
Middleton on the back foot right now, trying to set up a play to go out mid. Grizz has to get past one. He can't quite do it. KX with the challenge. Rolls towards the corner. Bruno slow playing around Alsric, but can't quite do it. This is dangerous, but Snags says, man, get it out. No response, though. The clear's just not quite good enough, and KX is going to pounce on it almost immediately. Just spills out towards the midfield there. KX with a hop shot towards the corner.
And we do see, I think the demo definitely helped enable that. So it looks like Rigby's actually taking your advice. 4 minutes and 33 seconds into the game. Rigby up 1, Middleton nothing. We see Jimmy currently in possession of the ball. No, it's immediately going to get stolen from them and cleared all the way across the field. Now Snags is on the defensive, kind of fighting Alsric for possession of the ball in front of their goal. We see Rundown go to assist their ally. Alsric currently in possession, but immediately it's going to be stolen. KX playing a little bit of backboard defense. Alsric is going to get a clear to midfield, but will they be able to get it past Rundown? Not quite.
Snags trying to set something up. Goes for the play off the ceiling. A follow-up from Grizz will spill out mid, but not enough. Response time. Jimmy OK is in the way. It's going to get blocked out towards the corner. A little bit of a back foot right now for Rigby. They have to reset their defense, but not a fast enough response. Alsric has to get the clear out. Only one player to beat. Just has to beat Grizz. Gets the 50-50. It's going to roll in front of the net here. Somebody has to respond. Grizz is up for the clear. Jimmy's there for the response. He's going to drop it down. Might just go all the way in. Almost, but not quite. They have to reset the play entirely. No, Alsric has the response. The mounting offense is happening here. Snags is not quite able to do much with it. They need to get it out of their end as fast as possible. Grizz is able to get it clear, but he's not able to do much else with it. It spills out in front of the net. A bump could mean the end, and it is. KX is able to score off of a good bump in the corner after a pass here. Here's the pass right there, and Alsric right here, bump. Grizz no longer has the momentum. KX is able to respond, and that will put Rigby into a favorable position into the last 3.5 minutes.
We go to this next 50-50. It looks like Middleton's really trying to take this right now. We do see Snags. Actually, they will win the 50-50, sending it over on the Rigby side of the field. But it looks like KX is actually going to try to clear, but not be able to get it past Grizz. So the Middleton offensive line is still strong here. We see Jimmy at least get a little bit of a touch to disrupt there, as all 3 members of Rigby on hard defensive right now. As Grizz is just going to, as KX is going to demo Grizz, excuse me, really opening up the field a little bit for an offensive play here. As Rigby kind of moves in, but then is forced to move back due to a clear onto their side of the field. Runa is just being a problem as Grizz takes the shot, but is unable to put it in the back of it.
No shot here. Snags has the follow-up, just spills it out in front of the net. Jimmy will be there to get the clear out. Grizz trying to keep it in play, doesn't have any beat, so Runo's going to pop in and stop it. At the midfield line, Snags is trying to keep this offense going, but he's not able to get past Jimmy. They'll roll out in front of the net. Runo's up to try to keep the pressure. He knocks it down and away. but KX is still on it. Kind of playing a lot of that midfield ping pong right now, but finally Ozarek is able to get through. Almost gets the double tap. No shot from Rigby. Played in a little slow. Oh my goodness, there it is. After a whiff from Middleton, Rigby will pounce immediately as we cross the halfway point of this game. A 3-0 lead in favor of Rigby. They definitely have the confidence to keep going right now. Middleton needs to make an adjustment. It feels like they have the pressure. They're on the offensive end enough, but they need to start making some more aggressive or creative plays. And if that means demos, if that means passing, they need to start doing it now. Oh my goodness.
gosh.
Jimmy coming away with an amazing shot here. What a read off the sidewall. Is able to get the deflect into the net. Top
And
corner,
then we
that is
see-
just amazing.
Oh my gosh, they just weren't there in time. Jimmy with some very accurate shots here, and it feels like Jimmy and KX this time are the ones that are really working for Rigby, and Alzrick has been an assist mastermind here. As we see KX, just be able to put another one right in with that, our first hat trick of this game.
Yeah, we had a pretty close game one. It barely even came to a 3-goal differential, but KX kind of leading charge. I just said with Alzarek, look at those. 4 assists to his name, almost 100% goal participation in his favor. He's definitely that more scrappy support player that I've talked about before on other streams. He's kind of committed to the getting in the way of things. Like, for example, he had that pass earlier, and then he got the bump immediately after. It set him up perfectly. So we'll have to see if that's something to look out for next game for Middleton, because right now, this is not looking good.
It looks like Bruno's kind of trying to fight Alzrick for the ball, and it looks like Grizz actually will get it clear to midfield, but doesn't actually get it any further than that. As Snags gets the next touch on the ball, trying to Jimmy almost gets that goal off of Bruno almost gets the goal. Excuse me, but Jimmy is there to disrupt, and then we see Jimmy once again put it up in the air, and then next time it is Grizz. Just going to kind of slide right into there, and it looks like KX is going to send it over into the corner. Jimmy gets the next touch, and the setup was there, but the touch just barely wasn't fast enough to get the goal.
That
Rigby
would have been
up 5 to Middleton's nothing. A minute and 20 seconds remaining.
off the wall here. Response, it'll spill out mid. Jimmy is up first, gets the touch, has another, probably has a third. If he does, he beats out Grizz. It'll bounce past him. Oh my gosh, no play from the defense there. Almost led Middleton to getting a 6-0 on them, but now KX is playing it around, trying to set up another play. Goes for the flipper set, doesn't make quality contact, so Bruno gets to be in the way here. Jimmy is able to deflect, pushes it out to the corner. Less than a minute left on the clock now, not in favor of Middleton. They have to be thinking about game 3. This did not go the way that it went in game 1, so clearly whatever adjustments were made need more refining going into this next game here. Rigby feeling it, to say the least.
They're feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. We see it over in the corner. We see Grizz pop it up into the air and then actually be able to get the touch, set up their ally, but the goal is just going to go.
Okay.
Runo coming in with the touch, putting some respect on Middleton's name in the final 32 seconds of the game.
This could be really big at the end of the day. If the scoreline ends here at 5-1, this might be enough positive momentum to give them the push they need to go for the reverse sweep now.
We saw 3 goals in 17 seconds, too, so I definitely also do just have to say, within the realm of possibility with these two teams.
100%. I'm excited to see kind of the explosions begin here at the end. But if you're Rigby at this point, all you're really concerned about is playing quality defense. Yeah, what's the tournament matter? You really don't care what the scoreline is. You just need to end up winning the game.
Oh my gosh, all the demos.
Yeah, see, this aggression, the explosions are coming out now. It's last-ditch efforts from Middleton to stay in this game, but it looks like as the clock's winding down, they're going to end up having to go to a scary sweep situation. They definitely have it in them, but there needs to be some adjustments made to stop this Rigby team.
So the ball is still up in the air. We're still in play. We're not moving to the next round just yet, even as it gets spiked. The ball gets spiked down into the ground, and Rigby will take match 2, putting Middleton in the very difficult position of having to reverse sweep. What does the stat line tell you?
The stat line tells me that the quality of offense was much more in favor of Rigby. The boost used and the side control are actually fairly similar between the two of them, but if you look at the shot differential, it felt like Rigby literally had so many more chances to find the back of the net. And I think what needs to be adjusted there is you need to get more scrappy on the offensive end if you're Middleton. You need to force Rigby to be out of their comfort zone, because right now, #1 seed, about to sweep, going to grand finals, they're feeling fine. That's not what you want. You want them questioning each other, you want them worried about demos, and you want them starting to kind of get in their own heads about it. And the only way to do that is to get in their face and force them to make mistakes.
And at the end of the day, sometimes when you kind of are down that many goals at that point, it's not necessarily like the defensive plays that are going to be important because, I mean, if you're down 5, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do, right?
Down 6 actually isn't a whole lot worse.
Yeah.
It's that time when you need to just go as hard aggressive as you possibly can.
I totally agree.
I hate to say the word just aggressive, but, like, you really just need to be in there. Touch the back of the net challenge.
Yeah, totally agree there. Let's see how this first kickoff goes. Oh, looking back at the stats again. Looks like, yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, 73 to 27 is not great.
But can you also 60-40 side control? So clearly Middleton is doing something right, but he's not able to get the amount of shots that Ricky has.
Very that's for that aggression. At all.
In the first 30 seconds is like the best time.
Early as possible.
Like, yeah.
Come back but definitely not the way you want to start if you're looking for a comeback situation.
Then we see Snags kind of in possession of the ball. Middleton really feeling pressure right now. We see Gimmick just kind of, the ball is trapped in the corner, and then we see a breakaway in midfield, and then Aldrich is there to receive the ball. It looks like Snags is going to elevate and test them, so the ball just kind of gets spiked down. Once back in midfield where it first found itself, we can see Jimmy okay in possession of the ball. Oh, and it's just a shot. Rigby up to 4 minutes and 7 seconds remaining.
Rigby just catches Middleton too far up again. Both players on the wrong side of the highway there. No one able to get away. He takes a shot. Voila. Rigby up 2-0 now. 4 minutes left on the clock-ish. So, like we said before, Middleton still has plenty of time. They should not be too worried yet. They need to start making some stuff happen. They need to turn this around.
Grizz is here to answer your prayers there. So they kind of bounce it off the backboard. Snags is there. Oh my gosh, is there finisher? Yep, Middleton scoring the first one of this round, putting us 2-1, 3 minutes and 57 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
It took all 3 members of Middleton to touch that ball to get it in.
Middleton just committing as much as they can to find the back of the net there. They're still in this game. They still have plenty of energy left. They have 4 minutes essentially to score one more goal just to force an overtime initiative. That's the bare minimum, right? They have plenty of time to finish around. They have to ride with that positive momentum. Rigby not quite able to make contact. Now a fight on the wall. There is going to be when Grizz gets away with this one. He might have an open net, and he does. There it is.
Grizz tying things up.
Ties it.
3 minutes and 41 seconds remaining. Middleton's reverse sweep dreams are alive and well with Grizz.
What a play there. He catches him off guard from a bump on the wall. Again, that creativity, bumping the player out of the way on the wall, puts some pressure, uses for a moment, and the rotation gets messed up. So now Middleton is able to put themselves back at that 0-0 scoreline. It's essentially as if they played Rocket League and nothing happened for like 2 minutes.
And then we do see Runo currently in possession of the ball, trying to pass it over, and it looks like the Snags is able to bounce it off of the back wall. Man, this is dangerous as Rigby is just kind of circling like sharks on the Middleton goal line right now. Looks like Runo actually is going to be able to be the clear that they need, and now it is Rigby that must be on the defense.
Oh, not a great touch there. This could be a shot, and it is. Jimmy is able to get the clear at the last moment. Grizz is in the way, just trying to stop him with the line. We can't stop Jimmy. Jimmy is running all the aggression right now. A pass over to the mid. Oh, there's no one there. Someone needs to block. Oh, the block is there, but it's not out of the way yet. Grizz is able to get it out at the last moment. It's going to roll around the horn here. Now slow playing. He doesn't have a lot of boost. Goes to the 50-50. He does tip it up, but Jimmy has the shot here. Bruno has to block it. He gets it out to the corner. Over to Snags. A great passing play will get them past the midfield line. Albright just has to slow it down. Oh, not a great touch from Snags. It means they're going to have to sit in the corner a little longer. Pass out mid, but KX is able to respond first. Probably has Jimmy to the side. He does. They're just playing it back to themselves to keep possession. But Grizz is able to cut in and say, hey, I want that play. I want to get involved. I want to find a third goal.
Look at that. We do see Snags kind of bouncing it off of the sidewall there. Now that's right in front of the net there, and it looks like the touch will send it careening off into the side. We see Grizz once again trying to get it past these 3 Rigby defenders. 2-2, 2 minutes and 16 seconds remaining. We see Snags actually get it clear all the way over into Rigby's corner of the field, but it looks like KX is still there to defensively kind of take the ball and get it clear all the way back to midfield and doing all of Grit's hard-earned progress.
Yeah, we're kind of in that stage of the game right now. We're at the midfield ping pong. Oh, but they finally break through. This is going to be an
Off
opportunity.
the back wall, gets the second touch, gets the second hat trick of this game.
I mean, Jimmy, the hat trick. All three goals in his
Jimmy.
name. Yeah, I mean, to say the least, he is done with this series. He is hard carrying right now. But, I mean,
Oh my gosh, you are correct.
yeah,
Jimmy is
he's
like,
got everything.
Jimmy's got the big comfortable backpack, adjusts their straps, and says, all right, pals, let's go.
Yeah, for sure. He's not willing to go any further than 3 games here. Alzarek is passing it over to Jimmy. Maybe a wise decision at this point. He's going to go for the solo play. Gets it up past 1. This is an opportunity. Alzarek just hits it a little too high and wide. They're not able to pound on it yet. Middleton are tapped with finding one more to stay alive. Plenty of time to do it. More than enough time to even come out on top of this game. Jimmy is able to get the clear here. Might be an opportunity, but there's no response. Oh, there is! At the last minute, Alzarek is going to cut it and say, nope, we're going to go 4-2 again.
Aldrich goes from being the assister to the goal scorer.
Oh yeah, everyone gets involved with this Rigby team. I mean, we were hyping up Jimmy, but it's like, they're only in this position because all the other 2 players as well. I mean, they didn't start this way. So, this is definitely, oh, that's what we need. That's what we need.
Ooh, what a nice hat trick for Grizz. Man, this is just hat trick after, it feels like both of these teams kind of feed off of each other. When one team is successful, that really inspires the other team to really answer that. Rigby still up 1, 4-3, a minute and 24 seconds remaining to go to the next 50-50.
Spill off to Grizz. Has the solo play opportunity. Doesn't have Jimmy beat. It'll go over to the wall. Middleton have a little bit more than 1 minute to find their next. Oh, this is not good. Jimmy has the shot and the ball down to KX. The differential is brought right back. A 2-goal lead for Rigby again, but Middleton is not out of it. Plenty of time to get back into this game. But they need another one right off the bat. They need another miracle kickoff goal to get them started. They need to find a way to break past this midfield line and just force Rigby to sit and stay in their end as long as possible. Because right now it feels like Jimmy is just finding every way past the midfield line. Right off the bat here, setting up the play. Grizz is able to get it out, but he's not able to keep control, so it's going to pass out mid. Now Bruno taking a shot towards the back wall. Not able to do anything else with it, so KX will clear it. Bounce off the back wall here. Here's another opportunity. Someone has to be there, and Alvarez is there. Grizz doesn't have to respond to the path up from Snags. Maybe he has the read. He doesn't. He has to leave it. Grizz takes the shot towards the far corner. It's a little wide. It won't find the back of the net. Jimmy has a shot here. Oh, Snags is in the way, however. Just kind of playing the ping pong in the midfield right now.
See it bounce off over,
Oh, no.
trapped over into the corner, and it looks like Grizz is going to score, putting the score differential now only 1. 5-4, 33 seconds remaining. We see Snags put it up in the air, and then we see Grizz just kind of come straight from midfield and let's sink it in past all 3 Rigby defenders. What a goal!
Yeah, this is a close one, to say the least.
Jimmy is like, I don't want to go to match 4. Gritz is like, you're going to match 4.
Grizz is not done with this game. Middleton is fighting for their life right now. They're hanging in there for sure. They just need one more of those cheeky goals to stay in this and force an overtime situation. This could be it, but Bruno is getting it blocked by Jimmy. Jimmy's not done. Snags putting it towards the corner. Can't do anything else with it. The bounce is awkward, so Grizz has to cut in, hits it over to KX. It's on the wrong side of the field for Middleton. They need to get across. They don't have a good touch there. Snags is able to get the dunk.
On the right
This is
side
an
of the
opportunity.
field.
He needs to get it mid. Pass out mid, but no one is up in the
keep it
air.
in the air?
A demo on the Bruno probably spells disaster. Grizz has to give it up, and he can't. Rigby will walk away with a 3-0 sweep, a well-fought 3-0 sweep, to say the least, and they will advance
50-50
into the
total
grand
shots.
finals. Wow. Look at the total shots, 50-50. Side control, 49-51. Boost use, 49-51. That was a much closer game. That was Rocket League in a nutshell.
So Rigby with this makes it into the finals.
Yep.
But I think if Middleton kind of meets them in the finals after that, I think it's a different game because 50-50 on each goals is just kind of speaking to like micro plays and accuracy. And if Middleton can be that map 3 team when they fight Rigby again, if they fight Rigby again in the finals, I think we could see a different turnout.
Yeah, I totally agree there. I'm excited to see kind of what's heading that direction, to be honest. Hopefully we get to see Middleton again soon. But yeah, I mean, there's not much to say. Rigby showed up. They came to play to show they were number 1 seed for a reason. Middleton put up a hell of a fight.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Rigby will walk away with that one.
And with that, we're going to get into, before we get into our next matchup, we are going to go to a quick break.
I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
I've been drinking Kool-Aid cameras like I did when I was 9, 'cause I like to pretend that I haven't lost the time. In the end, the nostalgia, though it tastes fine, I can only drink a couple 'cause it feels like a lie. We'd play Halo and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school but not learn too much, 'cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. They've been with me for some time, and it's nice to know that they still by my side. Friends are like stars, 'cause no matter how far, when it's dark outside, they will be your light. We'd play Halo and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school but not learn too much, 'cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drank Kool-Aid in the summertime. the days that we drank Kool-Aid in the summertime.
I'll go just alone. Scratching my mind. I gotta keep asking why. Stop telling me all the time everything will be fine. I can't stop scratching my mind. I don't know. Not your guardian. I can't see through your skin. I'm not your guardian. I can't see through your skin. Can't see through my skin. Everything will be fine. Scratching my mind. Yeah, I'm lost and numb, cold through the touch. I pretend like I don't remember your name. Every masterpiece built a blasphemy. When I close my eyes, yeah, I still see your face. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire that started from the spark. I would spend you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire that started from the spark. I would spend you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. Yeah, I'm pale gray, all dust and fade. When I call for you, all I hear back is pain. Every song must stand, even diamonds fade. When the darkness comes, I count up my mistakes. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire that started from the spark. I would spend you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. We were the
Hello and welcome back to the very full Boise State Esports Arena. We have more Rocket League here for you. We're actually going into our grand finals of Rigby versus Nampa. These two teams have been fighting all day to get to this finals position, and we are honored to have the opportunity to cast their match for you here on desk here tonight. You can see we've got them set up on the stage. The match is lively. Everybody here in Arena is here to cheer the two teams on, and we are super excited to see who's going to emerge the victor here today. I am still your host, Colby. We've had a little bit of a location swap, Joe and I. We're now on desk instead of over in our secondary casting room. But here we are now. So what are you expecting from the grand finals?
Honestly, I'm expecting a lot of fireworks. We saw from Rigby in the match before on the
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
High scoring.
Yeah, it was such a high scoring game. It was really close towards the end too. I think our ending scoreline gave us a 9-goal game at the end of it. So Rigby is definitely capable of some super aggressive plays. They did utilize a little bit of demos and bumps in the last few minutes of both games. But
Which you've been wanting all day.
Yeah, but it seems like where they're most comfortable is making those aerial plays, especially off the backboard. So what I'm expecting to see is a lot of that. What I'm not expecting to see is a lot of demos and bumps. But honestly, if they make that adjustment, yes, I'm super excited to see more demos and bumps, get more involved, and force them to make more mistakes.
You're like, give me the CC. I want people to not be able to play the game, disrupt the rotations. Here we go. I crave violence on desk here.
Be the nightmare fuel.
Be the nightmare fuel. And with that, we actually do additionally have Doc's keys to the game for these two teams to kind of help them get through the finals. Doc's keys to the game in Rocket League are to set play style, understand rotations, play to follow up, and sweaty comms. And Doc's keys to the game are brought to us by Drop-In Gaming. Drop-In Gaming is the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at dropingaming.com.
I mean, you can't argue with those tips, to say the least. They're kind of, Doc's keys to the game, tried and true in any game suggested that we bring up here. But, yeah, I mean, I definitely have to agree with a lot of stuff you brought up there. We talked a lot about rotations in our last few matches, even before the games with Rigby, and how important they are and instrumental they are to just making everything work. If without them, you're just spending way too many resources or you're spending way too few, and the perfect way to get that mesh of using everything the right way is with rotations.
Yep. You got to make sure that you trust your teammates enough to let them go forward or let them rotate back and make sure that you're either ready to follow up or you're just not in their way. Trusting them to kind of do their job and they'll trust you to do your job.
Yep, totally agree. I'm interested to see how rotations are utilized from both these teams here. To be honest, rotations, they do exist and they revolve highly around communication, but there's different augmentations you can do to your rotations. You can put more emphasis on one specific player as an aggressor, or two specific players as a defender, or just all three players playing more aggressive in the offensive end. At the end of the day, as long as you're covering for each other and you're communicating properly, you can fit it to your playstyle. So I'm curious if there's going to be more of that aggressive approach from Rigby, and if they're going to come into it with a lot of confidence, or if they're going to make some adjustments because they know who they're playing and they're ready for it, or if we're going to see an entirely different Rigby altogether.
And with that, you know that you can have a selfish first man that kind of dictates things, and then if you know who your selfish first man is, they're obviously going to kind of be the playmaker, and then everybody else is like, okay, well, how can I enable this, or what roles aren't being filled by this selfish first man, and how can I fill those?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, and part of that, even I like to describe it sometimes as scrappy first man. The selfish first man, a lot of the time, he can go for those solo plays, understanding that he's not going to make them a lot of the time. He has to get past 3 defenders on his own, but all he has to do is draw out defenders and force them to make bad decisions. And that's one of my favorite roles to play in the game. It's just to play, let's force them to make bad decisions. Let's play this super aggressive first man that's honed in on either getting demos or forcing people to go for things that I know I can beat them to, and as clear as many defenders as I possibly can. That way, it's just open by the time it gets to my team's turn to make the goal happen. Right?
It's like, all right, I've touched, it's been bounced off. All right, it's somebody else's turn to kind of get their hands on the ball. Man, that was also kind of, at some point, they run out of defenders if you just keep putting shots on the goal.
Yeah, whether that means bumping them, demoing them, running them out of boost and grabbing boost, or forcing them to aerial to you. At the end of the day, what you want to do is find a way to take their resources. They themselves are those resources. That's why double committing is so important to not do, because you waste your own resources double committing. So at the end of the day, you want to force those kind of mistakes out of them. You want to force them to give up resources because they're on the back foot. If they run out of resources, you get free goals, and that's the synopsis of playing the aggressive first man.
But the flip side of that is if
Yes.
you run out of all of your resources, having all 3 members commit to trying to touch this ball and trying to get it to go in, if they successfully defend against that, and while that's hard to do, we've seen teams do it, your net is empty because everybody on your team just was trying to put the goal in. And so in a lot of cases, you can kind of see the reward for a successful defense be an attempt at offense or a shot on goal or even a goal, depending on the accuracy of whoever's
100%.
shooting the ball.
And that's where that midfield is so important, even from an aggression standpoint. The midfield is the core at the end of the day, because forcing your opponents into their back end to play their defensive end doesn't mean a whole lot if they still have a lot of access to boost and you're giving them time to rotate. What makes the big difference is controlling the midfield and never letting them move from that spot and never allowing them those 2 midfield big boosts, because if they get those, it doesn't really matter how much you starve them on their end. You have to control all 4 of the boosts, or at least 3 of them, and then eventually they'll run out, eventually you'll demo them enough, and you'll find the back of the net. So at the end of the day, midfield is huge, and we've talked about it a little bit. I've mentioned in the past the ping pong back and forth as both teams can't really figure out who gets control, who's going to get offensive pressure again, trying to figure out who gets control of the midfield. And that's so important at the end of the day. Pressure pays dividends, and the way to secure it is through the midfield. You can't let them cross the line.
And you also need to make sure that while that ball is ping-ponging back and forth in the midfield, you don't want to be the first one that misses your touch.
Yes.
Because the first one that kind of misses their touch, that provides the opportunity for the enemy team to really go forward and get kind of in your backfield or in their all the way front field.
Yeah, and there are some situations where, especially as the aggressive first man, you're totally fine missing the ball if it baits them into taking a better play. It's a common reference now in the higher elos of Rocket League to force high. A lot of the time, if there's 2 players going, one of them has the ball and one of them doesn't, you want to force them to throw the ball into the air. So you want to force them, you want to drive at them, challenge them low, because if they force the ball into the air, you can't dribble from the air, you can't flick from the air. You have to, they give up possession inherently. Right? So throwing them into the air like that gives you the opportunity to take the ball back from them. Exactly. So we'll have to see if any of these things are things that Nampa or Rigby are keeping in mind going into our grand finals. I mean, this is the grand finals of Rocket League for the state championships. Let's get hyped in the arena. We're looking at the last Rocket League of the night.
Woo! We're just waiting for the next 50-50 here.
There is another Rocket League game going.
And while we wait to get into the next grand finals, is there anything you feel like we haven't touched on yet?
I mean, we mentioned it a little bit on the other stream, and we've hit a lot of stuff. I mean, it's been a long day, but I mentioned a little bit on the other stream. Mentality, so important right now, and to go with it, water.
Fatigue and managing. I feel like at this point in the day, we're kind of like figuring out how to manage fatigue, because all of these teams have been playing since early this morning. And so it's kind of like a mental game, kind of like a, can we reset? Can we go get something? Can we water ourselves? Can we take a minute to reset, kind of take care of the person playing the game so that they can do their best in game?
Yeah, and the thing, honestly, even though Rigby is undefeated up until this point, Nampa is also here. I mean, you made it to the grand finals. It doesn't really matter who's across the board from you now. We are at the absolute great equalizer, right? Both teams come into it. There's no advance Rocket League. There's no advantage. There's no goal diff or anything like that in other games. All there is 6 players and a ball on Champions Field. This is the moment for both teams now to solidify themselves in the state championships. And off the kickoff, we have beginning pressure in favor of Nampa.
And it looks like the ball is kind of locked in this corner. We see J-Dot pushing it over. We see Faded just kind of rule-1ing J-Dot in that corner there. We see 2 cars just locked in combat over there. We see Pluie get the save with the rear end of their car. KX is just trying to get that other short, and that's an empty net. Rigby's going to be the first one to go up 1 point. 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Rigby is not slacking.
Look at that. KX just solo playing there, gets the fake into the flick, and will lead Rigby here. This is a really easy rule, or really early rule number 1. I mean, we did not last long, 20 seconds total in this game. The rule 1 started maybe at 4:45 even. Now, Jimmy just trying to keep pressure. Rigby is feeling comfortable already as the #1 seed. And they've got a lead here. Dragonism is not going to let him get away that easily. Jimmy OK playing it off the wall. Has to get a big clear. Can't quite get past Dragonism. Clears it towards the back wall. Bluey tries to get a shot. Can't quite do it. Jadot Clears towards the wall. Jimmy is there. He has plenty of time. Not a challenge on him yet. Takes up the wall. Now he has to go kind of fast. He's got one defender in the way. Playing it in the corner. Taps it down. Can't get past the defender. Now Dragonism. Oh, taken out by Faded, actually. I don't think we've seen Faded yet. Have we?
Not yet, and then it looks like Bluey's going to be able to save the goal by Jimmy, and then now it is Faded currently in possession of the ball, but Dragonism actually just going to steal that right out from over them. And now it is KX kind of coming in to play the defensive. The ball is just kind of locked in the corner, being bounced around between these two teams. We see Faded trying to get a clear and gets one off of midfield, off of the sidewall, and then Jimmy is going to clear it all the way back to midfield, but Dragonism is going to kind of send it back, keeping it on Rigby's side, and then we see KX kind of elevate to that ball. Will they get the touch off of the back wall? Yes. Is there follow-up for the goal? Yes, but J-Dot is there to make the save. 3 minutes and 28 seconds remaining. Rigby up.
Oh, this could be an opportunity. Jimmy gets the pass off the backboard. Faded is up. Bluey is in the way. Won't quite find the back of the net. J-Dot pushing towards the wall. Plenty of time to make this goal line 0-0 again, but Jimmy pushing it towards the wall is able to get past one. He's able to create a lead for Rigby here. Might be an opportunity to extend that, but can't quite do it. J-Dot with a clear all the way to the other end. We're playing a little bit of midfield ping pong right now. Both teams kind of try to work their way into getting some offensive pressure. Looks like it's going to roll in favor of Nampa right now. It's going to fall in front of the net. A shot blocked at the last minute by Rigby defense. Jimmy, okay, taking it towards the ball, is able to get past one. Looks for the flick, gets the musty, but not enough power to get past the defender. Taps it back to himself off the ceiling. Big clear towards the midfield, taken away by KX. Nampa is still going to have to play defense for a little longer.
Then we see Faded actually 50-50 since the ball just up in the air. We see Jimmy with a shot on goal. They're not going to be able to get it in there past both defenders in net. We see Faded kind of bouncing around in the corner, trying to set KX down midfield. The touch just sends it off into the opposite corner. And then it looks like J-Dot's going to really break away and get things over into Rigby's side of the field, playing off of the backboard a little bit. Not able to get that final touch, and neither is Bluey. Oh, but Dragonism comes in. Nampa tying things up. 2 minutes and 19 seconds remaining, and the cowbell goes wild. Definitely seems like there's a favorite in Arena.
Yeah, it looks like the clear just wasn't quite there for Rigby. They weren't quite able to diffuse of the play on Nampa's end. But now we're at that 0-0 scoreline with about half a game left on the clock. Basically nothing's happened the entire time. We're at 1-1, might as well be 0-0 with KX leading the charge so far. Drops it back down, is able to get past one, but not able to get past Dragon, but leading the way past the midfield line. Jimmy's able to get in the way, but he has one defender. Oh, the defender turns away. He has a little more time, beats him again, has another opportunity to score, shoots it over, but Bluey takes it away. Now, Faded getting the play off the backboard. No response. KX has the opportunity to shot, but he just can't quite do it. It's a little wide. Jimmy with the bump. Faded will take possession away. Past Bluey. Last J-Dot. This is an opportunity here, but no one is there.
Dragonism.
Not quite
clear.
enough space. Goodness. Now KX has to recreate the offensive play altogether, all on his own here as Bluey is in the way.
Looks like KX is going to try to spike it down, but Bluey actually is going to steal it from him and send it all the way over to Rigby's side of the field. Faded is there to make a defensive play, kind of take the ball away, but J-Dot is still there to disrupt. It looks like Rigby is not gaining a ton of ground here. Actually, right as I say that, they get a clear, and then immediately after that, it's just undone. Both of these teams are looking for progress and kind of coming up short-handed as it's locked in the corner right now. We do see J-Dot currently in possession of the ball. Faded's going to send it right back over, and it's your popcorn in the midfield right here.
Oh, a good demo on the Dragonism can create some space. Faded takes a nice shot, just keeps the pressure on. J-Dot has to get the clear because Dragonism just got demoed. The bump out towards the midfield. Bluey's able to get there. The pinch off towards the wall. Jimmy's going to have first response here. He has plenty of time to do whatever he wants. He does have one player in the way. Oh, Dragonism doesn't make contact. Jimmy has the play. He
does it go in?
Vex is up. He puts it back down. KX is there, but he can't get the shot. It goes wide. That was something. We're less than a minute left on the clock now. Jimmy is able to get the pass back up. J-Dot scrapes it back down. The Dragon who takes a shot. It's going to bounce off the sidewall here. It's still in dangerous territory. Bluey is there, but he can't quite get the touch. It's going to roll around. Jimmy clears it around one. Has Vex off to the side. Pushes it out mid. It's not going to be able to do much else. J-Dot passes back to his teammate. Dragonism doesn't get a good touch. Oh my goodness, what is going on? That was a shot opportunity. Not quite able to get there, however, for Rigby. KX has to be in the way, and he can't quite do it, so Jimmy is going to have to slow down the play on his end. Ends up letting it go to clear across.
And then we see Jimmy okay as we go into the final 7 seconds of the game. This is Rigby playing defense hard right now. It looks like Nampa might be able to take round one from them if they can get a goal, but with that clear, it's not looking like Nampa's going to be able to, and it looks like round one is going to go into overtime. Rigby, Nampa. Both of these teams are fighting it out in the finals. We see KX first in possession of the ball. We see Bluey rotate back in net, but then immediately get out. Karasi, best defender. Nampa, be sure to praise Karasi after this game here. We see Jimmy bounce it up top, and then Dragonism actually get the ball stolen from them. A little bit of backboard bouncing, and Faded is going to send it in. 18 seconds in overtime. It's going to go the way of Rigby.
Rigby, the tier 1, taking away this game 1 here. Definitely showing up to play, but goodness, this was a close game. There were so many close calls. It does feel like the pressure was a little bit more in favor of Rigby towards those last few minutes, but wow. In overtime in game 1, we can see total shots are in favor of Rigby. They did use less boost, and they had only a slight advantage on side control. That is interesting. What can we take from these stats, you think?
64-36, and the scoreline being 2-1 is showing that Rigby's taking a lot more shots, but Nampa's taking better shots, if that makes sense. Like, their shots are more quality, they're going in more often than not, because it's 2-1 and 64-36 makes you think that it would be higher, but it's not.
Yeah. I mean, to some extent, you have to attest that a little bit to the quality of defense from Nampa. I mean, they're playing some really solid defense, but at the same time, I mean, you could also make the argument that the shots could be better, and the pressure was in favor of Rigby, clearly, right? So if you're on the end of Nampa now you have to start thinking about, okay, we can hold our line for sure. We just need to transfer that into getting pressure across the midfield line more consistently. That way we're not stuck in our end as long as we were. And if you're on the other end, if you're on Rigby's end, it's like, we have the pressure. Let's just finish the play. And how are we going to do that? We're going to demo them. No more playing defense. Not allowed to play defense. You're good at it, so we're not giving it to you. We're going to shut you down every time. And honestly, I mean, that would be my approach for both teams at this point, is you have to adapt. You have to get out of your end faster. Otherwise, they might even go for the demos as fast as you can get out of your end.
And I also want to highlight that Rigby's taking a lot of very fancy, very mechanically complicated shots, and they're making most of them. So if they can just get a little bit of cleanup on some of those shots there too. And then we see, it looks like J-Dot is in possession of the ball. We do see Jimmy. Now it's Pluie, and actually just going to shoot. Faded with the upper right-hand corner defense. What a save.
Pass out mid. Jimmy's there. He'll bounce off the back wall. J-Dot is up to keep the aggression on. All the pressure in favor of Nampa right now. J-Dot passes it down. Jimmy gets the clear out. Isn't able to follow up quite well enough. Dragon has the shot away. No, he misses. Faded is going to get past the midfield line. J-Dot with the clear away. Rigby's trying to mount this offensive pressure now. They're not quite able to do it. The shot is going to be deflected at the last minute. Jumping in the air. J-Dot is able to keep the pressure on. KX blocks him out. Dragonism has the shot. He's going to hit it long towards the net. Faded's not going to be able to make contact. Oh my goodness. Jimmy gets the flying save at the last moment. Barely keeping him in this. Only 1 minute shaved off the clock now. Jimmy's just keeping pressure, but this is not good. This is a shot for Dragonism. KX almost got the bump. No, KX is there. He gets the flying save again. All the pressure in favor of Nampa right now. We've seen a complete switch from game 1 in this first minute. J-Dot going for the shot. Can't quite do it. Oh my goodness. So many shots in such little time. Dragonism trying to be the block, but finally Rigby's able to get out of their end. Jimmy with the 50-50. He's going to spill out the KX. Has a little bit of time. A bump on the last defenders from Rigby, but can't quite do anything with it. The shot from J-Dot. Faded's able to clear away, but he's not able to follow up with. The pressure again in favor of Nampa.
Ooh, and Jimmy's actually might be able to switch that. There's only one defender in net. We do see J-Dot currently in possession of the ball. We see the ball bounce back to midfield. We see Faded Vex kind of send it back into that corner, and then Dragonism is going to try to get it clear, but KX is still really stopping it. Now it is Rigby instead of on the hard defense that they have the opportunity to really go in, but they're against 3 defenders in net.
Oh, a shot opportunity, not able to make contact. KX with the shot, but blocked by Dragon. Playing it towards the wall. KX is going to look for a solo play. Not quite able to get the touches he wanted. It's just going to hang there. Jimmy is able to get it around the horn. Louis is there. Dragon with the shot is going to go a little bit wide. Faded has plenty of opportunities to take this slow, take it around 1. Can't get past the first defender. Now KX taking it towards the wall, flick it over to the side or take it up himself. Tries to take it up himself, it gets blocked by Dragon. Off the corner of the wall, Jimmy has to be in the way. He is. Faded looking for the touch. Maybe the shot here, passes it over mid. Has to be an opportunity for KX. Actually, Jimmy takes it anyway. KX playing that third man role, waiting for his teammates to give him the go. Now, Blue with the clear. Offense is just kind of simmering down for Rigby. It doesn't feel like they're getting as long on the offensive end as they might want or as they got earlier.
Dragonism respawns, so does Pluie.
Oh my goodness.
Just kind of in time to make those defensive plays, but they definitely don't have a lot of boost to work with here. And it looks like neither does Rigby. Actually, right as Jimmy OK is going to go ahead and get that full 100, we do see Pluie kind of take it over to Rigby. 2 minutes and 6 seconds, and ooh, still no go on board. And I got to say, Rigby, your defense is putting in work. Put some respect on the Rigby defense name.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Rigby defense lately because they have been kind of rocking the offensive end. It is cool to see that they can hold their own on the defensive end as well, but someone has got to score. This game is so tight right now. Jidot up to get the clear. Trying again, but can't quite get past Jimmy. Jimmy is looking for the solo play past one. Can't get past the second. Bluey's able to get the clear. This is not good. KX is there for the shot. Another shot. All 3 shots defended by Nampa's defense. They're hanging in there. Jidot with the pass over. Blocked by Faded off the wall. Jimmy is up to get the block, but can't quite do it. Jidot with the clear is going to put it towards the wall. Bluey with the shot from the corner. KX has to be up. He can't quite get it. A clear out from Jimmy. Oh my goodness. This is some scrappy defense from both teams, relying heavily on those half rotations here.
Scrappy but successful.
Oh yeah, to say the least. I mean, we're at a 0-0 scoreline with 4 minutes shaved off the clock. Successful defense is the name of the game.
Is Dragonism going to be the first one to put it in? Not yet, as we go into the final minute of the game. We're going to see Faded kind of drop it down.
No.
KX, you got it! Not like this.
Oh my goodness, what happened? Bluey with the bounce off the wall here. It's going to just slightly fit. Oh, Faded didn't quite make contact. KX had pushed up and just panicked. That's A-okay. I mean, it happens, especially after a long, stressful period without any goals going in, but they have 1 minute to turn it around. If anyone's going to be able to turn it around, it'll be Rigby, who's been on the offense all of the other games today. But they have a mountain ahead of them. Oh my goodness, almost another one in favor of Nampa. They're definitely putting in their work here. Dragonism off the wall, not able to do much else. Fade is able to get past one, can't get past the other. KX has to be the one to respond here. It has to be the big bang. He does. There has to be a response from Jimmy, and there is. It's pushed towards the wall. There has to be a shot here. Where's the shot? There it is. It's open, and we have Rigby bringing it back. They did it in 24 seconds. Plenty of time for this game to swing again. But goodness, this is turning into quite the last minute of this match. Game 2 is turning kind of into a crazy game, to be honest.
Rigby's really fighting to stay alive here, scoring their next goal within 30 seconds. We see Bluey and Jimmy almost roll on each other. And then we see Dragonism currently in possession of the ball, looking to kind of skirt it around. KX, ooh, is able to get it past the first defender. Ooh, Dragons just sends it right through all 3 defenders. Dragonism, what a shot.
It just looks like Jimmy might have put all his eggs in one basket there with Faded. Doesn't get the 50-50 right. The dunk will go right into the net. Just
19
one too many
seconds.
Players on the wrong side of the highway there. 50-50 goes in favor of Jimmy, but at the end of the day, Jidot gets there first. Has another opportunity, takes a shot, and he gets it. And at this point, Nampa's looking like they're pretty much in control of game 2 here. Might be thinking about game 3. If I am in Rigby right now, I'm just thinking, hey.
We go next round.
We
go
go
next
next round. Let's get one more. Swing the positive momentum our direction. Nothing matters anymore. We'll get him in the next game. Plenty of Rocket League left to go. There it is. I mean,
there it is. I mean
honestly, he can
there's
still
the
come back. I don't know what happened with the kickoff there, but this is definitely doable now.
Ooh. We see KX set up Jimmy okay, and J-Dot and Bluey just couldn't get there fast enough. They just watched the ball go right in. 10 seconds remaining. You think Rigby can score another goal and put us into OT?
Well, here's what I think. I'm going to highlight this. It has been 44 seconds since the first goal was scored. In less than 1 minute, 5 goals were scored.
Oh, and there's another one.
6 goals.
So, I mean, both of these teams definitely are a last-minute team, I think.
I mean, I suppose. It feels like the defense just kind of stopped existing for both teams right at the end here. They were like, now we want as many as we can get. This aggressive play style right at the end. It's a little bit different than what we're used to. We usually talk a lot about the explosive right out the gate stuff, but this game was kind of slow until that last minute. We'll see Nampa take game 2. We have a series ahead of us. Let's look at those total shots.
35.
Complete swing around, almost exactly swung around. Total shots, 65% in favor of Nampa now.
Nampa is taking more shots, and with the shot quality that they already had, we're getting a 2-4 scoreline. Nampa taking round 2. Definitely got to say, very happy with the amount of kind of forward momentum Nampa has been able to just put out, because it felt like from the beginning, Rigby was forced into a defensive position. Yep. And while it was nice to see their defense perform, it was even better, I think, if you're a Nampa fan, to see that they had this explosive offensive potential.
I totally agree there. And if you missed it, the actual side control was exactly 50-50 for both teams. It was a very drawn back and forth defensive game. I'd argue in the early half it must have been really favored for Nampa in terms of side control, but definitely it swung around really fast. I mean, this is like the best for grand finals, though. Two super talented, easily like very well matched up teams. This is going to be a tight series. I could see this going all the way to the very last game in overtime of all
All the way to map 5.
Only stressing us out over here is what it's going to do. All right, game 3. This is an opportunity for both teams to put themselves in a match point position now. Both teams have had the time to make adjustments. They've had the time to read both of the either team's adjustments. Now, stuff needs to happen. I mean, it's a best of 5, right? So realistically, we're actually pretty close to the finish line.
We're going to see what people kind of put into practice there. We see a little bit of excitement on stage. People seem to have found the cameras and are very excited.
Looks like we're
this
waiting
team's all
1
strategy.
second. Maybe having some technical difficulties. But irregardless, I mean, this is quite the series so far. What do you think kind of changed for Nampa in that? Because it felt like their defensive approach kind of remained true even though they had a lot of offense.
I actually feel like Nampa really wasn't forced on the defensive nearly as much that time. I feel like they just completely, Dragonism in particular, completely dedicated themselves to the offensive, and Dragonism is like, all right, the defense is somebody else's problem. I'm just going to go in and score goals. And they did.
Yeah, it definitely felt like a lot of the time you had 2 players retreating for Nampa to cover the defensive line while you had Dragonism and sometimes other players, depending on the rotation, just kind of finding it within themselves to just be in the way for a second and just force them to kind of fight for the midfield possession instead of just freely giving it, which I'm a huge fan of, obviously. But I'm really hoping that that's kind of a strategy that remains true because it's probably a very close to correct approach against a team like Rigby who thrives on offensive pressure. So not giving it to them or forcing them to use up extra resources before they get that pressure can make all the difference a lot of the time.
Rigby, I think last map, they just kind of spent it adjusting. And so now we'll see how much Rigby is able to kind of counter-strategize to Nampa's completely different play style.
Yeah, I completely agree on that, Mark. And honestly, if I'm in the position of Rigby right now, I'm not worried too much because I can't be worried too much. I mean, we're in grand finals, right? And you're a solid team, right? You're undefeated up until this point. So I think the thing to highlight is just remain confident and just think about a little bit more what we're doing, focusing on winning at the midfield because it's second nature what we do in the other line, right? It's second nature what we do on the defensive end. We just have to get in control of the midfield. So when we're in that midfield scenario, let's make sure we're looking for passes. Let's make sure we're calling out when we see someone challenging our teammate. Let's make sure we're communicating in a way that allows us to control every aspect of the midfield because if we can get that, we can control this giant bubble around the enemy defense.
And then at that point, if you have control of the midfield and your own backfield, you're just kind of it's only a matter of time until you get a goal in if you have control of the rest of the field.
100%. That is exactly the scenario.
And you know, it took us 4 minutes last time.
But yeah, a while. So that actually brings up an interesting point, though, because it took 4 minutes for a first goal to be scored. That goal was scored for Nampa. They did come out on top of game 2. So if you're Nampa then, I mean, I've already talked about what you do if you're Rigby in this point going into game 3. If you're Nampa and you just came out of a win like that, a hot win, after playing kind of your game for a little while, what do you think you're thinking about? Like, how would you approach winning game 3 after that game 2 if you're Nampa?
If you're Nampa, you're like, wow, we really were able to kind of catch Rigby on the back foot. We were really able to kind of make them uncomfortable. We were really able to win the round. So let's just do that again. I don't actually expect there to be a whole lot of strategic adjustments to Nampa's strategy because if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Absolutely.
At this point in time, Nampa won 4-2. They don't have a whole lot of reason to fix anything that they're doing.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. I would argue the same point if it ain't broke. At the end of the day, like, adjusting in Rocket League is not very easy because it is very fast-paced, and a lot of it relies on kind of playing the game on airplane mode where you kind of just let your hands and your brain do the thinking for you, where you're not terribly focused on making conscious decisions throughout the game. You're just kind of adapting as it goes to some extent. So I think at the end of the day, I think I would focus on what feels comfortable and focus on what worked last game and just keep going with that. Keep the communication up. That way you can coordinate if things do need to change. But other than that, I mean, keep playing your game if you're Nampa. At this point, the pressure is on Rigby. They're coming out of the loss.
And should we revisit Doc's keys to the game as we go into this next match?
Yeah, why not? Let's see what Doc says.
So Doc's keys to the game, once again, in Rocket League are to set play style, Understand rotations, play to follow up, and sweaty comms. And Duck's Keys to the Game are brought to us by Drop-In Gaming. Drop-In Gaming is the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at dropingaming.com.
Yeah, I really like that first point. We've been talking about it a little bit without necessarily using those words, but that first point on Doc's Keys to the Game, set the play style. I mean, that's what we've been talking about here for a while. Looks like we might finally be getting into game 2. I can see the cars on the field. Oh, we're still figuring stuff out. Irregardless, setting the play style, right? I mean, it's so important. Even if it's not necessarily something new and inventive, it's more so just deciding before you get into a game how you want to play that game. Because if you end up trying to change things mid-game, or there's kind of a misconception on the plan exactly, then it's going to be a lot harder to make the communication work once you're in that moment.
With that, we're just kind of waiting to get into game, seeing how Doc's Keys to the Game will kind of play into all of this and make sure. I think both of these teams need to make sure that they're just kind of mentally resetting. We're kind of giving them a little bit of a time to take a break, get everything figured out. Maybe touch some grass. I mean, I harp on it a lot as a joke, but also I do think it's very important, especially this many games into the day.
Yeah, and I mean, as long as you got time, might as well, right?
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we can get like one of those potted plants of grass to just like walk around and just like, here, get your touch, get your touch.
Here, everybody, good luck touch.
You need a refill. Oh, and here we go. Finally, game 3. Kick it off, Jimmy. Okay, it looks like Nampa actually went for the fake kickoff. I love this approach, actually. Just, oh my goodness, right off the bat.
Wow, Pluie.
Wow.
Nampa coming out in control of this round.
Yeah, this was actually, I love this strategy after that, especially just off of a win. You go for the fake kickoff play just to further put in the point that you want to remain in control of this game and that you feel in charge. Go for the fake kickoff, go for the instant goal kind of shot. I love it. Well executed now. Rigby has to respond. A good flick, blocked by Dragon. Jimmy's going to look for the pass out mid. He does get it, but it's going to be blocked by Jadot. It's not that great of a clear, so Dragon has to respond. Might have given up too much possession, but Blue's able to keep it close over to Jadot. We're on a 4-point pass at this point. Oh my goodness. Oh, not quite able to do anything else.
Doesn't quite have the momentum to go in because Jimmy is able to stop it there. That's an empty net there if Jimmy is able to get the touch. Actually, it looks like Pluie's just going to rotate just in time for him. It's 27 seconds remaining. We do see Alzrek actually, that shot on goal is just barely going to go to the left. That might hurt Rigby later, down 1. We see Dragonism currently in possession of the ball, sending it across the map, and J-Dot gets the next touch. Not quite going to go in that upper left-hand corner that J-Dot is so fond of, but Pluie's going to send it straight down midfield, putting Nampa up 2 to Rigby's nothing. 4 minutes and 12 seconds remaining.
No, it looks like Alsberg ran out of boost, so he just had to kind of guess where the shot was going. He guessed incorrect. The shot will go low, and now Nampa leads by 2. Yeah, I mean,
scored what, 6 goals in the final minute of the game last?
But it's flipped, right?
High-scoring game.
All of that aggression and that kind of momentum that was proposed in the last few minutes of that Nampa game, or that last game where Nampa won, kind of feels like it's remaining true in the first few minutes here.
Nampa still has a hold of that momentum. They're still snowballing down the mountain.
For sure. Rigby scrambling to get back here now. KX pushing it towards the wall with help of Jimmy. It's off the wall. Dragon has the opportunity to go for a solo play. Just goes for the shot instead. XK or KX playing off the wall and a shot. Oh my goodness.
What a save.
50-50.
And then Dragonism actually is able to save the ball next. It looks like KX is perfectly set up but misses the touch, but Alzrek is actually not going to be able to get it out of this corner just yet as it just goes up into the air. Alzrek currently in possession of the ball, passing it to Jimmy, but Dragonism is just in the way, stopping all of the goals as the ball bounces right in front of net. And then we see Pluie just kind of taking it down midfield. Alzrek actually is going to get the bounce a little bit too far to the left, gets the second touch there. Is there any follow-up? It looks like Pluie's actually going to be the next one to take possession of the ball, sending it right over Jimmy.
Yeah, it feels like Rigby offense is maybe stumbling a little bit. They've had a lot of opportunities to put solid shots, maybe goals in the back of the net here. But they have not had the shot quality to make it happen. Might need to relocate here a little bit, rethink what's going on. Maybe a reset. Dragon's trying to push it out, pass out mid. Jimmy is able to get the 50-50 to keep pressure on. Rigby's got side control. Pitches it out mid, not able to do much else. Jadot has the read, but can't quite make contact. KX pushing it down, gets bumped. A good clear from Fluey, blocked by Jimmy. He's up to get the second touch, might get a third, he does. Maybe has the shot out mid, but can't quite get around it, ran out of boost just in time. Now Fluey with the clear away. KX towards the wall. Dragon ends up leaving it. This is not good. Oh my goodness, KX could have just gone, but he waited slow. Takes the shot, and they do find the back of the net. They find Nampa defense scrambling, a rare moment here, but all the same. Definitely could have been pounced on a little bit faster by KX there, but he does end up getting there anyways. They find the back of the net, and they're still alive in this game. They only need one more to tie it up and force an overtime situation. Maybe that momentum for Rigby is all they need to swing back around now and force a really scary game 3.
It looks like Aldrich actually is going to be the next one to touch with that bicycle kick there. And then immediately after that, we see Jimmy just kind of pass it right over Bluey. Can they get it past Dragonism? Not quite, as Dragonism is in possession of the ball, but can't get it past KX as we get it clear all the way into the back corner of the field there, where Bluey once again takes possession and is kind of passing the ball back and forth to Dragonism. And it looks like they're setting up for a play down midfield, but Jimmy is just going to get in the way of that, send it over into the corner, and then take possession for themselves. As Dragonism actually gets it clear, but we're just kind of ping-pong back and forth in the midfield. Nobody has control of midfield just yet.
Bounce off the backboard. Dragon has a shot here. He takes the bouncing shot, blocked by Jimmy.
What a save.
It's going to be reflected. Bluey's up to block Jimmy, but he can't quite do it. Jadot playing last defensive line here, hits it towards the wall to buy a little more time. Aldrich off the wall. Can't make contact where Jadot's going to roll in front of the net, but Bluey has to clear away over to Jadot, beat by Aldrich. Now, waiting it out. Aldrich with the pass out mid, blocked. It's just hanging around Lampa's net right now, but not really threatening positions yet. Aldrich with the demo. Oh my gosh, true defender for Nampa dead, but kind of staggered, so they're not dead at the same time here. Finally, they're both back up. Bluey trying to create something but can't quite get past. Now, Dragonism can't push past one, has to get past KX, can't quite do it. Rigby's defense, definitely, or offense I should say, definitely holding on right now. Oh, this is a shot, but he can't quite do it. Dragonism gets it out. And yeah, it just kind of feels like the offense for Rigby is just not as quality as it could be to find the back of the net.
And then from there we see that might end up hurting them here as we go into the final 37 seconds of the game, and Rigby is still down 1 as Bluey is able to just kind of subvert that shot on goal, get it out of the center of the field, and then immediately after we see KX kind of fighting Dragonism for the ball as J-Dot gets the ball at least out of Rigby's hands, fighting them in the corner there. We see Bluey try to get it clear down midfield. Looks like both of these teams are vying for control on the red side of the field, right in front of Nampa's net, and that's a dangerous place to be. Bluey actually is going to get the save there, but Rigby is still in this, and with 10 seconds, we're going to see if that's going to be enough time for Nampa to slip up.
J-Dot just trying to get pressure and burn time. Jimmy's able to get past one, maybe gets the pass over to Aldrich. He does, he tips it over past one.
Oh, right in front of the net. That's a feels bad as Nampa's going to take round 2 with only 40% of total shots taken. 60% of total shots taken were taken by Rigby.
Look at the side control. The side control so heavily in favor of Rigby, but they just could not find the back of the net. The defense holding true for Nampa here. Oh my goodness.
And the shot quality also holding true for Nampa. Nampa is winning on the quality of their defense and the quality of the shots, because if only 40% of the shots are yours, but you win 2-1, you're playing very patiently. You're waiting for the perfect opportunity to send the ball in, and that's working for Nampa.
Yep. No, I love that approach. I love the quality over quantity approach. I mean, quantity definitely has a place. Quantity,
of course.
Quantity is just such a pressuring thing, but your quantity has to be mixed in with a little more quality.
Yes.
Otherwise, it just doesn't feel like pressure. It's a very Kuxer-esque mindset to be very focused on one shot at a time, and it has to be the best shot I've ever placed. And at the end of the day, it's working. It's paying dividends for Nampa, and they're in a position now where they could walk away with this trophy.
But because of the quality, they're really hoping to walk home with that trophy. I completely lost my train of thought in the face of such excitement.
But Rigby, time and time again, proven to be a force on the pitch. Definitely not counting them out yet. They're not ready to give up this. They're on their last life. A win already. Interesting that they go for such a pressuring kickoff after the fake kickoff that happened in the first minute last time. Just kind of assuming they won't do that again. Dragonism able to push downfield still. Jadot trying to get to the clear. Oh, a good demo from Aldrich will create space, almost creates a goal. KX trying to play around Dragonism, can't quite do it. Gets past 1, gets past 2, 50-50 on Jimmy. Don't go in favor of Nampa. KX is able to get past 1, Bluey's up into the way. Jimmy towards the wall, gets up, Looks for the play, back to himself, can't make contact again, so Jadot has to hit it down. Alzarek blazing towards the wall, has to get the touch again. Oh my gosh. And he drops it down with a flip reset. Almost an amazing setup for Rigby there, getting them back into the series.
And then after that, we see Jimmy just kind of in possession of the ball. We see Alzarek going to get the next touch. They will get the clear all the way to midfield. We see Dragonism kind of up in the air. J-Dot's going to get the demo onto Alzarek, which really hurts Rigby's offensive push here. Bounce off the back ball is their follow-up. Jimmy's shot's going to go just a little bit too high as Flui is able to get a little bit of a clear, but Dragonism's got to get it out of the front of that net.
Look at this bomb.
If you keep clearing it in front of your net, you're just feeding them shots, and for that, for this goal, it's only a matter of time until Rigby puts one in.
What an amazing play. He goes for the shot right at the defender so that he can mask the bump. An amazing play from Rigby, a creative way to find the back of the net. This is the kind of pressure they need. Now they're leading with the first goal of Game 4 here.
Dragonism almost sails it in from midfield.
Yeah, going for that solo play, feeling it out right now. Dragonism going to go for another one right here. Actually messes up the flip on the wall, loses possession, but just gets it handed right back to him by Rigby defense. KX is able to pass it over to Alzar, who doesn't get the pitch off the wall, so Jidda has a shot opportunity. Blocked by Jimmy, who does get demoed for his efforts. Dragonism can't read the play on the wall, so he just has to slow it down, just trying to buy time for his team. Gets bumped around. Jimmy is able to get past one, actually uses Dragonism to pass it out mid. Alzarek hits it towards Bluey, plays it around the wall, maybe has another shot. Oh, he got bumped. He's beaten by Jimmy now. Jimmy gets the clear away. Dragonism clearing it back to himself. He's going to go for the aerial here with a negative angle, but can't quite beat Alzarek, having to burn his own momentum to get up. KX playing it towards the wall, has to get past one, does get to 50-50, plays it out mid, cannot get it any further than that. Nampa defense holds true.
Minute 48 seconds remaining. Jimmy is going to get demoed, that pass being their final dying wish there as the reset to the other end of the court. Rigby once again is playing the offensive game, just taking as many shots as they can on the Nampa's net, and one of them's going to go in. Rigby now up 2 minutes and 36 seconds remaining. Nampa's got to consider an adjustment in their strategy.
Jimmy up to get the pounce here. It feels like actually an adjustment that was definitely made for Rigby is that they're going for a lot more dunk plays. They're just playing aggressive and saying, hey, I think I know where you're going to hit it. I'm going to get away and block it now. That was a perfect example of that. And we saw a play just like it earlier that led to goal number 1. So we'll have to see if that's something that remains true, if that's something that really is going to make the difference here against Nampa's defense. It's just taking their clears for granted.
Rigby's got the fortune-telling ball out. They're like, I know where you're going to defend, and I'm going to put it not there. As J-Dot is currently in possession of the ball, it looks like Alzarek is going to bounce it up, and Dragonism gets the next touch. Looks like KX is going to keep the ball firmly locked in this corner. Both of these teams kind of looking to maybe get it out of that corner here, as Alzarek is going to get the touch, keeping it about at midfield, where Jimmy is going to elevate the ball, and now at this point possession is anybody's guess here. Jimmy gets the next touch, but then Flui immediately steals it after that. But then actually demos Jimmy for their efforts, and Dragonism has come in kind of on the prowl, looking to put Nampa on the board.
50-50 in favor of Jimmy towards the wall. Does get the pinch, but it's not going to go any further than Bluey. Breaking down for the dribble play, pass 1, pass 2. Demo will not work in favor of Nampa here. They have a shot opportunity, but Jimmy just rolls it up the wall. KX going for the pinch down, bounces it off the backboard. Dragonism is there. Alzarek was up, but didn't get the read properly. Now he taps it over. Jimmy's up and in the way. He just has to put it mid. There has to be a response. There's KX, but he can't get the shot. Jidot towards the wall. Only has to get past one here. He does get past one. Alzarek with the shot towards the backboard. Dragonism's up to block it, not letting anything past that backboard line. Now, just kind of playing out in the midfield, but the pressure is all in favor of Rigby right now. They're definitely feeling more like their former selves, and a third one for Rigby now. With a minute left on the clock, it feels like it was maybe just unfortunate positioning combined with just a pressure shot. Yeah, just didn't read the bounce properly, and shot accidentally took probably the most insane angle of the series so far.
And then with that, we do see Dragonism, and it looks like Dragonism and no, Alzarek and J-Dot, excuse me, going for the 50-50, and then we see Jimmy kind of bounce it off of Flui, and then Dragonism gets the next touch in the midfield, and now everybody's just kind of scrambling to see where that ball is going to go. J-Dot passes it to Dragonism. Nampa mounting an offensive here. Alzarek's just going to get in the way, as well as Jimmy, as KX is in net to defend against Dragonism's shot, but J-Dot says we're not quite out of this yet, as Alzarek just forces it into the air. Now everybody's scrambling to get the next touch. It looks like next touch will belong to Jimmy, but Dragonism says no, we're staying on your side of the field. Rigby, as KX says no, I have possession, you can't necessarily stop me. We're just kind of popcorning back and forth in the midfield. Nampa waiting for Rigby's defense to make a mistake. And there it is! As Dragonism puts one on the board with 20 seconds remaining, 3-1.
Still so much time left in this game. I mean, it's 20 seconds, but it's so much time. We've seen how many goals these teams score in the last 30 seconds of a game. We could be here for easily 4 or 5 more goals. We'll have to see what happens. Almost able to get past one, able to get it past another, but Dragonism gets the first touch. He's looking for the solo play. He's looking for heroic moments. Able to get past one. Able to get past two! Dragonism keeps it alive. I mean, I was just saying that, right? There's plenty of time for this to swing. Dragonism's able to catch the defense off guard here. They were expecting their teammate in the air to make contact. He did not, and that will lead to another goal. 13 seconds to score one so that Nampa can force an overtime initiative. I think
3
that's
extra
more
seconds.
than possible.
Looks like Plui's going to send it up in the air. 9 as we kind of go down, and it looks like Alsric is going to make the shot. And with that 5-2, that might be it this round for Nampa.
Is that not 4-2? Looks like they just maybe went for another fake kickoff there, but it did not quite work as intended. They didn't get the touch that they wanted, and so it'll just spell disaster at the end of the day. It was a very, very good effort from Nampa, but they're going to have to take this to Game 5. And as I predicted, we're heading to a Game 5.
And you know,
the last thing on the bingo card is the overtime now.
Yeah, we kind of always thought that it was going to go to Game 5. 31-69.
Look at the total shots on that one.
Oh my gosh. It felt like Rigby put Nampa in the position where they just kind of had them all locked in their final third of the field, and they're just at that point just taking shots in front of Nampa's goal, and Nampa's like, well, it felt like there were points where Nampa was forced into the position of, even when we clear, we can't clear it far enough because they're just all out in front of the goal.
Yeah, I think what that's going to come down to is now Nampa has to make an adjustment where they're not just hurling the ball to clear it every time. They have to work together. They have to go for flicks. They have to go for dribbles. They have to mix it up. Because at this point, if Rigby's got your midfield defense kind of locked down, then you're in trouble. And even if that doesn't necessarily look like fancy plays that are super nice to look at, even if that just looks like what was going on in Game 3, where we had Dragonism just in the way constantly on every little play, so be it. But at this point,
being in the way is valuable.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this is essentially the final game of the season. This is your last chance to come away. So let's see what they got in store for us. I have literally no idea who can come out with this win at this point. Expecting big things from both teams.
We're expecting overtime.
Oh yeah.
Gonna put that out there.
Yeah. Louis leading the way. Oh, that's not a good touch. That's not good. But Dragonism will swing into the last moment to save it. Playing it off the wall here. He's able to get past another. Takes the shot. KX is there though. Is going to just deflect it away. Alzarek is going to go for it, but he is beat by Jidot. Does force Jidot to jump and doesn't get that great of a touch, but Pluie put it off the sidewall. Jimmy's able to clear it away, playing it back towards himself. Is able to get past another. Good bump. Might create some space here for Jimmy. Just needs to get past one more. It's going to spill out mid, but Nampa will have the defense in the way. Alzarek putting it towards mid. Is able to get the 50-50. Pluie moves off towards the wall. They have plenty of time. KX is going to push it off again, and a shot down. Will work.
Lower
Jimmy
right-hand corner.
lead.
Rigby's coming alive, our first goal. We see KX pop it up into the air, and then we just see the shot into that bottom left-hand corner. Corner shots are always hard to defend against here. Rigby really putting it where it hurts to Nampa here. 4 minutes and 23 seconds remaining.
Still plenty of time for them to come back here. They got to shut down this Rigby offense. They can't let Rigby do what they want with the ball like that. Alzarek is up. Pass out mid. Jimmy doesn't have that good of an aerial. This could be disastrous. Oh, goodness. Double commit there. Rigby is able to get out of it, but they have to waste a lot of boost to do it. Dragonism looks like he's going for the back pass. Jidot is up to take the shot. Jimmy is in the way, but he can't do a whole lot. He just has to bounce it off the backboard. Dragonism with the shot, but it's a little too wide. Puts it down into the corner. Then we wait. Alzarek tries to get past the midfield line. The dribble play gets past one. Doesn't get past the second. KX is there to take the shot. Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh!
The pinball!
The lucky bump off of the Bluey. Gonna put Nampa on the board. 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. The goal from midfield. Bluey's just casually driving along here.
That's unfortunate.
And Alzarek was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I mean, if you're Rigby, you can't really worry about that at the end of the day. There's not a whole lot you can do in that situation. There's no way you could have planned for that.
Just an unfortunate bump.
Yeah, for sure. KX leading the charge here, might have another shot. It's going to roll out in front of the net, and Jimmy is there. They regain.
Jimmy making up for it.
Nothing to worry about if you're Rigby. You're like, all right, we got it back. We didn't get that stolen from.
Hold on. Just like, last goal didn't happen.
Yeah.
Jimmy puts it in the net one more time. Jimmy, it really feels like has become a standout scorer in these 2 minutes and 30 seconds that we've seen so far of map 5.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, he's been standout all day, to be honest. I mean, he had a couple really good pop-off games over on the other screen, and he's looking to make this one just the same. Blue is able to deflect here, though. Only one defender back for Rigby's. Could be disastrous. They did give enough time to get back, however. Alzarek is up to challenge Dragonism. Jadot has the next response. He's going to hit it mid over to Dragonism. He doesn't have that great of a touch. KX looking for the play around 1. Does get it. It's going to roll off towards the corner. Jimmy with the bounce out mid. Jadot flagging towards the net.
Oh my gosh, Vacantaman bounces it right back to J-Dot, just giving them extra steps in the goal to tie the game up.
This is such a close game. If we go to overtime, I might get gray hairs, honestly. This is so intense. Every little challenge, you have no idea which way it's going. Now, a scoreless goal line here at 3 minutes
0-0
on
with
the clock.
complications.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as Artie would say, it's complicated at this point. So Bluey pushing towards the ball, looking to make it a little bit less complicated for us, but Jimmy will block him. Blocking again, Jimmy is just in the way. A good pass here, but it's going to be blocked by Alderich. It's going to land in front of the net. The 50-50 is not in favor. Bluey cleared it!
The touch just barely isn't there.
No. That's okay, they still have more opportunities. That was just so unfortunate. Another unfortunate situation. Both teams stretching themselves thin, trying to find any foothold here. Dragonism is able to get the 50-50. It's going to bounce in front of the net. Bluey's up. He just has to put it down. He puts it high. Jimmy OK is going to get the shot away from his own net. KX leading downfield is able to get another tap. It's going to roll out in front of the midline. Jimmy OK with the 50-50. It's going to drop down. Alzarek with the shot. Blocked by Dragonism. Bluey has a shot opportunity here. He just has to get it on net. He does. It's a little off, actually. A little wide. Bluey leaves it. Dragonism is the next response. Gets past KX. All the speed is in favor of Nampa right now. It feels like they are getting all the beats. Alzarek just has to get past 1. He is able to do it. It's going to roll out towards the corner. Bluey has the next response. He just has to get past Alzarek. He does. That buys enough time, but not so much that KX still can't beat him. Maybe demos looking to be happening here as J-Dot gets the clear out, but doesn't get a good enough clear. Alzarek just hits it towards the net. Dragonism misses, and then the demo, that will create the space. Rigby will find a third goal here now. They find the lead again. Oh my goodness, the demo was huge though. The
demo created space, yep.
Yeah,
this goal doesn't happen without the demo.
No, it definitely does not happen without the demo there. And now, with 1:50 left, I mean, goodness, I still don't know what to win. I mean, Nampa has come back from so many worse situations. They have to still be feeling confident. Jimmy is looking for the play here. Passes it out mid. Can't do much else with it. It's going to hit towards the wall. Dragons are playing off the wall with a pinch. It's a good attempt here. It's going to roll out in front of the net. Not able to do much else with it. Blue leads to Jadot, who's got a clear bumps his own teammate by accident. Playing it off the wall. It's going to roll out in front of mid. Dragons has the shot. Can't do much else with it. He's beat here by Alderich. He doesn't make any contact. Dragons just takes the shot. It's going to bounce off the backboard. He takes the shot again and just can't find the back of the net. The quality of shots is just not quite there. Jadot is in the way. Oh, Jimmy doesn't get demoed by Jadot. It creates a lot of space now for Rigby. They're going to get a lot of extra angles here. Now Dragonism is able to get the pinch out. Standing in his end now. The offensive end in favor of Nampa.
We see KX with the ball up on high ground. Will anybody elevate to answer? No. And we go into the final minute. Dragonism currently in possession of the ball. Currently has dominant side control. Going to send it mid, but immediately after that, Alderich is just going to pop it through main. Jimmy currently in possession of the ball. The ball is currently locked in between these two teams in the corner here. We see Bluey pass it to Alderich. Alderich looking for a goal, trying to send it main. We see KX miss the touch. Bluey's going to put it a little bit closer to net. A little bit of a back pass there, putting it in the corner. But luckily, they are not punished for it. The ball is kind of safe in this corner relatively, as Dragonism is going to get clear to midfield. And then the clear passed into enemy corners. And then we see J-Dot waiting for Jimmy to drop the ball, but Jimmy, unfortunately for Nampa, doesn't do that. 20 seconds remaining. Nampa's desperately looking for this goal on Rigby right now.
J-Dot passes down to Dragonism.
Ooh, Jimmy gets in the way.
10 seconds on the clock. We're winding down. They're running out of time. They're on the wrong offensive end. Alzarek takes the shot. It just kills time. Bluey gets the clear away. J-Dot passes it back mid, but there's no one there. You have to keep it up. They can't do it. Rigby will walk away as state champions today. A very close game. We're getting all the way to game 5 within 1 goal. I mean, come on. That was insane.
Rigby definitely ends this undefeated, but Nampa more than made them work for it. And, sometimes it's all you can do. I definitely have to say, Nampa kind of came into this very different than they started playing. It felt like Nampa needed a little bit of a warm-up time, but once they did, man, it was all Rigby could do to defend sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? If we were playing a best of 7, who knows what would have happened? But yeah, I mean, both these teams showed why they were in the grand finals of this tournament. Both of these teams did exceptionally well. Both had their strengths and their weaknesses brought out and shown in this final match. And goodness, could we have asked for anything more out of that best of 5? That was so exciting to watch. And great plays from both teams. I mean, there's that, but it's still very intense with the clocks winding down with you,
Of course.
So.
And with that, do you have any nominations for Player of the Game?
I think, honestly, I after all I've seen today, I think I'd have to give it to Jimmy. But goodness, I mean, all of them, they played so well together. Jimmy just had a lot of moments where he shined in a lot of different ways and put the team in a backtrack for a couple important games. At the end of the day, all of them deserve it. But if I had to pick one, I would say Jimmy.
I do also think it's important. I do think it's natural to kind of focus on the most recent game that we saw. And I would like to nominate Dragonism.
Yeah.
While Nampa did end up on the losing side, I think Dragonism was making some of the finest plays that we saw all night. And even when they weren't being that primary first man, they were just getting in the way of enemies trying to do anything. And I really want to say that Dragonism, I think, embodies what the Player of the Game is trying to be.
Yeah, I totally agree there. Honestly, Dragonism showed up, came to play today, as did all of his teammates, but a lot of those really clutch moments did come down to some exceptional plays from Dragonism, whether or not they came to fruition. So at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, I can't argue with that. All 6 of the players just played so well. I mean, they're in the grand finals of the state championship. They all deserve a Player of the Game. I mean, let's just see what we have in store for us, I suppose, with Player of the Game.
Looks like
it is going to go to Dragonism.
It's Dragonism, and the Player of the Game is brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success. Dragonism is the very well-deserved Idaho Central Credit Union Player of the Game. If you can't win the trophy, might as well win some glory for yourself. Put some respect on Nampa's name, particularly Dragonism in particular. You gave us an awesome show for the grand finals.
Yeah, shout out to all 6 of these players making it as far as they did. Super impressive gameplay from everyone. What a great night we've had. And yeah, I mean, Dragonism was gold tonight.
We see them prepare the shot, get the second touch, and then it just goes sailing in, and there's nothing Jimmy can do to get back in time. And then this next goal, we see them go up to the side, kind of fight Alzeric for it. Alzeric doesn't get the touch, so Dragonism just sends it sinking in from the midfield. Those are always my favorite shots to watch, when it just goes sailing and everybody can't do anything but watch.
It's just beautiful. It's like when it's mixed in with, like, there's no one there to defend it anyway, so there's no whiffs. It's just like a perfect, like, rainbow into the net.
It's just perfect. You're just like...
Yeah. So I think next we're going to be looking at our top 5 plays of the game. I mean, there's so much. I mean, there's going to be top 5 in every single game, but I'm curious what production has in store for us. So let's get into that.
And top 5 plays are presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. From all of us here at Boise State, stick around. We're going to go to a break. I'm going to be the first one to put it in. Not yet, as we go into the final minute of the game. We're going to see Faded kind of drop it down. No. KX, you got it! Not like this.
Oh my goodness, what happened? Louis with the bounce off the wall here. It's going to just slightly fit. Oh, Faded didn't quite make contact. KX had pushed up, and just players on the wrong side of the highway there. 50-50 goes in favor of Jimmy, but at the end of the day, Jidot gets there first. Has another opportunity, takes a shot, and he gets it. And at this point, Nampa's looking like they're pretty much in control of game 2 here. Might be thinking about game 3.
Push here, bounce off the back ball is their follow-up. Jimmy's Oh, shot's going to go just a little bit too high as Flui is able to get a little bit of a clear, but Dragonism's got to get it out of the front of that net.
Look at this bomb.
If you keep clearing it in front of your net, you're just feeding them shots, and for that, and for this goal, it's only a matter of time until Rigby being their final dying wish there as the reset to the other end of the court. Rigby, once again, is playing the offensive game, just taking as many shots as they can onto Nampa's net, and one of them's going to go in. Rigby now up 2 minutes and 36 seconds remaining. Nampa's got to consider an adjustment in their strategy.
Jimmy up to get the pounce here. It feels like initiative. I think
3
that's
extra
more
seconds.
than possible.
Looks like Flui's going to send it up in the air. 9 as we kind of go down, and it looks like Alzric is going to make the shot. And with that 5-2, that might be it this round for Nampa.
Is that not 4-2?
right straight to my head. I've been learning how to love again. I can feel it crawling under my skin. Just don't know why it's taking me all this time. Mending all these worn out feelings in my mind. I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do. I've been chasing all these feelings, but I couldn't even hear my truth. I've been running from emotions every time I feel something new. I just wanna I've been learning how to be a friend. I'm not the same like when I used to be. 'Cause now I'm better than I've ever been. Just being me now, you can call it a sin. Just don't know why it's taking me all this time. Mending all these worn out feelings in my mind. I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do. I've been chasing all these feelings, but I couldn't even hear my truth. I've been running from emotions every time I feel something new. I just wanna love, I just wanna love, love, love. I just wanna love, I just wanna love, love, love. I just wanna love, I just wanna love, 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 love. I just wanna love.
back to the Boise State University coverage of the absolute showdown for Boise State affiliated esports. Here is all the big teams from around the state coming in, esports state championships. I'm your host, Greg Smith. On deck, I've got Hayden Alt with me. We're going to do a big coverage of the semifinals in Valorant as we move back and forth between Valorant and Rocket League. Covering for you guys today, it is going to be Boise High facing off against one more opponent before we go into the big finals. So I'm excited. We just saw Boise High play a lot of other teams too, and I guess we're lucky that we chose them as they've been riding straight on through. Don't know how you feeling about things.
Yeah, they've been holding on here and just showing like a consistent level of play, as well as adapting to all these other teams and their different play styles.
But they aren't the only ones that have been playing. We've had a lot of plays, the entire bracket going on in the back rooms. It's a shame we can't cover it all for you. Guess you got to be here in person. This is what's been going on. Shelly has also been riding the waves against Highland and Twin Falls as Blackfoot, Highland, Wood River, and Bishop Kelly all play off in a secondary bracket. And we're going to see the winners of that one play the winners of this game after. But right now, it is Shelly v. Boise, a big high school face-off in Valorant, the 5v5 tactical shooter. And let's talk about that. Here it is. Doc's keys to the game for you in Valorant are to focus angles and flank, know that win condition, count cards and call abilities, and of course, click those heads. This is all brought to you by Drop In Gaming. Drop In Gaming is a premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop In Gaming is the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive journey, go ahead and sign up at dropingaming.com. So here it is. There's Doc letting you know all the keys to the game that you may need to win. We are ready to see the lineups and the maps. They're going to be starting out on Lotus, which we got to see a little bit of that already today. It was a fun one.
Yeah.
Got to see one map of Lotus. We've already seen a bit of Haven, a bit of Ascent, kind of the ones that we had predicted we might see.
Yeah, going into Lotus, I think one thing is just kind of seeing how Boise State's played this already and kind of seeing, do they keep that same strategy or do they have to mix it up to work around these different teams? Because we saw, I'm trying to remember from earlier, it's been a long day.
Boise High and Valley View and BK.
Yeah. I think it was Valley View. They would just kind of cluster together on this.
BK would.
Oh, BK, yes. Yep. And that just gave so much pressure to Boise High to go and kind of roam and get lots of map control, and we'll have to see if it changes in these.
Yeah, we've definitely seen an aggressive positioning coming out from Boise on this 3-site setup, but we're going to see if a different team or a different roster means that they play differently here on Lotus. A fun map, I think, and the dynamicity of the map is exciting too because it's so new that, and I always love to see these exploits pop up or interesting setups and see what they can do with it, but it's Breezy, Steel, AJ17, and Cause back online.
Yeah, pretty much got it. Was Steel in last time or is?
No, that's been a switch out.
Okay, so we'll have to see how that kind of changes the dynamic here, as we don't have. I believe. I'm trying to remember the other player's name.
Oh,
Yeah.
So they'll be playing off against Invasion, Thirst Point, Cooker, Purple, and Pop-Tart. And so far, it's not a crazy roster. Like, we saw a bit of this. I mean, Steel is looking a little bit fast-paced, and we love to see that against Breach. The two of them working together have a lot of good synergy. Breezy, as well, is choosing the Chamber, which, new Chamber, we've talked about. There's a little bit of nerfs coming out with that one, but still has that high mobility and will be jumping around a lot. So it should be a fast-paced round here.
Yeah, we still, like, Chamber is a lot more, like, they're still a duelist, but they're almost like a defensive duelist.
Yeah, I mean, they're a very duelist-esque looking Sentinel because they have these utility which should be shutting down areas, but a lot of people play them really aggressively at a really high pace.
Yeah, their utility is gun.
Yeah.
So, I mean, with all the nerfs to their weaponry now, it's kind of a little more, less lenient. You got to really hit those shots with how expensive each bullet is on the Headhunter and how many ult points the Tour de Force uses now. But overall, I think a really good character for this map with the amount of movement options you get with his teleporter.
Yeah, it's interesting that we have a more aggressive setup now because the last time we saw a play on this, it was more control-based. We saw a lot more map control going on. Right now, the only controller that we have on deck for either side is just the one Omen. Otherwise, we have Sentinel, 2 duelists, and 2 initiators on the other side. Thirst point, going to take one really fast. Not quite a collateral, though, but he is going to get it. Pop-Tart's going to turn around and take him for it. Bringing us to a 3v4. There's the players on the desk.
Some really good patience there by Breezy, just unfortunately not able to hit all the shots they needed to.
Spike planted.
Spike's already down very quick. We're seeing high-paced games in this pistol round.
Steel taking down Frag Cooker here. Got Buzzy with a Sheriff. Steel with a Ghost. 2 decent weapons for this situation, especially with how low some of their opponents are right now.
Still trying to play through the wall for a few of them here, but he just can't quite find it. Still looking for more. He is going to find one Buzzy to take Pop-Tart and Invasion and take back. Still just down a 1v2, but the health is so low on both sides.
Yeah,
it's
they're
really just
burning
down to the clock here.
Too much time, and they get it.
Attackers to take the first one, and people are excited.
Yep, in the first round going over to Shelly here. Already a great showing, because most likely winning round 2 here. Just, you know, the rifle submachine gun advantage. It'll be a tough ask to take that away for this next round. But just really good patience with that spike plant and just holding it off. They had a lot of breach utility left. Just were able to keep them away from it, and took so long that even if they won the gunfight, it wouldn't have mattered.
Shelly High with the first point moving up into some better gun round. But Boise still feeling high-paced is going to be coming straight onto them. But look at this absolute lowdown. Fry able to hold his own, getting a little bit of support up from Thirst, but Breezy comes through with a very melee shot by the Headhunter. Fry again, another one, and Breezy holding this corner. There's been a couple of named anchors that are doing well here. AJ17 to find one with the Frenzy on round 2. That's a really big pick. Boise High now playing with 2 players against Shelby's 3. Health looks good, though. These players have not seen a lot of eye contact. Purple to take one out of midair and turn right around to support, bringing it to a 3v1. Boise High just 1 to the left. A beautiful collateral to drop the spike, though. He's gone crazy. Breezy brings in a third one and finds a clutch for Boise High.
I think we saw it again. We saw it earlier, but that auto equip on walkover almost messed it up, but ended up working in their favor there.
Yeah. Reeling in a fantastic 4-piece from Boise High.
1v3, if anyone's to do it, it is Breezy.
Excellently done.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they didn't intend to pick it up, but it worked perfectly here.
And there is another second round upset. We have seen several of those today, which you usually don't see. Usually first round gets the buy and then they take it for free, and you just want to make as much damage as you can. But crazy 3-piece collaterals like that bringing you to a 4K are the things that you need to find this upset. So Boise High is feeling good still and looking to keep this new econ into the following rounds.
Yeah, the concuss coming out. Some shots coming out, not able to find much. The aftershock, I believe it's called, did not get anyone there. Skydog coming in, getting some vision, actually concussing Purple here.
Spike planted.
Purple going down. Gets the plant off,
One enemy
dies
remaining.
for it. Fry Cooker getting some good damage in, but that's the frenzy for you. Now trying to figure out who gets the ult point. They will give it to the Sky.
Yeah, Sky, having the ult point when you're on a 3-site situation where people can be in all kind of little nooks and crannies is, I think, a nice play, you know? If it's an absolute bowling alley of a map, let's think about extremes, there's no reason to be, like, looking for something like this. But in these maze-type maps, like this one or Fracture or Haven, where it's all very, like, tight in together, those Seekers are one of my favorites for sure.
Yeah, definitely good ult, like, just to always have. You can almost never go wrong with it. See here, back to everyone having rifles, I believe. So it should be even around.
Shelly looking for a crazy screen line, looking to upset that utility that came in. Instead of playing back foot and letting it pass, they just full force in, right? When it comes down to fight or flight, this is a fighting game, and we see that both from Shelly and from Boise High. This is a high energy map, just like we expected, but more so than already playing through boxes, just being safe, looking to charge right on ahead as AJ17 passes through the waterfalls here. The aftershock threat comes through, but he dodges. Attacker Killjoy already bringing up the coverage on C-Site. Looks like we found some cheeky corners. Leon on steal, looking to find one on the outro. Beautiful. And that is the spike carrier. Now he's got eyes on the spike, even though he should be in detention. Finds a second. What? Just like a refusal of the ultimate. Steel is quite simply not bothered by KJ right now. Doing great to hold it in and looking Shelly in the eyes as the 3-3 Buzzy finds another little trade-off here and there. And defenders take it again. Boise High bringing it up 3-1.
Yeah, Boise High just getting in that little corner where the KJ wasn't and just caught multiple members unaware. Grabbing that spike was just a massive pick because it stopped all that forward momentum for their team. Yeah, that second one was massive. And then just pincer the last few members as they kind of get pushed in by the different crowd control.
So we see a forcing buy coming out from Shelly and Boise High on a full buy. Boise would love to keep this snowball rolling, and Shelly is going to just do some damage and move up to the next one. Buzzy with laser eyes. Can't quite find one through the walls there, but knows that they might be waiting. Shelly playing nice and slow now, dialing it back a bit, hoping Boise High will rip on themselves. But it looks like both teams have kind of registered in.
Get out of my way!
The jet knives coming out here, that orb giving them just enough points.
Oh, the spray control is so close. Buzzy escapes with nothing else but the hair on his head, as Pop-Tart just couldn't quite hold it together. He looks for a re-hit, but the flash is solid.
Yep, no, managed to actually get out with just a few points of HP left.
Oh, the utility goes crazy and absolutely blows the area up. No one gets through. A pause there while the rest of Boise High comes rolling around. A heal is already coming out from the sky.
Spike planted.
Invasion taking Breezy down with one well-placed knife.
Pause from above, looking to find something. Almost got caught with util out. Instead lets one go by. But now they've got location and they find him. Fry Cooker Invasion in purple to shut it down. Shelly ringing in .2 on a Thrifty.
You can hear the hype as they manage to pick that round up.
The hype is real.
Yeah, such a close game so far. Literally, I think it's been every other round.
Yeah, Boise High on that big win right there.
Oh, never mind. 1-3-1. Okay. Still,
Almost.
3-2.
Except for that defuse, yeah.
Just been...
which is a close one because everything else has been elimination. Yeah. But look at this buy round, though, because Boise High just had a big buy round. So going down to 3 sidearms and 2 AKs is a little bit...
Yeah. You got... you do have the Tour de Force, which is an op, essentially.
It's true. It's a much more satisfying sounding op as well. So he's going to be picking up one of the longest sight lines on this map, just holding from the perch. Location does get revealed once or twice, so he's going to be zapping back to the earlier location. Buzzy pops a hole out of the wall, gets some extra movement, and Breezy.
Going to pick up their translocators here. And just kind of back up and kind of get ready to reposition if they need to. Both teams need to gather some intel here, as right now they don't really have an idea where each other are.
Cover going up.
That'll kind of reveal positioning. Oh, Sense somehow doesn't die to that?
Yeah, that was interesting, but Thirst did definitely find at least one. Steel with the ult out, looking to zap some people in. But it's not going to find very much. Pop-Tart already coming around for the plant, and with beautiful crosshair placement, Invasion's going to find 2 of them.
2.
That's a good angle position. After you take the fight, move so that they can't pre-fire. He does great with that one. Breezy looking to find some, but amidst the flash, he can't get it. And Shelly to bring in .3 against Boise High.
And now it's a tied game, 3-3.
Yeah, off to a decent start. It's still been fairly high pace. It feels like not much time has passed. And on to a full buy.
Yep, full buy for both sides here, but look at the econ on the side of Shelly.
Definitely a more taxing full buy for one team.
Yeah, On the side of Boise High, though, we do have both the Rolling Thunder and the Seekers, which are just, especially paired up together, just amazing ultimates, because the amount of coverage they carry is so good for pushing a site. Cause taking down Invasion here, but dying immediately after. Steel getting a double, but Toasty picking up a double right back, just back and forth. Players going down left and right. No one made it through that doorway. And we kind of didn't see a beat of that. The Seeker's coming out for the one player, and Pop-Tart actually does pick up the kill. Very low, but very low with a Vandal. That is not impossible.
On the other side of the house, while we have this 1v1 going on, intense though as it is, Blackfoot just lost a game against Bishop Kelly. Bishop Kelly is 1 up now at 13-8. They'll be moving on to map 2. Back to Boise High v Shelly. The one are playing a little bit of a ring around the rosy here in the deep part of the map. Shelly would love a chance to grab the spike, but he's just got to pay attention. Oh, Breezy too quick with it, finds it. Bringing Boise High up to .3.
Yeah. Such a close match as well. The Seekers did get burned, though, for this, as well as most members on both sides and the plant going down. Not the worst round to lose, certainly, with the way Shelly's econ is at the moment. Should just be another full buy.
That's a good
The trademark down and just kind of getting set back up. Got to angle it just right.
Yeah, sure enough, as you said, Shelly losing this round is not devastating in the econ, and we see another full gun round come out. Save for 1 or 2 players on Boise High, which are barely scraping it together. I'm surprised we didn't get a little partner buy going on there, but
nowhere to run.
The Sova ult coming out.
A very early Sova ult. And I can't see where, yeah.
Not able to pick anything up.
Scanning ahead.
I think a little damage? No.
Doesn't look like it. The intimidation ult is letting people know. 180 on that flash, brilliantly done by Invasion. Purple. Revive come running in. Oh, and the call goes out. All of the utility is being dumped right now onto C-Site.
Yeah, we see AJ trying to just kind of stay in the back, just outside, but seeing what they can get away with. Invasion does bring down Breezy, though, here. Bringing it back to a 4v4. Good info coming out. Ooh, Purple picks up 1, but goes down immediately. 3 members.
Take 1 more.
Pushing the site, but realizing that not much going on site.
Yeah, look at this ult difference as well. The spike is already there, and Boise High owns it, but as soon as they tap it, Shelly has to be there immediately. Sure enough, Fry Cooker, no problems, takes 2 of them. Brilliantly done. That's Attacker's 1. That's another point for Shelly, bringing it to a 4-4.
Yeah, Fry Cooker on the amazing flank there. Catches 2 of them off guard. Good trigger discipline as well, just to stop, take the 1 pick, and then swing. Bringing that back to a 4-4, which I believe Boise High is going to be forced to save or do a light buy here, based on how their econ was before, even with winning the round before this.
Yeah, it was a force buy there, so I think they have to save entirely on this one. So Shed would love to see a second in a row, bringing them to some wild econ heights.
Pop flashes going out. See Fast Lane coming out as well as the Sova drone.
And these concusses too. Neon finally goes down. Steel being taken by Purple. Invasion barely surviving with their life as they come around through the cloudburst, and Toasted is going to be taking care of that aggressor. Fuzzy and Breezy both go down, but AJ is going to avenge them, bringing it to a 2v3 with 1 up on the table. A little situational though it is. Toss doing absolutely excellent with what he's been given.
Oh yeah, now with the Phantom, this is where the real work is.
Beautiful flash and come around. AJ17 doing excellent there.
All up to Fry Cooker here.
Oh. A little too thin of an angle. So Boise High is going to be clutching that one in, switching the defuse off, allocating correctly to give those Seekers another shot, and it's a thrifty from Boise High, and that's a devastating thrifty too. That was an upset as far as eco goes.
Yep, that was big. Just getting like that early, or not early pick, but Kaz getting that pick with the classic, just getting the Phantom, just turns that whole fight dynamic around.
Bonusing those is absolutely massive.
Good gunplay where it was needed. So we see, I believe Shelly should be fine econ-wise, but that it never feels great to get thrifty like that.
Twin Falls in the other side of the house is fighting uphill, a 1v7 against Valley View.
See, call goes out. Multiple members here.
Off your feet!
Call goes out. Gets one, gets two, actually goes down. Purple on the quick flick to stop the bleeding where it started.
Yeah, sure enough. Now Purple going in for the plant, feeling good. Still a 3v3 thanks to that early surprise from around the corner.
I believe that's the second time Breezy's done it from that angle. Invasion with the knives. Got some good damage in.
Ooh, a big concuss out to Invasion. Hopefully they can hunt him down. Nope, he survives that one. More concussions going out from around the board. Invasion is going to hold it in. Tries to alt fire with the knives and he just can't do it. Steel is going to be the one to take the credit for that kill. Fuzzy coming out of the smoke, can't find anything, and Purple is going to be the one to take it. Steel on
picks up one,
Purple
picks up
another
two.
Unreal. A 4K clutch, bringing Shelly .5. A great thing for their eco. Now it is a full gun round.
Yeah, and just back and forth with Purple just being the clutch master here.
Fuzzy in an awkward spot, cred-wise. We're going to have to see what Boise High wants to do with this round, but...
Yeah, this right click here is so unfortunate, but that's just kind of how that right click works, where it's an all or nothing play when you do that. It is,
and it's scary too, because he wants to stay in the corner the most he can so that they have to get super close to him when he alt fires, but you don't want to alt fire and have most of it go into the wall, because that's low pen. So he's got to back out a little bit too.
Jumping right into this, we already got 3 kills coming out on the board.
Shelly's going absolutely crazy, and they're hunting with the Seekers, looking for one more.
Yeah, questionable Seekers here with multiple members.
Oh man, Paste Fry out. He just could not choose between both targets.
He can't
go down.
The damage.
He just can't do it. Oh, and the Headhunter almost found it, but Invasion was going to cut him off before he had a chance, and Shelly, so close to a flawless, is going to run 2 points in a row, bringing it to a 6v5. It's just neck and neck, but I'm still not tired. They are keeping it high energy and doing well. That's the excitement of the map.
Yeah, just so much variety on this map. It's like the two sides are like, especially like just aesthetically, are just completely different. As well as playing completely different here. We'll have to see. No one's gone for B-site very much at this point, but B-site's more just there, so you can't leave it by itself. Good concusses coming out. Cause Guardian, seeing if they can put in some work. Another concuss down here.
You should run.
Killjoy will coming out inside of Shelly. Bring down Fry Cooker here.
Still a 5v4 Purple going in for the plant with this many people on board. It's a little bit stressful. Boise High's kind of surrounding them. There's points able to back up. Sentry coming in.
Taking down AJ. We see Breezy with Tour de Force here. Could possibly put some good work in here. Gain one of those kills and gain that slow field could be massive for how narrow these hallways are. This is the first shot. Takes some damage, but doesn't go down.
It's enough of a distraction, but playing this close. Strafes right into another player. Toasted is going to take him out, and the bomb timer is just way too low. It was hard to jump the gap and find their way over to the spike. Now even more difficult with the timer as it is. Gets in for a tap just to bait a peek, and sure enough, it comes out. Purple is going to take it, bringing it to a 7-5.
7-5, and they will go into swapping sides here. Got another critical pistol round here to set the momentum of this match.
Yeah, it is. And if Shelly can take this one, they might find themselves in a 9-6 situation, moving very close to double digits.
Yeah.
We've already seen a few instances of 10-5 scores. In fact, we recently have one right now. Wood River holding the 5.
Yeah.
In a different, yeah.
We mentioned before in the other ones how important these pistol rounds are. This one, obviously, they're all important, but this one not quite as much because there's not these teams have been so close in score here that before it's like 3-9. And It's like every round is going to matter. And while these do
while it really does matter, yeah, you have the room to try something new and really try to get something that you don't deserve out of it.
1 for 1 here with Boise High's smoke agent down. No more Omen clouds. It's going to be a lot more difficult to push.
Shelly trapped in the center.
Gets concussed, goes around. Unfortunately not able to get more than the one shot there. Will get healed up by the sky. Boise High managing to get the plant down.
Spike planted.
Frag Cooker getting some decent damage in. AJ goes down to point.
Satchel out.
The blast pack sending them in. Unfortunately,
gets greedy with it and just can't hold that space. Buzzy just the same, has people on either side. And Boise High is going to find the pistol round.
Yeah, should see some SMGs and assault rifles coming out here. A few bulldogs, some specters. Gonna be a pretty uphill battle for Shelly this round. We've seen it happen though. Boise High sitting in a good position here. Tie things back up.
As the gates go up, start making their way across. Shelly playing high pace, looking to cut them off early. Fight. All the utilities going around. What can they find? Zap. A couple kills. Dubai pause. Freeze will get one more. They're overwhelming. The numbers take it. Boise High to upset. Bring it to a 7-7.
Started out pretty good and then just both sides started throwing util back and forth, and with the gun advantage made it a little difficult.
True. So Boise High got their 2 points. We expected as much. Once you win the first pistol round, you have a much better shot at the second, but that means now they're going to be able to bonus up their old weapons, save some creds for later on, but give Shelly a good chance to steal it.
Yeah, we see, like a lot of good damage coming out, and then it's just like you got to the point where it's just a pure gunfight here, and it's like, yeah, these submachine guns are going to win out every time. Yeah, both teams just kind of moving in, playing it slow. Pace is a lot different this round. No one's wanting to overextend yet. Steel taking out some of the util here on this side. Just
Alarm bot down.
the concuss coming out. Good nano swarm grenade. And a little bit of chip damage in. A little greedy though, and goes down to Breezy. The plant going down. Cause taking down purple here.
3 left on Shelly.
Oh.
Positioning, they're looking to hold it in, but it's a little bit difficult. I mean, the scene site is hard to fight your way into.
Good shock dart here. See the Cloudburst going out, giving some room to push in. Picks up one, goes down.
Yeah, a near melee fight there. He's able to find one, but you just can't see everything coming out of that smoke. So a team ace to find the 8th point for Boise High. Shelly now only down 1, and that's almost the most we've seen someone down by. Right, there was a spot in the beginning where it was, yeah, we've had a few up by 2, maybe even an up by 3 in there, but
yeah, looking at this econ, it's a little risky. Okay, there we go. Nope.
Ooh. Playing with us.
Yeah. No ultimates on the board here, so pretty.
Somewhere close, but no ultimates on the board. Shelly holding in at a 7 and a little bit low. It's a kind of a force buy. Their positioning is good. Boise High almost locked themselves in. They've got one past the door, but it's about to shut. Breezy looking to make the way onto A site alone. Door opens again. That's a telltale sign. And sure enough, Shelly is rotating on their way over to cut them off. They're already on site. Nice.
Steal with one,
What
steal
a
with
transfer. Steal crazy with it. And we can see him going right at it. Boise High.
Only
and
5
Shelly.
bullets left. Needs to be careful here.
Player standing.
That alt fire doesn't quite find it. Breezy's going to take Fry. Although he got a couple shots to the gut. It's going to bring him down to half health, but 3.5. These crazy numbers for one.
Picks
From a
up one.
distance. Ooh, gets one. That's good, but Steele, who had an absolutely ridiculous pre-fire and spray transfer and totally shut down a duo. That's 4 consecutive rounds from Boise High. They've been killing it from the half. Shelly's got to find something to pull together here.
Yeah, looking at this buy, it's a little rough, but having these guns on the board, there is a lot of potential here. They just need to stop this Boise High offense, as they've just been so strong at pushing these sites and just taking a lot of ground very quickly. Invasion looking for it, seeing what they can find. Nope. Know someone's there. Gets scanned by the drone. Gonna get them to back off. Gets the pick. Purple just kind of holding in the wings here, just kind of waiting for that smoke to clear and then watching, just kind of shutting this one angle down. Woo! AJ with the pick.
Another second one on the strafes. Switching to Purple's vision. But look him try to shut those down. Looking to reposition for some more util. Clearly a serious threat, but maybe not, as Boise High looks to rotate right around. However, Shelly has got it absolutely locked down in the center here.
Good concuss there, gonna slow down Boise High's momentum.
Goes in for a vision denial here, but the audio cues are all they need, and we can see this Killjoy utility start popping out. 17 coming in for the plant, and one goes down to an op from Invasion.
Spike gets planted. Cause gonna get some good damage in. Gets another one. They know where Cause is though. Gonna make a tough call.
standing.
Toasted picks up Steel, and it's all up to Cause here. Cause actually picks up one, goes down to Fry Cook. Shelly will be able to pick this up, actually get the operator back too, which is huge.
Yeah, that is huge. That is a big deal econ-wise because someone doesn't have to buy a gun. It's also nice to have that round in the pocket, which upsets that 4 in a row and gets them back onto winning salary and crushes Boise High's streak of winning salary. So big econ damage to find that point, and now 9-8 is not a ridiculous score to be at. It also proves Shelly that they can win a defensive round.
Yeah, we see the scan dart coming out here. And they're just gonna kind of hang back, don't need to rush anything.
Yeah, you are playing on Shelly's clock. Boise High has to get in and plant so they can wait here all day. And they're so stone solid right here. Audio cues are not. Starting to reposition. People are moving in through the gates, both on C and A side. The Spike making its rounds, though. They haven't quite committed yet, just feeling things out, just kind of probing,
I've got
checking
your
around.
trail.
Yeah, 5 ultimates on the board for Boise High. Seeker's being used just now.
Boise High does lose a player, bringing it down to 3 ults available against Shelly's 2. One of those are the knives, which are already out. And as the Seekers finally find their place, that expires. Not a lot of running in after, save for the first one. So Boise High, with a 4v5, still has a chance to buckle in and hold it together here on the site.
A big flank.
Potential for a massive flank if they can watch the right way. Here it is.
Yep.
Nice, caught with the knife out again, and that's the op, isn't it?
I don't believe so.
like either way they didn't want to go hunting down 3 from a distance. The reload button to catch another poor victim. Kill now. 2 against the 3 drops. 1. Haas, who's absolutely caught off guard by the knives. Buzzy.
Invasion picks up 1. Sees the trademark. Gets blinded though.
And had to use a knife on the trademark. Haas is ready to shut them down. Shoulder around the corner. Fights it. The bunny hop. Finds it. And Invasion is down. Boise High bringing it into double digits against Shelly. Slowing down that pushback. Shelly not allowed to have a comeback.
Yeah, that jumping is just like, just enough bullets need to hit and I need to be hard enough to hit.
It's wild.
Sometimes it works out.
Moving right on up, we see the ultimate economy of Boise High get a big patch as 4 out of the 5 players are back in with their ults available. I'd love to see a little Breach Neon combo as they only need 3 more points to move on to map 2 in favor.
Get some early intel. Multiple people getting crossed here.
What a quick start to the round. Cause can find 2 and go down. A trade he's willing to make.
Yeah, Invasion picking up a second. Showstopper comes in, does some nice damage, but no kills coming out.
And trades across the board. Boise High reduces the fraction when Buzzy and AJ17 take 1 each for free, bringing it up to 11v8. Boise High would love to see the snowball roll all the way down to the pins.
Yeah, I believe that was a save round on the side of Shelly. So bringing 2 people down, 4 rifles, pretty good. Almost a third. Just unfortunately, that the surprise factor of that ran out.
Boise High loves to play with a lot of surprise factor. They will pack everyone onto one side every once in a while.
Getting the standard out early here, getting as much intel. They got a ping. They know that something's up over there. Invasion picks up 1, picks up 2, dashes out.
It's absolutely stunning, and moves into the fast lane. A little bit of a concuss going on, but he's still doing well. Double kick reach, which is clinical, but Steel finding 1 before Kaz finds his 2. A power duo to absolutely level the field, bringing it back to a 3v2. Getting to reverse through the gates.
Yeah, just overheating a little bit. Got 2 picks, and then you can always just back up.
Yep.
But like,
Kill
totally
now.
understandable. You know, you get the 2, you want more.
It's hungry for it. They do back off of the site entirely. They think about leaving, but they think it's too predictable. They actually send an they send an ultimate little jump over. No longer on A site. It's a great gimmick. The jump out, jump back. They just have to watch for this one utility from the KJ. Sure enough, the Trailblazer goes in to check things first. They get the go-ahead before Trailblazer's even done. They come riding into the sunset.
30 seconds
Shelly,
left.
both players realizing it's not an A put at all and have to sprint over the C vision denial. It's already up. They decide to go 1 short, 1 long.
Yep, and then being able to hold from all the way back here. It's such a strong plant site if you can manage to get it. Paint shells coming out. Clearing out that backside as best they can. Double blast pack. Now just got... They have control site. They just need to get enough room out of here that they can get this defuse off. Steel takes down 1. Thirst picks up another, and Steel takes them down in return. Bringing us to 12-8. Boise High 12, Shelly 8.
Match point in the favor of Boise High as they hold on to that last one excellently well. And a mean ult fake with the Omen, which I love to see. They're such a gimmicky player, and it always is so fun to watch those plays really take some ground.
Yeah, that's such a strong spot to plant because, like, it just, there's no choice but to push it, and it's such a difficult spot. Frycook using the drone, trying to get some early intel. Sees them at the very end. Has the Ares.
Scanning ahead.
Could get some good work in here if they're allowed to.
Boise High staying central here. split up just a little bit, just kind of prodding around, making sure Shelly doesn't get any kind of upset here to run with it. Very, very slow on the clock here. They've waited past the minute. Nothing notable has happened, just feeling it out. A couple of gunfire, a little intimidation here and there, but Shelly still locked up on all three sites. Finally, the big look as the clocks all go off
double
purple.
flash. Get some good damage in, but not going to capitalize.
Back right there shows the aftershock as well as a blind. Just dumping the utility kit to find something through the wall. Invasion looks to find, but it's not going to be there. Decides to go the long way around, but so do they. Can you watch this angle as Cause is going to be coming around?
Just holding on, trying not to overextend. Boise High, the timer is going down. They know where they have to be, and they have to plant. Plant starts to go down.
10 seconds left.
The ultimate coming out. Need to check these corners.
Down 3 seconds, the last second available. Spike Planner goes out, and that's time. They cannot find this one, and Shelly is going to get another one. The hype in the stadium is unreal. It has been so intense, there's almost nothing to say sometimes. Shelly bringing it up to 9 points, just one more, and they're back in the double digits. Boise High, though, is still at match point. It's going to hold on to it until overtime, if there is one.
Yeah, just so smart. Just didn't need to kill everyone on the team, just had to stop them from planting.
Yep.
So as long as you can get that, even if you die, as long as you have one person left.
The econ is a little bit shaky on Shelly's side, but this is enough for a bye.
Yep. See full rifles on both sides here. Everyone's at 100%. Getting some good util, clearing some space here. Getting a foothold in. Holding these angles, just don't need to get greedy.
Still a 5v5. It's just a very feeling kind of round. Boise High making their way up through the gates. Coming on strong as all of this vision now is going to go out first, being the catalyst for the plan. As he takes down Steel, gets a little friendly with one. He's going to drop a second concuss and comes in for the kill. Absolutely beautiful, but from the typical place, Invasion is going to find the repeat and play it back. Purple running around the side, trying to dump utility. Find the in for a shot. There it is, a beautiful pinch play to get it for free. He's got time to go for the defuse, but he doesn't. Instead, he sits down on it. It's not going to be there. Invasion with a tap goes as well. One at a time, they are falling down, and Boise High has just got to hold it out for a few more seconds. It's down to Toasted. Can he hold it in and give Shelly another shot to get one step closer to the overtime, or is this map won? As the clock gets closer to tick, Trademark is dropped, he comes in for a swing, and he finds Breezy on the angle advantage. An excellent play. Goes for the tap, and it's a hold. Boise's got to respect it, and he finds him, but it is not enough time. And it goes off. And attackers win by 2.5 seconds.
That'll be round one going to the side of Boise High.
Sure enough, indeed it is. We are just going to hang out and watch the transition. Doc peering from afar. An excellent play by Boise High. Wow, that was neck and neck, though. That was so close the entire game. It was 1 here, 3, 2, 1, 3. So back and forth, and I thought for sure either team could take it at any time, and we've seen some wild overtimes today. I mean, we saw 5 overtime and 3 overtime, and we've seen, luckily we haven't had any swift plays go on all day. Those have been clean ends to the best of 2. We are on a best of 2 map situation, because 1 is just not enough. I mean, we've seen some crazy upsets in the second map, and we've seen some things come down to a swift play where it really mattered. I mean, even the teams on deck here, the teams on the stage, Shelly just had a crazy game where they won the first one, and then they lost by a 13-7, so not a very far game, and then took it in the swift. So it's not over till it's over, and we got to stay tuned. And this one has been close on its own. So. Judging by the play styles of these games, what are you excited to see in the next one, our last one before the finals?
I want to see, so we've seen a lot of Lotus here, and just how dominant Boise High is on it, and seen, have they just practiced the map a lot, or are we going to see another map that's beyond this and see how Shelly plays here?
Yeah, I wonder too, because they've been very comfortable on Haven as well, which is another 3-site map. There's the crowd filling in the stadium. It is so nice to have all the bodies in the room. Sometimes The seats just aren't as full as I would like them to be. But this is nice. It is that season. It's Esports State Championships. Welcome in. Idaho high schools from all around Idaho are here competing over 100 schools. Sorry, 100 teams, boiling it all down. We're going to be jumping into the next game in just a minute. You guys get some break in, get a little bit of water, get a little bit of food, and come right on back to see some more Valorant.
National Guard. We're talking about gaming, which is something we both love a lot. You've had some jobs in your service. No one just wakes up one morning and suddenly colonel, full bird, as everyone continues to say, with the airborne wings on your, which means you jump out of planes. What jobs have you had?
Well, thanks again for having me, Doc.
You bet.
It's been a great experience here. I started my military career actually at Boise State doing ROTC program. I graduated, became a second lieutenant in the Army, and was a signal officer, so it means communications. So as a communications officer, I served in various different units, attack helicopter battalions, an infantry division, a tank battalion, and then also a support battalion. Later on in my career, I ended up serving as an operations officer, a executive officer, the second in command, and then the battalion commander of what was called a 116th Brigade Special Troops Battalion that was headquartered in Twin Falls, Idaho. And that battalion was very unique. It had engineers or combat engineers. It had signal troops. It had military intelligence analysts, and then also an unmanned aerial vehicle for reconnaissance.
When you just talk about this, I had hopes that you were constructing the ramp for Evel Knievel, or the second attempt to fly over.
Yeah, if they had the combat engineers doing it, maybe it would have.
It probably would have worked.
Right.
Exactly.
At least helping to take them down.
Right.
That's their main job. But
that's wicked cool. In those jobs, anything really you just go where you get to go, and everything has its own level of interest. Maybe as an XO, you spend a little bit more time pushing paperwork, writing reports. But was there anything that really stands out in that experience?
What I got to see and really helpful as a signal or an IT officer and professional in the service was going. At the beginning of my career, it was mainly focused on radios and telecommunications, and then going into the digital side and internet and various forms of communication outside of radio. And that led to my one of my most recent jobs. I was the Army National Guard advisor to U.S. Cyber Command for a year.
That's wicked cool.
My current position now, I'm the J3 or operations officer for the Idaho National Guard, responsible for domestic operations.
All domestic operations. Sure. That's actually wicked cool. Were you also the person who, at a time in your career, also helped set up the LAN network so folks could play together?
Oh yes, yeah. We initially started out with coax cable, and that transitioned into Cat5 and now wireless. So
yeah, kids at home, look up a crossover cable. Yeah. Look up a crossover cable. You're like, what is that? Just trust it. You had to have them back in the day.
Terminators for the coax.
Yeah, exactly.
But technology has changed, and it was nice to adapt and see that and learn and be part of that transition.
Well, for you, what's been the most fun?
I'd say the most fun is being able to train with a team, get to do your job, have tough, realistic, demanding training, develop the teamwork and trust with your fellow soldiers, but then go out and do those missions, supporting your state and nation, whether it be domestically or in combat missions or in emergency response. And I think part of building that training, what really helped was having simulations and also various different exercises that involve different technologies on the contributing to the training before you do it out in real life.
I think we talked about this a couple of years ago. I had the opportunity as a faculty member here doing games in education. This is before I ruined my life with esports. We were actually sent down to Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, a couple of times to the simulation center at Fort Leonard Wood to work with the folks building out the different simulations. Back in the day when America's Army was, still new, and you could get that DVD-ROM. Look that up too. Crossover cable, DVD-ROM. You're gonna have to look those up. And just the ability to rapidly repeat scenarios to lock in. I mean, the whole America's Army game was built around it wasn't really, I mean, there was a combat component to it, but it was really a military culture component. It was about qualifications on different things so you could unlock those and use them. Even the maps, the menu screens had wood paneled, like 1960s, 70s era military base, one flag hanging on the wall and a picture and just wood paneling and file cabinets. I mean, they did a really good job of showing people what the culture was like. Now, you don't get as much combat as you do in that game, but...
Yeah, I think gaming and simulation, though, it really helps a team improve their command and control, their tactics, techniques, and procedures without actually having to use resources, ammunition, fuel. And then, like you said, you can reset. I just did something I didn't like. Well, let's reset it and do it again. And it saves the most valuable element, which is time.
Yeah. Well, we had the opportunity to bring our Overwatch team, our national championship Overwatch team, out to participate in tank simulations with you guys out there. And it was amazing. First of all, when they got the fratricide out of their system, which they were told explicitly not to, but maybe I'm not that good a coach because they still shot the other tank on our team. They were able to actually go back and watch the battle as it took place and see it from a perspective they hadn't had. They noticed things they didn't. They didn't see a helicopter coming over the horizon, even though it was right there in front of them at the time, and they learned a lot of different things. So for you, and this is kind of a different kind of question, how have games and game technology and simulation changed the way you prepare people to do the different things that the Army National Guard is asked to do, from, you talk about disaster response all the way to deployment at times when the military needs to stretch further.
Sure. So gaming and simulation, when it first came out, you were talking about plopping in the DVD-ROM.
Mm-hmm.
I may be watching something, and then it morphed or progressed into a game where I could interact and play as one person. But then you can start networking, and now you've got a squad doing something. It has further progressed now that we can have, like you mentioned, the tank simulators. You can have a tank simulator. You can have helicopter simulators. You can have multi-domains working on one objective. And coupled with that is the improvement with GIS and mapping. So you can use the maps that you're going to operate in and actually train virtually on. And so then when you get out in the real environment, the terrain, everything else around, you've experienced it because you've experienced it virtually.
I'm excited for the day that we have a sandbag simulator, to prepare for a flood, right? That'll be exciting.
But there's flood scenarios. You can game on that.
That's very true.
And how you would respond.
Any other big, I guess most fun moment? You get to work with some pretty cool people, which is pretty amazing. And you get to live in the community that you serve, which I'm sure is quite a bit different than being deployed and serving with people that, but you're all not of that area.
True.
Yeah. So I would, I guess, reset the question. For people who are like, that actually sounds interesting to me. What are some of the big takeaways from a career?
I wanted to do this ever since I was a child. I don't know what I want to be when I grow up.
Right.
And I love it. I love being around soldiers. I love being in the Army and the Idaho Army National Guard. I only have to leave home when I need to, and just love it.
It's pretty dang cool. Well, okay. Well, thank you so much.
Thanks,
we appreciate everything you do for the students of Idaho and the gamers in this, and excited that you're with us. So thanks again for everybody for tuning in, and let's get back to the gaming.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena for the final match of our high school championship Valorant tournament. We are coming back after the first match between Boise and Shelley that ended in a 13-8 in Boise State's favor, Boise High's favor. It's going to be an intense final match here as both teams do not want to give up this title. My name is Audrey Norris, and I am going to be your host for the rest of the night, joined by Hayden and Dallin to call all the action. Yeah, we got the trio going for this final match.
Yeah.
It's the special seat tonight for you, but we're going to be going into this next match. Do we have any thoughts going out of this last match? After all, we saw, Boise State did actually have a pretty tough opponent in Shelley in this last area, going quite a few rounds against them compared to like some of the other opponents they faced tonight.
Yeah, I think one of the big things I mentioned to Greg before a break was we've seen Boise High on Lotus and how they play on it, and they do such a good job of just like executing their plays on it. You can tell they've practiced it a lot, and I just kind of want to see can they hold that same standard on other maps. Like we've seen Haven, and I think we've seen Ascent with them as well, where they've played really well, but like we haven't seen Icebox, we haven't seen Fracture, and just how that works, and if they can keep that same level of coordination on those maps.
Yeah, I think knowing your maps is one of the interesting things about Valorant compared to other like certain competitive games is knowing your lineups and knowing where you got to be and how you set up is very important. And I've seen a lot of unfortunate games and like on a really strong start because you know a map and then just really struggling because of another one.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's weird because like you start that momentum and then you lose it and it's super hard to get it back. It's just kind of how it is sometimes.
Yeah, like we saw.
Ooh.
We've seen just how these teams play. Like these maps just change that pace for everyone. So going into this, like I said, I want to see just how these teams play. If their team comps change, we've seen like on Lotus we don't see. We're going to Pearl actually. Out of all
like
maps.
Pearl.
I'm not going to lie, when I brought up the maps, I completely forgot Pearl existed.
You know what happens sometimes. Valorant doesn't have as many maps as some competitive games, but it's still hard to keep track of them all. I barely have played on some of them. I always get stuck on Icebox.
Oh, yeah. I love me some Icebox, but yes, I do think it gets played quite a bit now.
You like Icebox?
It used to be hated.
You know what? I'm just going to disregard. Just disregard. It's fine. It's fine.
Disregard it. Opinion, disregard it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Going to Pearl, is there any agents you want to see specifically with this map?
Yoru.
Yoru.
Yeah, I rest my case. Rest
your case. Yoru.
Yeah.
Let's see the Yoru mirror matchup here.
That would be really cool. I'd like that a lot.
That would be interesting. I've played a lot of Yoru. He's pretty fun, but he's really hard to play because his kit is so dependent on each other. But I think that because I have a friend who really loves Cypher, it would always be fun to see Cypher again. He's an interesting character. I've been trying to play him more. He's enjoyable. But it looks like we're going to be getting into the match. We're going to be heading to Pearl for this second game of this final tournament here between Boise High and Shelley High.
Yeah, going into this. Such a cool map, just like the aesthetic here. I love the underwater city vibes. It's giving me a lot of Counter-Strike vibes here. It's like a mix of, I almost want to say Inferno and Cash, if anyone's played those maps. But it just has that very familiar vibe to those, and I feel like it plays similar to both of them. As we see the lineup here, we see not a double Yoru one, but we got the double Cypher.
I'm very happy about that.
I
called it. I got to make my call, get up here and make my first call and get it right. So I'm very happy about that. Looks like we're also going to be seeing some KO, some Jet, some Omen. Pretty standard from what we've been seeing so far going into all of this. So this will be an interesting lineup, I think. Oh.
Yeah, we see
pretty similar mirror matchup overall.
Yeah, we have just small differences, like we have the Fade instead of the Sova, and then I believe Omen to Viper for the smoke operators here. So yeah, just small things, but both of them are relatively the same comp. you just have like slightly different variations in the role, especially kind of as the rosters have been growing. Like you get a lot of agents that kind of do the same thing. They do it differently, but so yeah.
It's just how you want to do something that is the question, which is kind of what these lineups are. It's just slightly different variations of how they want to execute their plans going into this. I always think this is an interesting map because the way that you get to the actual points is kind of, it doesn't feel like one is easier than the other. Like both sides, it's a little bit weird, I feel like, whenever I go into it. I know whenever I'm attacking, I don't like it because there's the really long sight line on B, which is terrifying going into it if you have to peek.
Is it time to talk about B site? Are we talking about B site now?
I am talking about B site.
B site is the most broken site in this game on Pearl.
Oh yeah?
It's something else. Once you're able to like plant spike on this site, it's so difficult to retake because you can just hide behind that ramp. There's not much other there's nothing you can do. They can just jump peek you over and over and over again. It's suffering.
Yeah. The trick is actually being able to plant.
Yeah.
See, as we're talking about B-site, they're already going into it, bravely going into this dangerous area. Takes out the Jet, takes out the KO. There's trades on either side here. Both teams coming out with 3 players, though Boise High is a little bit worse for wear, it looks like.
Yeah. Picks up the spike. Not going to be able to get the plant down. Just kind of, both teams waiting this out. Cause taking down Invasion, though.
Last player very good for Boise High here. Omen is...
Oh.
Yeah. I was about to say, with 12 health, it's just 12 health in a dream there on first round at that point, but they did make some decent pushes there, and were able to take out quite a few Boise High players before being taken out themselves, so it's a good start for a first round.
Unfortunately, it seems like Toasted did in fact live up to the name.
Got toasted in the smoke. We see, I see the first, you see the first right click go by them with that 12 HP, and you almost freeze for a second. Yeah, right there. It's like, oh, just, you know, if you keep shooting there enough, you'll run and get them. Ooh, what a lineup. Gets that right over the wall. Invasion gets the knife. See Steel firing into the smoke. AJ, oh, this could be a meat grinder. Nope.
Uh-oh. He's going to give him the Spectre. That's no bueno.
Okay, tossing it to the Jet here. Knowing who you want their good guns on.
Especially when they're not at full health.
Yeah. Going forward here, pushing towards A. It looks like the Cypher watching their back.
Cause just peeking, side peeking this angle. Fine time too. Gets a second one.
Take 3? Maybe 3?
Nope. Gets flanked and almost lives it, but Purple manages. Oh!
I'm gonna completely just pretend I didn't see that, because if that happened to me, I would be so mad. I would be so mad.
Yeah. Takes out camera. Cypher.
One enemy remaining.
Misses a couple shots, but is able to recover. Takes out KO.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the Marshal.
Saw him for a second.
Last player standing.
Not able to really
The
track
running
well there.
Spectre.
I mean, if there's one gun you got a running gun with, it better be Spectre.
Yeah. Especially up close and personal like that. Against the
Oh,
weapon that he was
updraft.
using. Okay.
Positions revealed.
Gonna
Gonna start the defuse.
Oh, you missed the camera.
That's painful.
Fortunate. Has the neural theft here. No bodies to use on it though.
Trying to wait it out right now.
Still has one more smoke.
Yep. Tries to shoot through
Gets
the
a little
smoke.
bit of chip damage.
Just not enough though. Gonna continue diffusing. They just
Gonna just
yep.
stick it and gets the defuse.
They were taken out in the end, but sticking it allowed them to continue with that. That was definitely the right call there.
Yeah. Just barely enough time. Got that 50%, and that's all you need.
Yeah.
See, yeah, just quite an eco round though. Like for it being pistols versus the submachine guns, and getting 4 of them and getting the spike down is massive.
Yeah, that's going to be really helpful going forward for Eco. I think Shelly definitely would have wanted that to go differently, though, losing the 2 rounds. At least they were able to take out everyone in the end,
Yep.
though, not letting them keep their weapons.
Oh, he was on a scooter. That was so cool.
Going right into combat here on
On the ramp, yeah, there's just no recovery there.
Yeah, Jet repositioning there was able to just really effectively take them out with 1 team member left on Boise High now. Shelly has a really nice spot here to plant. Gonna plant in the
Spike
corner.
planted.
Cypher is rotating around, but Shelly High has a really nice position here. It's going to be very hard for Cypher to recover anything.
And you need to find a guard. Could get some good shots down. They know where they are, though. Peeking into 3 of them, is slowly being whittled down. And Shelly will pick up their first round of this game.
I guess you could say that was easy peasy, no more breezy. I had to.
Yeah, of course, of course.
You see an opportunity, you got to take. They're having dinner together. That's so cool. That's so nice.
We love the Valorant map Easter eggs. They're a great little break in between the matches. Going forward, Shelly able to pick up a point is really good for them here. They don't want the steamroll for Boise High to begin and just keep going. Gonna smoke the middle.
The knife coming out, not going to find anyone.
Really good for Shelly High there.
Playing it slow. Waiting for this intel.
A lot slower than the previous. Fighters need to send out their wall.
Ooh. Pause taking down Invasion. Big pick.
Oh,
actually gets trapped.
What a wire.
Breezy just hiding here. Are they gonna?
She's gonna sit there and plan. You know, sometimes
Gets the ping. Fires through the wall and picks them up.
Don't worry.
Plant goes down, but they don't have full control of the site. They're all trapped.
Whoa! 1 HP wonder.
Oh.
okay, but it is 1-to-1 though.
If anyone's gonna stall this out, there we go.
And this is why I wanted to see Cypher.
Yeah. Is Cypher a pretty big staple on this map?
This is like the only map that I will occasionally play Cypher on, so.
Okay.
I
There's
like
a lot
playing
of good
Cypher on
angles
it.
for his traps.
Oh yeah, this whole like area right here, it makes people so mad, but it's also so funny because what do? You just shoot them back? You can't. You don't know where they are, but they know where you are. It's very funny.
Yeah.
That triple there.
Yeah, that was a very good one there. Tie it up with Boise High here. New locations revealed on Omen.
Just gonna run away here.
Probably smart.
Oh,
Don't wanna
gets a
waste
shot.
the
They know they have the op. Needs to get out of there because it's very worthwhile to trade multiple people for that.
Yeah, you don't want them to keep the op. Get the op. Let's try it. Oh.
You just got to
TP
get out of there.
out.
Get out. Oh. Pop gets tarted. Wait, tart gets popped. I had one job.
They do get the plant though.
Ooh,
During
clean
all the
one
chaos.
tap.
So now they just need to hold on.
Buzzy
Jet
with
Last
the
player
Marshall,
standing.
double kill with the Marshall. See, Boise High now has that op in their possession. Thirst gonna pick up 2 though. He's gonna go down to the op. 6 HP though.
Jet and just Boise High in general hanging on like with a little bit just there, but they are able to take the round. Trying to keep the advantage here, 3-2 in their favor right now.
Yep, going into this just very back and forth so far. As we've seen kind of with last game as well, where it's just very back and forth rounds, barely squeaking by each time, both teams. This time, Boise High does have that op, and let's see what they can do with it.
All right, going
I'm
to
watching
go
this.
right out with the ult.
I'm watching.
You'll get him next time, Jed.
Gonna be sending the drone out first. Drone actually takes the shot.
Ooh.
Sova coming out.
That was a nasty thing to get hit by there, but it ends up working out for Shelly.
Dash wire.
Those
Is
wires.
he managing to pick up one? Paul's picking up Fried Cooker. Paul's picking up point as well.
One enemy remaining.
Paul's taking out a third.
The one player now needs to back off a little bit here.
Oh, Cause is looking for the 4K.
Yeah, they have control of Spike, so all they have to do is just keep the pressure on and push Omen back here.
I mean, hypothetically, he could take 2 and then ult.
He could.
Oh, jumps up.
Wow.
Cause with the 4K. Just single-handedly taking that round.
Just looking at this. Ooh. Boise High starting to gain a little bit more of a lead again.
Yep.
It's definitely going to benefit their
dash
ego
wire
going
there.
forward. Yeah, that was that was sad. I'm sure that Jet was not happy with the outcome there, not really getting to use a lot of their knives.
See it, yeah, just Cause just through the smoke, picking up multiple members. See it.
This is my second.
It's just standing there, menacing.
What's he doing at that diner?
You'll never know.
I want to find out. Look at those wires.
I know.
I swear, each round it's different too. You never really, like, just pre-fire them.
Can't let yourself get predictable with those wires, because then once you do.
It's the hard part about being a Cypher player.
True.
How
I gotta
many
come
wire
up.
setups can you get that are effective?
You have to
Ooh,
use
nice
12
takeout.
different lineups.
Neural Theft coming out, gonna ping enemy positions. They found the one.
I just love how Cypher just doesn't wear his hat after the ult goes through. It just looks so strange.
20% harder to hit. As I say that, Cause
Okay.
doesn't care.
Cause was like, I'll prove that wrong. Let me pick up the operator real quick and become even scarier than I was
Spike
before.
planted.
3v3.
Cause a third.
Now.
Oh. Neo. Barely missing that.
See, this is the part I was talking about, is trying to get this defuse here, because, like, what do you do? What do you do when they just jump over the ramp over and over again?
Oh,
All
they
right.
do that.
Seems I have been proven wrong.
Boise High
My
taking
bad.
another round. 5-2. They've gained a 3-round lead here. They're going to want to carry that forward as long as they can. We're getting close to the swap.
Yeah, moving in here. Just the econ
Yeah.
of Boise High is just very strong here. Keeping that operator as well and just getting that into the next
Yeah.
round. Just
If you can help it, you never want to let them keep the op, but unfortunately, they do have it going forward.
Seems like it's going to be a
see
half
Cause
buy.
here with over double the kills of the next highest player on their side. Just absolutely being a force not to be reckoned with.
We can see Fade hiding behind the smoke right now. Gonna decide to back off a little bit. Shelly's going to be pushing A.
Shots going out, goes down to Cause.
Cause was not having that today.
Poison's off. Toxin screen down.
Picks out the camera. Shelly High getting picked off by Steel over there.
And Fade hasn't moved an inch. Because Fade knows it's only a matter of time.
Before her prey.
Done, done, done,
Oh.
done. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, never mind.
Unfortunately for Fade, she was not the predator in that case. She was the prey.
30 seconds left.
Second push smoke's gonna go out. Steel is just going to fire through it, but not really gonna connect with anything.
Buzzy barely missing the shot.
Yep, they're pushing B site now. Buzzy's looking for the opening. Ooh, Spike
Easy
was trying
picks
to be
up one.
Down B.
12 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
Ooh, not a lot of Shelly players nearby
Yep.
to pick up that spike.
One enemy
Yep.
remaining.
Yep, no time left. Just gonna have to drive.
Yeah.
Buzzy picks up the other, bringing it even further into Boise High's favor here.
I love that katana. It's so cool. I can't spin like that with my hand, but if I could, I would.
Yeah.
You'd have a katana like that.
I wish I had a katana. I got like a toy plastic one. It was like 7 years old. I still have it. Close enough, right?
Basically.
Close enough,
Thank
yeah.
you, thank you.
Yeah, we got 6 to 2 here.
Still waiting. Mark one.
AJ throwing out some intel. Not gonna find anything though. Flashbang moving in. AJ goes down off of it. Just holding the angle. Not gonna find anything though. You know something's up.
Cypher just waiting there patiently.
Yep, just shoot that wall. You got it. I do the same thing.
I appreciate Cypher pushing B site right now on his own here. The rest of his team on A.
Gonna fire through, but not gonna find anyone. Spike going down on A side.
Want to watch out. Cypher's behind Boise High. If they don't try to look back, oh, Cost is looking.
Little bit of damage done.
One suppressed.
Does lock Boise High in, though, which is good. They know that they have to be careful because they've got enemies on both sides of them. Cost is going to activate her ultimate and go for the defuse.
Yep, they're gonna fire through, but they're not gonna find them.
Wow.
Just like that, Boise High will take another round.
Yeah, this is a very tough position for Shelly now. They just haven't been able to pick up a win in a while, and so they're definitely struggling here when it comes to funds. They have been at least consistently taking out Boise High members, so they haven't been allowing them to like fully build up their eco, but it's still not good for them right now.
Yeah, these ops just holding on to them and just being such an oppressive force with them. It just, we need to see Shelly kind of put out that same pressure with the op.
Invasion is making an investment on this op here.
Op versus op. It might be what they need. Hoping to pick up something over there, but not really able to find anyone.
Everyone just kind of chilling on site here. No one has any intel, so not really trying to push anywhere they don't need to and possibly get picked.
The smokes go down.
Scan dart comes out, teleports in, goes down immediately, unfortunately.
Cost was able to pick up.
Gets it.
What?
Hits him through
Oh,
the door.
okay, he's super low though. I would have.
Yeah, that Jet is living on a dream right now.
Whoa! All right.
Cause just drops invasion here.
You see cause, I see KOS. Knock out something.
Something.
The point is the
That-
first
that
two.
still works.
Yeah. Knock out something, and somebody, knock out somebody. And so many good kills from that guy.
Steal here on the KO, picking up a kill, and Thirst bringing it back with the KO, showing the power
10
KO
seconds
has.
left.
Shelly with only one player remaining, not able to take it back. Giving Boise High another round, 8-2 now. 6-round difference here. Once again, Boise High has quite the advantage with the eco value just going forward. We can just see, yeah, that shot was insane.
Yep.
Jeez, that shot.
Koss did not think in that moment. Koss just did, and it worked out really well in their favor.
Yep.
Oh, Cypher lab.
Getting the pixel.
Setups.
Write that down.
Get out of my way!
Oh, it's so hard.
Oh,
Pixel
I could see it
perfect.
for a second.
And then Koss walked through it. Oh, Invasion going to try.
Here we go again.
Okay.
Nope.
Not gonna find anything. No one really holding that angle.
Ooh, 30 health on Fuzzy there. Got hit from down B.
Shots going out. Not gonna find anything though. Oh, Flash actually doesn't get them. Just barely went over the door frame at the very end. AJ gets scanned, but able to get rid of the pings.
Slight push down Art. I'd say slight, but 3 people's a lot.
Yeah, we see just both teams at a standoff right now. Very close to each other, but not committing just yet. Steel brings
30
Invasion
seconds
down.
left.
Only 30 seconds.
Yep.
All.
Toasted Pop-Tart brings Steel down through the barrier there. 14 seconds. They have to commit.
10 seconds left.
It goes down, and that'll be
Spike
Spike,
down
and
A.
that'll be the round.
3 seconds left. All Shelly can do is just try to recover the last 2 players.
Pop-Tart picking up 1 extra kill at the very end, at
Last
least.
round before the switch.
That will help out Shelly a little bit there. Yeah, last round before the swap. All bets are off now. Whatever eco you have, you want to use, which is not going to be great for Shelly right now since Boise High has just had such a massive lead for the past 6 rounds now, about.
They're playing soccer! Or, I'm sorry, football. I'm sorry. Whatever. This is the same thing. I don't even care.
We see Purple here getting some good intel using that Cypher cam. We're playing a little Rainbow Six Siege here.
Oh no, don't bring me back to that, please. I'd like to stay up with Valor, thank you very much. Looks like Haunt's going to be thrown out. Might mark anything. Ooh, Buzzy is taken out by KO. Shelly takes the push.
Close angle, throws the Prowler out, gets 1 through the smoke.
The plan to get it.
Still here, picks up 2.
KO just sitting in the corner right now, waiting for his opportunity.
Somehow able to live and back out of there.
I appreciate KO just sitting here right now. It's the
One
best he
enemy
can do.
remaining.
Unfortunately, he's taken out. Ultimate goes back towards Cypher. They begin to defuse. Cypher really just doesn't have a lot of options here, so
Shooting
has
through
to
the
back
smoke.
off.
Whoa.
Breezy will pick up the kill, ending the
Switching
half
sides.
at 10-2.
That's a nasty spot to be starting the half, but it might be an opportunity here for Shelly. With the reset on Eco, they might be able to take some rounds. We saw at the beginning, they did manage to pick up a few while resources were low, so this might be what they need to turn it around.
Yep, and this could just be a case of like, you know, playing one like attack better than defense.
Oh, you didn't hear? 10-2 is the new 9-3.
Oh
It's
no.
the new curse.
Don't say it. Don't do it.
So,
I mean,
same as
Shelly
chance.
would not be complaining.
Saying there's a chance.
Shelly has pulled forward from the 9-3 before, so
I'll find you.
if anyone were to start a new curse, I wouldn't necessarily be shocked if it was them.
Trying to get some intel here.
Uh-oh, Cypher with the little sneaky spot. Might be onto something.
Just on the other side of that smoke.
They can see him.
Frenzy here.
Wow.
Bringing down Buzzy.
Just narrowly missing the Cypher.
The dash. Breezy picks up Invasion, though. We're not expecting it.
Oh.
Unfortunately, for point, the smoke fades with 2 opponents.
Not ready yet.
Boise High just pushing forward to A.
Yep. Yeah.
With just Shelly kind of stuck in the back over there, not really fully following them right now. I mean, with 4 to 2, that is a very nasty setup to try and deal with to recover the spike here.
Yep, we see spike planted here. It is doable. Good pressure from the side of Boise High.
Ooh.
Toasted, though, with the shots they need.
One enemy
Getting some
remaining.
damage in. Toasted will go down. And it's just Fry Cooker here with a Frenzy. Few members are low. Fry Cooker is vulnerable. Throws out the shock dart and goes down.
Not a lot he could do there in that moment.
Now at this point, do you save for the rifles or do you force buy?
You got to go for it. I mean, like,
Yeah. Do you save for the rifles and pray to win overtime, or?
I mean, at that point, when it's 11 to 2, you're running out of options. You know, there's not a lot of room for. Yeah, we can save for next round. You know.
Yeah. It
You
looks like
really
they are
don't
gonna
have
buy up here.
Yeah, the problem is just like, in a case like this,
Scanning ahead.
there's not a,
Scan dart?
you have to play match by match at this point. There's not a lot of like, you can't really prep until you gain some control again here. And as we can see, they're gonna try, all of them watching B, a couple going back towards A. Shelly pushing through the middle. They do take out AJ.
The defense has become the offense.
We have swapped positions. Unfortunately for them, Boise High is able to push the spike all the way to site A and plant it.
Claws going down, bringing one with them though.
Shelly has been able to take out 2 members of their team. Now they have to recover though and get to that spike before time runs out.
They have the man advantage here though. Find the tripwire, gonna give good intel for the side of Boise High though. See them walking in.
Yep.
1, 2, and 3.
Wow.
Oh. Breezy dropping 3 there and almost a 4th. Gotta find the Phantom there.
Fry Cooker at 17 health.
At this point, you just gotta take that Phantom and run and take what victory you can there.
Oh, KO's trying to go after him though.
Ooh.
KO just barely avoiding the explosion.
Match point for Boise High.
Match point.
This is a do or die moment for Shelly here.
Yeah, they need to push forward as best they can. They have that Phantom saved, which will be helpful, but they have to be very careful here.
Yeah, they're just buying up what they can here. Going all out. Having Ares. Seeing if they can put in some work with that.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting round just based off of what everyone's picking up for their loadout here.
A lot of Spectres and a lot of Stingers.
That arrow is taken out quickly by Boise High.
Dropping Fry Cooker, getting a Phantom off. Takes down another. 4 to 2. Top guard hits him with the Marshall. Dropping him real low. Tries to get it.
Yeah.
That'll be the game, and we have your winners here, Boise High.
Yeah, with that 13 to 2, Boise High takes the second match of this grand finals for Valorant High School Championships, winning them the entire thing. After the first match being 13-8, going to 13-2, I think is pretty good for Boise High.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about, you know, how well they play on different maps, and I think we've seen that in spades here, because I think this was the strongest we've seen them.
Yeah, overall, they had some very tight gameplay, including Shelly High too. Just overall, both teams played really well for what they had, and it was a wonderful final match for us going out of this part of the tournament. Do you have any thoughts before we talk about Player of the Game or a nomination for Player of the Game?
Where'd this shirt come from?
I don't know.
Yeah. I didn't see you put it on. Just appeared. For player though, I think it's pretty obvious. I would say cause. I think no explanation needed at that point.
Do you have any differing opinions, Dallin?
No.
No. So the table nomination will be cause for the player of the game then, because I think I am one to agree. There was just too many really nice shots there from cause and good moments. I mean, they had one of the highest counts overall.
What?
And it looks like, though, it's going to be going
Steel.
to Steel, who was on, in the second match was on KO, but in this
Yep.
match was
Steel on the Neon, excuse me.
Neon, yeah. Some very
Yeah.
effective gameplay here we can see, yeah.
Very good entry fragger here, using that speed advantage of the Neon and just really holding up that first game especially, I'd say.
No, really good gameplay there for Steel. I can see why they were nominated for Player of the Game. And as always, the Player of the Game is brought to you by the Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central is helping members achieve financial success. Steel is the Idaho Central Credit Union Player of the Game. Congratulations, Steel. You played very well and helped push your team to victory. Yeah, those are just some really nice plays overall on the Neon. And some really nice plays on the KO too, although they weren't always highlighted.
Yeah.
But with that, do we have any final thoughts for this last match for Valorant tonight?
Just it was an amazing performance. It was so nice to see all these teams come out here and really get into it. Like, we've just saw a lot of these teams, like just the hype and just the energy behind them. Like, everyone was here to win, and they all put up a great showing. It was just a great time.
Yeah, I would agree.
Kill on sight. Because that's what he did. KOS, kill on sight.
Boom.
I win.
You've been thinking about that all game.
You've been trying to figure it out. I think
That's
that's
the
a really good final thought to leave us on as we go into the top 5 plays of the game for this match. The top 5 plays of the game are sponsored by the Idaho Army National Guard, who is a proud supporter of Boise State Esports. Top plays are presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a $20K bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. Enjoy the rest of your night. Congratulations to all of our Valorant players, and have a good night.
Took so long that even if they won the gunfight, they might want that. Yeah, you know, they might like it.
Better gun round. But Boise still feeling tight. It's going to be straight onto them. But look at this absolute lowdown. Fry able to hold his own, getting a little bit of support up from Thirst, but Breezy through with carry melee rolling around. A heal is already coming out from the sky.
Invasion taking Breezy down with a well-placed knife.
Pause from above, looking to find something. Almost got caught with Futil out. Instead, let's go by. But now they've got location and they find him. Fry Cooker Invasion and Purple to shut it down.
Nasty thing to get hit by there, but it ends up working out for Shelly.
Dash wire.
Wires.
Managing to pick up one. That's picking up Fry Cooker. Point as well.
One enemy remaining.
Fry's taking out a third. Breezy just hiding. Are they gonna
Just gonna sit there and plan. You know, sometimes
gets the ping, fires through the wall and picks them up. Plant goes down, but they don't have full control of the site. They're all fine.
well, they have to recover though and get to that spike before time runs out.
They have the man advantage here, though. Find the tripwire, gonna give good intel for the side of Boise High, though. See them walking in.
Yep.
1, 2, and 3. Oh,